Hello fellow YouTubers, welcome back to my channel once again. So on this tutorial now we are going back to actually implement the back end. We are done with the design, and if you have not watched the video, please kindly check on the link for the video for the design. So we didn't want to spend much time on the design because I believe much of the work is on the back end, right? So this is the design that we're going to be completing, and we're going to really focusing on the back end side of things right now. Just to give you a quick demo of how this whole application works, right? We've got a way of fetching menu from the database. We can actually be able to click load more and be able to fetch some more items from the database, right? So there is more items which are fetched from the database. We can actually be able to click here and actually be able to add to cart, menu edit cart, and modal clauses. You can see there's an item in the cart. I can even add more items to cart, right? Menu edit cart, you can see the number is increasing here, right? Then I can go to cart and actually make a payment, right? And also the other thing, I can also be able to change my location here, right? Depending on where I want my food to be delivered to, right? And if I am logged in as an administrator, I can actually be able to navigate to the dashboard here. If you are the administrator, right? If you are not the administrator or a regular user, you won't be able to see this button here, right? So that's basically the workings of the the landing page here, right? We also have a dashboard, right? So I'm just going to quickly show you here, but most of the explanations I did it on the design tutorial, right? So we've got a dashboard here, we've got our cards here, we've got a graph here, right? We can be able to actually edit users here. As you can see here, we can be able to change the users, change from being a regular user to admin, or we can make you a delivery person, right? That's what we can be able to do. Just toggle this here, then you can be able to enter your name, email, and phone number, or even change your role from a user to a delivery, right? Just like that. Then you click update, right? You can actually be able to view orders. So this is only for the admin. You can actually be able to view orders. You can see all these orders here which actually came in, right? And also they are linked to the payment token description as according to Stripe API, right? And you can be able to load more as well here to actually be able to view more orders, right? As an administrator, you can actually be able to mark the items collected. So if I click here, the item say order status changed to collected, then it's ticked here. I can actually be able to mark this one is delivered. I can actually make it delivered. See, it's delivered here, right? And the tick is on, right? I can actually be able to see the details of the order as well, just like that, right? And also you can actually be able to view menu if you're an admin, right? You can add menu here, you can add items here, you can upload an image, right? You can view it, preview the item, you can actually be able to edit it, and you can actually be able to delete it as well, right? And also the notifications. So whenever a new customer signs up, a new order comes in, you can be able to view these notifications as well. Same applies to the deliveries. So on the deliveries, you can be able to view an order which has been collected by the driver, which is on its way to a customer. You can see here, you can see a map and the route which is being taken, right? Who has collected the order and who is it being delivered to. You can actually be able to make phone calls here, right? If the order is not yet collected, which means it's unassigned, you can actually be able to assign a driver. Click here and assign a driver depending on who's online, right? What about if the delivery has been delivered? You can actually view the details of the delivery process, right? Who collected and who was it delivered to. And also as an administrator, you can actually be able to do some settings. Let's say for example you want to change the banner, the home banner. You can actually click here to change the home banner. You can be able to change the service fee, the delivery fee, serve restaurant details. You can actually be able to input opening and closing times as well. Same applies like add a category as well. You can be able to add a category, title, description, and show it for there, right? So if you haven't seen the design tutorial, please kindly go ahead and see that. Otherwise, from now on, we want to really focus on the backend side of things, right? So we have the design code on the repo here. Go on the repo, which I've provided the link in the video, git clone, and have the design on your local machine, right? Once you have the design on the local machine, then we have got some packages we want to install. So on this project we're using Nextjs. So if you have downloaded the project, the design repo, you actually have Nextjs running, right? We're going to be using Apollo server for our backend, right, to create our API, right? We're going to be using GraphQL, so we're going to be using Apollo server, but specifically we're going to use this package here. It's called as integrations next. That's the one we're going to use specifically, right? Then also to build our schema, we're going to be using what is called portals. So portals allows us to build types, schema, right? From our GraphQL, we can be using the language that we already been using before, which is TypeScript, right? So there's some beautiful things that we're gonna do together using portals. And to query our GraphQL API on the front end, we're going to be using Graphql, right? So we're going to be using especially this one for Nextjs, which works well with the app router or server components, which is called Graphql/next, right? And also to create for our ORM, we're going to be use Prisma, right? Which is Node.js and TypeScript ORM. That's the one we're going to be using, because we're gonna write complex SQL schema. We're just gonna let Prisma do that for us. Once our project is deployed, we're going to be hosting, we're going to be using Supabase as our Postgres cloud-based database, right? So on the database, we're going to be using it as a just storing our database tables there, as well as storage, because Supabase actually comes with storage as well. For authentication, we're going to be using Next-Auth. For payments, we're going to be using Stripe, right? And for things like geolocation and maps and etc, we're going to be using Mapbox, right? There are some dependencies we're going to be using that I haven't mentioned, but we'll install them as we go, right? So without wasting time, let's actually go ahead and start building the project, right? So make sure you now have your repo cloned and you have the design. Just do yarn dev in the terminal and see how the design is, right? So after cloning, you should have the same files or folder structure as you can see here on my screen, right? So let's go ahead and do the coding. Okay, now that you've cloned your project and you have a file structure which looks exactly like mine, there are a couple things that we like to do. You can either choose to either work in the main branch, or you can create a new branch. So me, what I just did, I'm just creating a new branch. I just typed in my terminal git checkout/b with backend, right? This is where I'm going to be dealing with my backend. So I have separated my design only to put it in its own branch, as well as to separate the backend and put it in its own branch, right? You can choose to do that, or you can just work in the main branch, right? So once you're done with that, the next thing that you want to do is actually to start with authentication, right? Remember we said we're going to be using Next-Auth, right? So if you go to the website of Next-Auth, right? If you go to the website of Next-Auth on their webpage, if you click get started, you can just actually install this dependency, right? So copy this dependency and add, and come into your terminal, install that dependency, right? Once you're done with that, click where it says adapters. Once you click where it says adapters, you'll be taken to this page, right? You'll be taken to this page where you can be able to see a lot of adapters, right? So we want to use Prisma. I've clicked where it says Prisma. I'm taken to this page of Prisma, right? Add these dependencies as well: Prisma client, as well as auth Prisma adapter, as well as the Prisma itself, right? Once you're done with that, then the next thing that I'd like you to do is actually to go on the home, on the root of your folder of your project, on the root here, create a new directory called Prisma, right? Just create a new directory and name it Prisma there, right? Prisma, right? Once you're done with that, create inside a file called schema.prisma. Inside here, it's called schema.prisma. Right. Once you're done with that, then we can just copy this schema that we got from Next-Auth, right? So they're actually telling us how to do it here, right? So let's go ahead and just copy all this schema here, the schema, and actually come with it on our project and put it in that file that we created here. So just paste it here inside like that, right? So we're gonna modify this schema, right? And also the other thing I would like to do right now, we're going to be using PostgreSQL database on our local machine, right? So I would like you as well, you can, instead of using straight Supabase, because we want to try things out, break things out, you know, try to experiment. So me, what I prefer is actually to have a PostgreSQL, right? So I've got PostgreSQL database installed on my local machine here, right? So I'm also using a PG admin 4, right, so that I can have this graphical user interface, right, instead of dealing with the terminal, right? So if you don't know how to install PostgreSQL, I've provided the link in the description, right, of how you can install your PostgreSQL, or you can just simply go to PostgreSQL according to your machine you're using. Me, I'm using Windows. You can just click on Windows, then they can direct you. The directions are simple and straightforward on actually how to install PostgreSQL on your local machine, right? So once you have that installed, you should have PG admin as well. It comes with PG admin when you're installing, right? So the PG admin is this graphical user interface, right? So once you have that sorted out, you can quickly just come and you know, create a new database, right? So this is how we do it. I'm just going to right click. I'm using PostgreSQL 16, so I can just click where here it says databases. I can just right click and say create new database, right? So what's the name of my database? I'm going to give it in that database here. I'm going to say DPS restore / YouTube, right? Just like that. And the user is Postgres. When you install PostgreSQL, you're asked for an administrator password. Make sure you provide all those things, right? So don't waste time on those things, right? So yeah, I've just created a database, right? And once that database is created, you can be able to see it. There it is here, right? Okay, so once you have that sorted out, just hold on, go back again now to your schema, right? Here on the schema here, you need actually database URI, right? So where do we get this? We need to create in our environment of variables here, we need to put this database URL, right? So where can we find this database URL for Postgres? If you go on the documentation for Prisma, they actually show you how to do that, right? So if you go on Prisma, search for PostgreSQL, right, there is the connection URL, right? It's like this. So just make sure like your database URI in the environment of variables is just like that, right? So make sure also the port is usually 5432, right? But depending if you have got two servers like me, make sure you take note of the port where your newly created database is at, right? So copy that, put it in the environment of variables, right? You don't need to write this connection, just write the name, which is Postgres, then password that you used when you were installing PostgreSQL, localhost. Make sure you pay attention to the port number, / database minor code DPS restore -YT, then schema equals to public, just like that, right? So let me quickly show you that. Okay, so by following that structure of how to construct a URL connection string for Prisma to Postgres, right, I can just simply go on my project and my env file, right? So I've just removed some unnecessary descriptions here, right? So this is how it looks like as you copied from Next-Auth schema, right? So in the env, right, write database URL just like that, equals Postgres, then the name of when you installed, right? If you put a different name, use that name. But if it was the default Postgres as a user, that's the user. Then the password that you selected, my password is just admin at localhost. Then the port, yours could be 5432, which is the default, right? Because me, I'm using 2 servers, so the other port is 5433. Make sure you pay attention. And as you remember, when I created my database on pgadmin, what I specified my database is the name was DPS Restore YT, right? So if we take a look at that, you can see DPS REST. It's actually REST, DPS REST, not O, DPS REST -YT, then question mark schema is equals to public, right? Just like that, right? So once you're done doing like that, what you should do, let's see what Next-Auth is telling us to do, and we can just simply follow that, right? So we are back here on Next-Auth, right? They say you need to run Prisma generate and Prisma migrate dev, right? So let's quickly go that. So they're telling you why you should do that, right? Once you have saved your schema, use CAL to generate Prisma client, right? And also Prisma migrate dev to create tables and columns in your database, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that. So in our command here, we just do, I'm using yarn, not npx, yarn Prisma client, right? So run that. One that is run successfully, right? Validate your schema. So there's something wrong with my schema, right? There's something wrong with my schema. Unknown client, so it's fine. I don't have to worry about that, right? So I can just run Prisma migrate dev, right? So this is to create tables actually in my database now, right? So it's connected there. The name of my migration, so this one I'm going to say set up, so that's the name of the migration, just like that. And if it runs successfully, you should be able to see another directory in your Prisma folder which is called migrations, right? If you take a look at that, you can be able to see there's a SQL, right? There's a SQL queries that have been just created right now, right? So this is how it looks like. So this is the nice thing of using Prisma. It saves us the effort and the time of us being able to write this on our own, right? So it's just write that for us, right? So that's the basic setup. So it means we have created a database, right? So if you go in our pgadmin and try to refresh that database, we should be able to see the columns that have been created in our pgadmin, right? So let's quickly do that, and you'll be able to see any tables created. So if you go on your pgadmin and check the database that you've created, so mine is DBS REST, right? So if you just maximize it, you go to schema, under tables, you just say refresh there. And once you refresh, you can be able now to see like all these tables have been created. You can see them here, right? So perfect. Okay, now we've finally set up initially our database, and we've connected Prisma to a database, right? And we've ran up the first migration, right? Now we need to take a look at these modules, right? Or this schema that we have here, right? If we go to the documentation of Prisma, right, we can be able to see like there's a data module, and they're telling us what the data module is, right? So simply the data module allows us to create tables, right, with the columns as well, with each specific module, right? So this is basically how we do it in Prisma. We say module, so it will be a table. So the module user will be actually a table in our PostgreSQL, which is a user table. This one will be a profile table, this one will be a post table, and this one will be a category table, right? And also you can be able to create an enum, right, which you can put a user as a row as well as an admin, right? So this enum, if you come here on the user row, you see, you can be able to see like it's being used here, right? So these are some of the things that we're going to be using to create our schema specifically for our application, right? So on our application, we need things like a delivery table, a favorite table, we need actually a notification table, and we need an order table, right? Then also need a category table, right? All those things, the menu table. So let's quickly write those modules, right? And see how we can actually be able to create tables in our database, right? Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so what we're doing here, it's probably one of the most important aspects of your application design, right? It involves you like designing your database, building relationships. So you really need a good understanding of how databases works, and how you can do relationships on them, right? Take a look at the Prisma documentation. It can guide you more on that, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just gonna dish it out to you so that we can proceed with the application and see how everything works, right? So the first rule in software engineering, if it works, don't touch it, right? So we're gonna follow that, right? So let's go ahead now and modify our schema. So we're gonna do some modifications, right? So what we would like to have here on our schema is basically to start creating to modify the user schema, right? So on our user schema, remember you need a row, right? So this is the row like for a user or an admin to be able to log into the dashboard. So let's go ahead and create an enum, right? As you can see, as I've shown you on the Prisma documentation, there's also a type of an enum that you can create. So enum, we need to make it call it a row, right? So for this row enum, it should have a user, type of a user, and also type of an admin, and also type of a delivery, right? So this is an enum. How do we use it? Okay, let's go ahead and create our user, right? On our user model here, let's go and create a row, right? A row, this will be a column, and what do we assign it? We assign it a type of a row, which is actually the enum that we've just created right there, right? Okay, let's proceed. And the default for this row, if you don't really specify it, the row will be of a type user, right? So that's how we just modify our user module, right? Let's quickly go again and continue modifying our model, user model, right? We need what we call a profile. So this is extending the user profile. We're going to get the profile details from Next-Auth when we are using OAuth, like you're signing with Google or Facebook. They're gonna give us some information, but that's not the information that's enough for us to use on our application, right? We need things like phone number and the real name of the person and so forth and so forth. So that's why we need that other profile extension. So this is how we do it. We say profile, then we're gonna create another module which is called a type. So this is like a one-to-many relationship, like one-to-one relationship type, right? So just follow along, it's gonna make sense after we're done, right? So I'm gonna create a profile. Is also a user should have an order. So this is one-to-many relationships, right? So I'm gonna say order, right? Then each user can have multiple orders. So I will say the type will be of type order, and I'll put an array like that, right? To show like this is multiple items that can be under one user, right? So there's gonna be favorites as well, right? So favorite, there's gonna be just one item, if I can say. For each user we have a favorites, right? Okay, and also let's go ahead and create another module that we're gonna call profile, right? So this is what I was talking about. So on the profile we need an ID. This is by default, it will be type ID, and we're gonna make it default, right? And we're gonna just automatically create it according to Prisma. There's a function CUID, just allows us to create an ID by default, right? Okay, then what do we need on this profile? We're gonna need a profile which is a phone number for the person, type string, right? It's optional. Also an image which is type screen, optional, right? Name, type screen, which is optional, string optional. And we have this email now, which will be type of string, but it's related it's unique and it's related to our user. So this is the relationship I was talking about, right? So I hope it makes sense. You see in our module, user model, right? We've got that profile, right? So we are saying a user can have an extended profile, and that extended profile can be created now on this table where you say model profile. That's where we're creating an extended profile. The extended profile has got extra details about the user, which is phone, image, name, and email. And why do we need the extended profile? It's because the data that we get from our auth providers is not enough, so we need to extend the user profile, right? So that's what we just did here. So the relationship will be through the user, and this is how we do it. We specify the fields, and the field will be an email, right? And references will be referencing to the user model, will be referencing the email, right? Just like that. Okay, let's proceed, right? We just leave that. We got it from Next-Auth, right? Then the next model we need to create is a menu, right? Remember, we need a menu model on our application. So the menu, you now know, obviously when you're creating a model, there's a need for an ID, type string, it be default, and we use the CUID function to automatically create an ID. The menu should have a title, type string, right? It should have a short description as well, type of a string, right? Should have a long description, type of a string, right? Which is optional. Price, which is type of a float. This is just a number. Selling price, which is optional as well, float, right? An image, each menu should have an image, type of a string. We should have preparation type of each and every menu, right? So the preparation types, the way we will be adding them, it's random strings, right? So when you are creating menus, we'll be just typing some things there. So how can we store this in a database? We need to store that as a type of a string in an array, right? We can do that in PostgreSQL, right? Okay, then we need to see if the product is either on promotion or not, right? So we need another field called on promo, and it'll be a boolean, type of a boolean, right? But the default will be false, right? Just like that. And each menu should be under a category, and it'll be a type of a string, right? So we've created our menu model, right? Which is actually a table in our database, right? Okay, then we need another table, right? So to create a table in the Prisma schema, you say model, that would be category, right? So the category, I'm just going to populate data here. You now know we need ID, title, description, and image for a category. That's how we're going to store the data in the database, right? Then we're going to need another model again, and before we do that, for the order, right? Before we do that, we need to create another enum, right? So this enum is for to just know the order status, right? So we just call it enum order status, and we have these constants here: preparing, unassigned, collected, or delivered, right? You're gonna see everything how it's gonna work later on, right? Remember, I told you this is one of the most important aspects of a web development or application development, where you actually design a database, right? It takes time for you. It needs you to really know how the relationships are connected to each other. Whether you're doing it here on SQL or on NoSQL like your MongoDB, still the process is the same. You need to think, right? Okay, so but for now, I'm just gonna do it for you. Okay, so let's create now this table in Prisma schema. We call it model order, right? And let's just populate the details we need. We need an ID, we're gonna need an order number, and we're gonna need a cart, right? Our cart is gonna be of a type JSON, right? JSON. So this cart, like, just taking multiple menus and putting them in a JSON format, right? So we prefer to use a JSON format, and you're gonna see why later on. And we need an order date, right? So each and every time when an order is created, we need that date, right? And it's gonna be default now. So there's a now function that we get from Prisma as well, that just takes the time that the order is created now, current time, right? And also delivery time, this one we can also put it, the type date time is optional, and the default is .time now, default now, right? we need the username, the person who's ordered, right? An order type string. Then you also need these other details as well, like your email, user phone, payment token, which is string, if it paid, which is a boolean, and we also need to see the delivery, right? So this is another table we'll add, right, which is just to manage the deliveries. Remember when I was showing you how the project works, right? I showed you like the delivery. We can assign a driver, then the driver, you can be able to track it, right? So we need a table that can be able to handle that in our application, right? Or rather our database, right? Obviously these are the details, we need them as well, like delivery fee, service fee, status. Status, you can see now we're using the enum, right? The default is always preparing. So each and every time when an order is placed, we assume like the food is being prepared already. And all these other details as well, like your not, discount, and total rate. Okay, for the sake of time, I'm just going to just populate other modules as well. I think you now have an idea of how to create a module, right? So you can see on the user, on the order as well, we've actually added a relationship of a user as well, right? And the field is going to be pointing to the user email, which will reference the email in the user table, right? So this is basically how you create relationships. So if you want to get more understanding of how my reasoning and my thinkings were coming from in terms of relationships, in terms of creating modules, right, just take a look at the PostgreSQL here, especially on the data module, right? You can see how they create the data modules and how they reference relationships, how they make like the IDs auto increment, or you can use the date time and say the default will be the now, using the now function, right? So that's basically where I was taking all these kind of reasoning and logic, right? So it took me time, right, when I was just experimenting and breaking things when I was starting out. So you can do the same as well, right? That's why we're using PostgreSQL on our local server to just break things and revamp them again, right? Okay, we're gonna need another table, which is delivery, right? So this delivery will be able to handle our drivers, as well as be able to check where the order is, right? So we put those details there, right? Then we're gonna need the favorites as well, right? The favorite is going to take an ID user, so that's a relationship as well, right? And it's going to take a menu, which is type of a string, right? String, we'll call it menu, and just going to take string. You're going to see how everything's going to work when we are implementing it, right? Then we need restaurant module, right, which is another table as well, right? It's going to be an ID, name, address, open times, and I've put the defaults for floats as well, right? And a default for an address, right? So actually we can make this address optional. So to make it optional on that string, we just put a question mark like that. Then we're going to need a notification module or table in our database, right? We also need an enum for that, right? So that we can be able to see if an order, if a notification has been created, right? And we can be able to see if it's read or unread. So the default will be unread, right? And we need to see when was it created or updated, that notification, right? So basically this is our schema. It's not 100% perfect, but it works, right? There could be other people who are better designers in terms of designing the schema, and they are database designers, but for the sake of this tutorial, this works, right? So let's just save that, right? After you saved, what is the next thing that you need to do, right? You need to make sure like this data that you populated now is actually in sync with your database, right? Because if you check on our PostgreSQL here, right, you only have these columns, right? You only have your account, session, user. You don't have your delivery, you don't have your order, you don't have your menu, right? So how do we make sure like this schema that we've just created is actually in sync with the schema that is on the database, right? What we can just do is just to run that command again. Let's just try to run yarn prisma dev, right? Just like that. Okay. Then it should ask us what's the name of the, enter the name of your new migration, right? So this one, we're gonna just call it version 1, just like that. And as usual, it's gonna create a migration and populate it in our migrations folder in the Prisma folder right here. So you can see version 1, there it is, right? There is a new folder. If I go inside and check the SQL that has been created, let's check it, take a look at it. You can see you've created type row, which are actually enums, right, that we're creating, and also created some table called user, and also table called profile menu, right? So this is the best thing of using a Prisma. It just make it so easy for us not to spend time writing complex SQL, right? Okay, so what are we going to do from here? Okay, so that we've created our schema, we just need to create now you know, a connection, a link for our database to connect to our Next-Auth and or do all those magic stuff, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so to just start we can just start with initializing our Next-Auth so that we can be able to use it, right? So I just want to show you this quickly, right? How we can initialize our Next-Auth. So if you see on the documentation here, it says simple initialization. When you're using the pages router, this is what you need to do. Under pages, you create a folder called API and another folder called auth, and a folder which is actually inside these brackets here, just like that, right? But we are using Nextjs 14 for now, right? And it supports root handlers, which we actually introduced in Nextjs 13, right? So this is how we are going to do it. We're going to say under app, we're going to create a directory called API and another directory inside API called auth, and also this special directory here inside /root.tss, right? Okay, and we're going to initialize like this, right? Okay, so basically you don't need to have the API folder when you are dealing with root handlers, right? But for the purpose of easy migration, right, we're just going to do that, right? So that's what we're going to do. Then the other thing I just want to quickly show you, we also need to initialize our Prisma, right? But I would like you to take a look at this solution here, best practice for instantiating Prisma client, right, with Nextjs, right? So the way some instances whereby people were seeing, you know, a lot of instances instantiated, like you have 10 instances of Prisma client running on your web application, right? So we're going to implement our Prisma client based on this solution here, right? So without wasting time, let's just go into our code, right? So I've already created that folder under app, right? So under app directory, there's a folder called API. Inside API, there's a folder called auth. Inside auth, there's a folder, special folder with these 3 dots inside brackets called Next-Auth. Then inside you need to have a file called root.ts, right? Then also in your lib folder, right? Let me just minimize some of the things we don't need here, right? Inside your lib folder, you need also to have prisma.ts, right? So let's just quickly go to prisma.ts and just start working on that, right? So inside the prisma.ts, what we need to do is this, right? Using that solution that we got from that write up. Let me just paste the link here, right? So this is the link. You see it in the completed code if you want it, right? And let's do like this. Let's say import. We're gonna import our Prisma client, right, from Prisma client. So we're gonna import it like that, Prisma client, and also let's initialize our Prisma client like this, right? Because we're using TypeScript, let's just say late Prisma client. Prisma is going to be Prisma client, and we're going to declare a global variable, right? So that this client can be accessible on the whole application, right? So we say declare global, then just gonna say var Prisma client, right? So this is just a way of, you know, telling our TypeScript, you know, how to make this variable accessible, right? So you can just check at TypeScript documentation if you want to learn more about, you know, globals and all sorts of that, right? So if process.env is equal to production, what do you want to do? We need to say Prisma, create a new Prisma client, right? Otherwise you're not in production, right? You're not in production. So if it's not global.prisma, let's actually create another Prisma client here, right? Then Prisma is equals to global.prisma, right? Then after we're done that, we just say export default Prisma, right? So the explanation, if you want to get the explanation of this whole thing, please kindly go on that link that I pasted, do a read for yourself so that you can get an understanding of how these whole things are working right to just instantiate your Prisma client, right? So once you're done instantiating our Prisma client, let's go in our root.ts, right, inside that API /auth /Next-Auth, right? So let's just go there. So here, that's now we are initializing our Next-Auth, right? It's just like creating an API for Next-Auth on our application, right? So let's just start by importing a couple of packages, right? So you need Next-Auth, right, and also Next-Auth options. We are just getting from Next-Auth, just like that. Then we're just going to import the providers, right? So you can just say import Google or say Google provider, but for the sake of readability, just say Google provider, right? Because if we are looking on the documentation as well for Next-Auth here, right? Let's just quickly check the documentation for Next-Auth and see how they do it. You see, they say Twitter provider, right? Auth provider, Google provider, just like that, right? So we're just following this kind of you know, guide that they gave us, right? So that's what we're doing, right? So let's proceed from where we left off, right? Google provider, right? Then you're just gonna say Google provider, import it from Next-Auth /provider /Google. We're gonna use Facebook as well. Gonna get it from Next-Auth providers Facebook, right? And we're going to import another package as well that we're gonna be using here, which is actually Prisma adapter, right? And also we need here adapters. So this is just a type, I think, from Next-Auth /adapters, right? Then we're going now to instantiate our Prisma our Next-Auth, right? Say export const. We're going to say auth options. Then we're gonna use a type of Next-Auth, right? That we get from Next-Auth, right? Then we're going to say adapter. We're gonna use a Prisma adapter, and this Prisma adapter is of the type adapter that you get from Next-Auth adapters, right? Just like that. Then we're gonna say providers, right? So the providers, will put them in an array, right? Then we can just say Google provider, the one that we imported on top there, Google provider. So we need client ID, right, and client secret. I'm going to show you how to create this in your Google account, right, on the Google console, right? And we also need Facebook as well. So Facebook, and we also need client ID and client secret from Facebook, right? Okay, so if you wanna see where did I get all this information, you can just get it on Next-Auth documentation, right? If you go on the Next-Auth documentation, you can see that's actually the layout that they're showing us, right? So because you're using TypeScript, we just make sure, like, those values are not null, because there's a TypeScript, TypeScript cries when we don't really provide the type, or else to assure it that yes, this client ID or client secret will be variable. So what I just do like a string, because I know there'll be strings, right? Okay, then now inside these auth options we need what we call a secret, right? So process.env, we're gonna create a Next-Auth secret as our variable. We're gonna put it in Next-Auth in the environment of variables. So this will be type of a screen, right? So the other options that you can do, you can create a pages if you want to show a custom pages for people to log in or log out. So for us, we are just interested in the sign in, right? I'm going to show you how everything works when you are implementing that, right? So sign in, log in, we're going to have a custom login, right? You can have a custom sign out, but we're not going to need that for now, right? Then we're going to need a session as well, right? So for our session, right, we're going to use the strategy of JWT, right, for our sessions, right? It's gonna make sense when we are using all these things, right? just keep in mind, and also just read the documentation on Next-Auth. You get more insights, right? Like, why do we need a session here, why do we use it, and what's the purpose for that, right? Okay, then we also need this JWT. Then we're going to provide it a secret process.env.nextauth, like it's going to be JWT secret, a string, right? Then I'm going to utilize callbacks, right? So these callbacks now allow us to do some magic things right here. And one of the most important thing that I really need here, I need to take advantage of the JWT that is provided, right? Then on it, I can bind the token and the user, because we need to implement user roles, right? So if user, then token.raw equals to user.raw, right? Then I'll just return the token, right? So this is very good when you encrypting and decrypting the token, if you want to check context on the back end, right? All those stuff. So you're gonna see how it's gonna work, right? So for now, let's just proceed. Okay, then I'm gonna say async. I'm gonna need a session as well. I need to bind that JWT, I think so, on the session as well, right? So session token, right? If session.user, right? What do you need to do? Session.user.raw is equals to token.raw, right? Then return the row, return session, sorry, right? Since we are actually using what do you call it, root handlers, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to say const handler is equals to Next-Auth, right? And we're going to take in auth options as a parameter. Then we're going to export a handler as gate and handler is post, just like that, right? So right here we actually created our API for Next-Auth on our web application, right? But you can see there's some TypeScript errors here, right? That you can see, right? There's some TypeScript errors that you can see. You can see that this user.raw, it's like it does not exist, right? So what we need to do, we need to do something, right? We need to create a file here inside on the root of our project directory, right? On the root. All right, so let's create that file called globals.d.ts, right? So just click here and just create that file, globals.d.ts, right? So this is for type definitions, right? Okay, just like that. For the sake of time, I'm gonna save you time. Instead of typing everything all from scratch, I'm just gonna paste this code here, right? So as soon as I paste it, you see those TypeScript errors are gone, right? So this is wrong, we don't need this, right? Okay, so what are we doing here? We're actually importing the row, right? And where do we get this row? We get it from the Prisma client. Remember when we were populating our database, right? When we were running these migrations here, right? The one thing that we just did was to run Prisma. We said yarn Prisma generate, right? So every time that you run yarn Prisma generate, you're actually, creating a Prisma client, right? Okay, then we getting what is called a default session from Next-Auth, and we're getting the JWT from Next-Auth. Then we are declaring a module, right? So these are just type definitions that we're doing here. We're declaring an interface called JWT, and we are putting a row, right, as a type. It's of a type row, just like that. Then from the Next-Auth, we're declaring an interface called session. We are binding now a user, the user, then to the user we are adding the row, right? So the user object is like this, right? You see, when we get it back from Next-Auth, it's usually just a name, email, and image, right? So there's no row there. So what we're doing now is actually here, this point here, where we're actually binding that row to the user, right? Then yeah, so this is actually basically the implementation, right? So the TypeScript error is gone, and the next thing what you want to do, let me just click save here, right? Let's move to the next thing. Let's run our server and see how everything is working up to now, right? Okay, so let's just run yarn dev to run our server, to start our server. I don't think we touch anything in the front end, so our application should be running well, right? So after that, let's just navigate to localhost 3000, and our application should be running fine. Nothing that we have touched that breaks there, right? So I just want to take you back to documentation, guys. You see, when I was implementing those globals and callbacks and binding the JW2 token to the user token, just go on this documentation for Next-Auth, right? They really provided a detailed information of how this whole process works, right? Because I just saw like my explanation was kind of shaky. Yeah, please go ahead here and read this documentation, right? If you need assistance, please write there, ask a question in the comment section, and I'll be happy to answer it, right? Okay, so now that we have initialized our Prisma, our Next-Auth API, everything's working, we now need to make sure like everything works well in terms of logging in and logging out, right? So if we just navigate to the working project here, right, you can see there is actually a way of logging in and logging out, right? So let me just sign out from here, right? Just like that. Then you can see if we click this button here, there is a pop-up that shows, and we can say it says continue with Google or continue with Facebook, right? So there's a couple of things that we really need to sort out right now. We need to have those clients IDs and client secrets from both Facebook and also from Google, right? You can even use Apple, you can use Discord, right, depending on your application, right? Okay, so I'm not gonna really spend much time here, right? You just need to go to developers.facebook. If you want to create an application, make sure you've got an account already, create an account, and make sure like you're actually able to create applications, right? So me, I'm already logged in, right? If I just navigate to my apps here, I'll be able to see all my applications that I do have. Then I can perhaps quickly just click where it says create application, right? It tells me how to create an application from here, right? I can maybe perhaps choose other and say next. So this is a challenge for you. I'm not going to go through this process. Just look for just Google how to create an application on Facebook or Meta, the developers, under the developers, then you can see how you can do it. If you want me to make a tutorial of how to create this client secret and client ID, I'm very happy to do that. For sake of time, I'm not gonna really spend much time on that, right? Same applies with Google as well. You can see I've already created there's a project that I am, right? Then I've created all the client secret and client IDs. You can see it here, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna hide this bar so far so that I can show you. You see there's my client ID and my client secret here, right? And also when you are creating those client secrets and client ID, make sure you also authorize your redirect URL, right? So you can just do it like that, like localhost 3000, and also the URL of where this is for the live for the live project, right? So I just put for the localhost for testing as well as for the live project. Same as well as on the authorized JavaScript object origins. I've already did the one for my localhost as well for the live application, right? So this is a challenge for you. Please kindly go ahead and make sure you have those client secret from Google as well as Facebook, right? Once you have those, go ahead and populate them in your env, right? env.file, .env file. Populate those Google clients, populate the secret Facebook as well as the secret, right? Then the other thing that we need to do is actually to have the Next-Auth secret and Next-Auth JW2 secret and Next-Auth URL, right? So this is, if you want to see why, how, and why are we using these things, right? Your point of reference is just the documentation, right? So let's go ahead and check why do we need Next-Auth secret URL and all those things, right? So let's navigate there right now. All right, so if you go on the documentation, right, you see it says not providing any secret for Next-Auth secret will throw an error in production, right? Take a read on this documentation here, right, to see why do we need those things as well, right? And also when you're running the application as well on the JWT as well, we need to provide a secret as well, right? So this is the reason why we need to do such things, right? And Yeah, so once we are done with that, we have everything running. I just want to go ahead now and create actually the components on our front end, right? We need to create a component for logging in and also a page for logging in, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so before we create our login component, there's one thing that I just forgot to show you, right? I was actually showing you like the way to get the Facebook client secret, Google client secret, right? And also I didn't show you our way to get this Next-Auth secret and JWT secret, right? So it's easy. They've actually provided that on the documentation, right? So you can quickly create a good value on the command line via open SSL command, right? So if you are using a Unix type of command line, you can just copy these and generate secrets, right? You can even use the same secrets for Next-Auth secret, JWT secret, right? So just put it in your, I'm using the git bash here, right? So you can just put that command open SSL run base 6432, right? And you press enter. You see, I can get this weird string here. I can even use it as my Next-Auth secret, right? I can use it the same for Next-Auth JWT and all the other things, right? So that's basically it. Okay, so right now let's create our components right now. Okay, let me just minimize some of these things, right? So inside the components folder, inside the common, we're gonna create a common component, right? That component, we're gonna call it login component. All right, it's gonna be called login component, like that. .tsx, right? So this login component, we're going to use it for number one on the auth model, right? So we need another file here that we can call auth model, right? Auth model.tsx, right? And we need a route inside the app. So we need a route just somewhere where that route, we're gonna call it login, right? Remember when we're initializing our Next-Auth API, right? We specified like we need a custom login page, right? So that's the page we're gonna initiate. So here we just FCE to just quickly populate our component. This is for what? For the auth model, right? So that's that for the auth model here, right? We need to do the same inside the login. We need to initialize this route, right? So we can say page.tsx, like that, right? And also run rafce, quickly create a page just like that. This one we're gonna say login page, right? Just like that. Just remove these things, right? And also in the login component inside the common folder, we need the login component here, right? I'm gonna say rafce, just like that. Quickly create a login component. Okay, so what are we doing? What we're doing here is that this login component, we're going to import it, number one, in the login page and also in the auth model, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we need a custom page. I'm going to show you as well how everything works, but especially for the auth model, right? If you go on the completed project here, the auth model that I'm just trying to talk about is basically this, right? This one. That's the model I'm talking about, right? But if you navigate to login page as well, you should be able to see that login component, right? I'm not so sure if I implemented it here on the completed project, right? There we go. You see, you can be able to see it as well. So that's the reason why we are having a common login component, right? So let's go ahead and populate code inside the login component and also the login route as well as the auth model, right? Let's do that. All right, let's start with the login component, right? So on the login component here, what you can do now is to just basically import some of these hooks, use state and use effect. Then inside, what we need to do is to do this, right? Because I was having an error before, right? So whenever I log in the login component, I couldn't immediately see the providers, right? So that is your Google and Facebook. So I took some time, and most of this code actually, honestly, I got it from ChatGPT. So ChatGPT actually helped me with this code right here. So we need a use state, right, which is gonna take a type of a record, of which is gonna take a type of string or client safe provider. So this client safe provider, we get it from Next-Auth React, right? So I honestly got this code from ChatGPT, right? I was having an error of the providers not loading immediately, right? So yeah, then in our use effect we need a self-invoking function. We're gonna call it get providers value, right? So async function get providers, then I just say const async way p for providers equals get providers. So this get providers, actually we get it from Next-Auth /React as well, right? So our function is called get providers value, right? And we're gonna initialize a variable, which is a variable p, and we're gonna await get providers right from there, right? Then what we do, we're gonna set providers to the value of p, right, as a record, string, or client safe provider, right? Then we're going to call our function here, right? So this allows you to just immediately, when the page loads, when the component mounts, you're actually able to get the value of the providers, right, that you have specified in your Next-Auth API, right? Okay, then we're going to do this, right? Yeah, we're going to return class. We're just going to make it flex column space y, that is top and bottom of 4, right? Then inside we're gonna just map over an object, like it's an object of an array, right? Object.keys providers. I actually got this code from ChatGPT as well, right? So I'll need ChatGPT to help me explain that, right? Providers and providers value.length and object.values providers. Please take note, I've put an exclamation mark inside providers, right? This is to just let TypeScript know, like, for sure we're going to get this value, right? So you can do that as well in your code. So dot map on these values that we're gonna get from what? From a set of providers, right? So for that specific provider that we get, we're gonna retain a div, right? Let's put a key here on that div. So it's just provider dot name, right? Or maybe dot id, right? Then inside we're gonna have a button. Our button is gonna be auto flex item center, just file center. So this is just a short way for me to just quickly type in one line, this Tailwind CSS properties, right? It's basically because I know these properties, what they do, right? Flex, item center, just file center, and with full, right? Okay. Then I'm gonna populate them like that, font medium, rounded, large, right? You're gonna see it how it comes out, right? So I'm not really gonna focus much on the design side of things, right? So inside our button, right, we need an on-click function. So if we click on this function, what do we get, right? On click, we want to get let's just take that e in that function, right? We don't want our button to behave somehow, so let's just say e.prevent default, right? Then we need that button, when it's clicked, we need to call a function sign in that comes from Next-Auth, right? So it's sign in, and sign in takes in a parameter which is a provider dot id, right? We're signing with what? Is it Google or we're signing with Facebook? So take in sign in provider dot id, right? Okay, right? So then inside our button now we need to do something, right? If the provider is Google, what should we show on the screen? So right, so if the provider is Google.name is equals to Google, right, we need to show this icon here, which is a FG. You can just get it from React icons, right? So that's the I've imported it here. FC Google, you can get it from React icons, right? So that's the one we want to show here. Let's just give a class name of a height 6, width 6, and margin right 3, right? Just to make it look nicer on the screen. But if the provider.name is called Facebook, we need to show that icon be as Facebook, and we're gonna give it a textbook color, which is the one for Facebook, right? All right, so once you're done with that, we just want to write inside our button to say continue with the provider.name. It's either continue with Google or continue with Facebook, right? right? So that's basically it, our code here for the login component, right? So once you're done with that, let's hit save, right? Then we're gonna go to the auth model, right? On the auth model now, we can actually import this component here, right? We can import this component, but on our auth model, we wanna do some things as well. So let's just populate the code. So we wanna get the model. Remember the reusable model that we created in our design tutorial, right? We're gonna import that model, right? We're gonna import it here, and we're gonna reuse it here, right? So inside the model, firstly, we need an image, right? So that image, let me just quickly populate the contents we need for the image. We just need our logo to show our logo on top, right? Just like that. Then let me now, we need a smart way of actually what do you call it, rendering this component, right, or showing it on the model, right? So in our stall.tss, remember lib store.tss, we're using Zustand, right? So in that file, right, you have some code that we're using for Zustand, where we're using this state to open our sidebar, right? So we need some similarity, right, kind of state, right, for us to be able to open our auth model, right? So I'm just going to populate this. I'm going to call it interface login model, right? So the code is exactly the same as opening our sidebar. It's only that the names are just different, right? Just different, just like that, right? So populate your store.ts just like that, and when you're done, hit save, right? Let's go back to our auth model, right? So in our auth model now, you see our model is actually crying because it needs some properties, right? Which is open, a title which is optional, and close model. The children were already inserted in image here, right? So let's go ahead and say let's actually destructure something we're gonna get from our use model in our stall.tss that we just populated now. So let's say use login model, then let's just destructure we need is open and on close, right? So once you get that, let's modify our model. We need to say is open is equals to is open, and the close model is equals to on close, right? Just like that. So once you're done with that, hit save, right? Then we go to our page, the login page, right? The login page here, simply we just want to import the login component inside here, right? So let's make things nicer. Let's make this div a class name flex column, item center justify center, right? Top and bottom 8, left and right 6, margin bottom 24. Then we're going to create a div inside as well with a width full, rounded, large. Then we're going to make it a shadow XL. On small screen, the maximum width should be MD. Then the padding all around should be 6, right? Just like that. Then what are we going to put inside? We're going to put an H2 tag, right? Text center, the text should be large of 2XL, right? Top and bottom should be 4, leading tight and tracking just tight, right? That's the H2 tag that we need. And inside we're gonna just say simply log in, sign up, just like that. Then we actually now import the login component, right? And we put it in the login page like that, right? So you see we've used the login component on various positions, right? Which is in the login page as well as the model, right? Okay, if everything goes well, everything should be running, right? It seems as if we've got an error here, but let's just check our application. How is it going so far, right? So there we are, and let's just try to click here. Nothing show up. Let's just navigate to login page. So we're having an error, which is we didn't initialize this login component to be a client component, right? So let's quickly do that. Let's go to a login component, and just on top here, and say what? Use client, right? So we're just gonna say use client, right? Just like that. Let's refresh. Okay, let's check how our application is going. Okay, let's refresh here. Right, our page is fully loaded, but we are actually not able to see the providers here, right? So it means there's an error. What we can do, let's just inspect element and see what are we getting back, right? So just console, let's see what we're getting on the console tab, right? Seems there's no error here. So what I would do is just go open the network tab. On the network tab, let me just refresh and see what we get back, right? So let's just see what we get back. This is our page loading in, right? Nothing as yet. Let's see what we get on the console. Nothing showing. Network tab, the providers. Okay, you see there's an error with the providers here. So which error are we getting? See, it's red, which means there's an error. Okay, there is an error that is showing on the script tag here. It says error development, Prisma is not defined. Prisma is not defined. Stack reference, evaluated. Where can we get it? Evaluated it up API auth Next-Auth root.ts, right? So it seems like we didn't import our database there, right? So let's just go back to our root.ts, right? We have Prisma here, but we didn't import it, right? You see, we didn't import it here. So what we can do quickly, let's just quickly import Prisma. Right, let's just quickly import Prisma here. So Prisma from our lib, right? There we've imported it. Let's hit save. Let's quickly go back and check what do we have now. We're going to refresh, but at the same time when you're refreshing, let's just take a look at our console, at our dev tools here. Right, dev tools, we got our page back. Right, let's wait for it. Right, you can see I got something here. I've got providers here. I can be able to get a list of providers on my network tab here, and also I can be able to see the providers here listed on my page, right? You can see them there displayed here, right? So let me just close that. But now there's an issue as well. You can see this particular div is not actually filling in everything here. So there's an error on my login page, right? Let me quickly go there to my login page. It's actually here on the login page. We need to put this component up inside this div like that. Let's hit save and everything should change, right? And everything should change. So once we hit refresh, everything should change. There is our page fully loaded, and we can see every design is perfectly how we want it. Before we start testing things out, there are a couple of things that we like to do. So first of all, inside your code, inside the login component, we would like to have a second parameter here. It's called the callback URL, right? So just do like this and put the callback URL, right? So I'm just gonna quickly make it easy for you. Just need to make curly brackets and insert the callback URL, right? So just do like that, right? So before we start testing things, we need that callback URL. And the other thing that we need to do quickly is actually to create another component. It's called providers, right? So that's where we're going to be wrapping our providers, like your Oracle and the session providers if we have, and also, you know, it's just a way that we do it in Nextjs when we're using server components and you know, client components, right? So we just need to separate our server components and our client components. So we're going to create that file here called providers, and inside we're just going to put our auth model, right? So that we can be able to access it on various, you know, routes or various pages, right? Then we need to get now the user object. So as soon as someone logs in, we need to get that user object from Next-Auth. So inside our lib, we're going to create a file called session.ts, right? So let's quickly do that. Let's create providers .tsx sessions .ts, right? And we're going to start importing that session, right? So we're going to create a user who's currently logged in, and we're going to term that user get current user. That's the user we're going to be importing on the header and other components that we need that user who's currently logged in, right? So let's just quickly write that code, and I'll show you what I'm trying to talk about right now, right? Alright, so I've created a file called providers, which is inside the app directory. So it's inside, it's on the root of the app directory, right? So put it there on the same level where you have your layout and your main layout and your page.tsx, right? So put it there, right? So let's go ahead and actually initialize this component, right? RFCE to quickly create our component like that. Okay, const providers. So what we want to do here inside the provider is this, right? We want to this provider to have like children, right? So let's make it a client component, right? And let's just create a type here. We're gonna call it the provider props, right? And inside we would like this component to take children. So the children will be type of React node, right? So inside, let's just import. Let's just put this as a props, right? The children as props, right? Just like that. So I've just destructured there. Then inside, let's import now our auth model, right? Because we want this auth model to be available on all pages, right? So that's the providers. We're gonna add other providers here like Graphql and all sorts of things in the future, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Then inside here, we just want to import here. We just want to put the children here, right? Just put the children here, just like that. Okay, so once you're done doing that, then you now have to import this providers component inside your layout, right? So what we're gonna do, just inside the body, we're just gonna wrap our providers there, right? So let's just import providers. Let's just type providers just like that, right? And we just wrap children inside like that. Okay, you can see as well our layout as well is got props as children as well, right? Okay, right, so we're done doing that. And the next thing that I would like to do, inside your lib folder, go and create a file called session.ts. This allows us to track the user which is currently logged in, right? So inside session.ts, we want this code, right? We would like to export this function here. We're going to call it get current user, right? Then we're going to now await what we're going to say a session, right? So this is the session we're going to get from Next-Auth, right? So we need that function. That's a helper function called get server session. We got it from Next-Auth, and inside we pass the auth options that we get from our what Next-Auth API, right? That we've initialized before, right? Just like that. Then what we want to do, we want to return session.user. Okay, just like that. All right, so if I hover here where it says session.user, you see we are getting the type of a session, right? And the user type is basically what we get from Next-Auth, name, email, and image, right? Okay, so that's what we've done there. Then on the page, the main page, which is the landing page, right? What we would like to do, that session that we've just created, that user, to know the user who's currently logged in, what we like to do is like we want to have that user inside our page, which is actually a server component, right? So we can do something like this: get user, const user. We can say await get current user, right? And let's just wrap this user now on our header so that we can be able to see who's currently logged in, right? So something that I've did there, right? So this user will be type of a type of user that we get from, you know, our Prisma client, right? So this type of user here, we get it from a Prisma client, right? So let's go into our header and let's have those props inside here, right? Let's say type header props, and let's just get that user of a type. This user is of a type. The user type that we get from Next-Auth, from Prisma client, sorry. Yeah, okay, all right, so just like that. And let's actually have this user as our props here inside, and what we just want to do, we just want to just quickly log in that user, right? Okay, so you see we're getting the user type. So this is the user type that we get from our Prisma client, right? Which is a nice thing that you can see the advantages of using TypeScript if you're a beginner here, right? Right, you can actually know like what is this user, what is it meaning, and where is it coming from, right? Okay, I think we didn't really import it here. So what does it say? User is missing in the following, right? So we actually need to import this from Prisma client. sorry. Okay, I'll just quickly copy it from the header here, like just like that, and let's populate it inside here. Right, see, all the errors are gone. Right, so once you're done like that, what we want to do, we just want to log in right on our login page, and let's see which user is logged in. Remember what we did on the login component? We have a callback URL, right, which means if we log in here, we should be redirected to the home page. Right, so let's see how is that gonna work. Okay, so for now, let's just log in with Google. I'm just gonna click here where it says continue with Google. Click on there, right, and you should be redirected to the home page after successful. There we go. Right, so usually you should be able to see a pop-up page that say select an account, right, but we're gonna sort that out. Right, so I'm just inspecting what we have logged into our console right now and see what kind of an object do we get back. Right, so let's just quickly take a look on that. Right, so the other thing while that is loading, right, the other thing I want to show you, like we don't have the model showing in right here at the moment. Right, so let's just quickly take a look at the object that is returned to us. You can see there we are. Right, this is the object that we got when we logged in. So this is the session, the current logged in user. Right, so it means everything is working fine right now. Okay, right, so I would like to have the model show here. Whenever we click here, we should have the model show. Right, so let's go back to our code. Remember what we did previously? We actually have, state for opening the login model here, right? So what we're going to do on our header, we're going to actually import the function from our state, right? So I'm just going to use destructuring here. Then I'm just saying is equals to use login model, right? Remember, use login model, right? That using login model. So I've imported it from our state on our stall here, right? So inside we just want on open, right? So we need on open here, right? So what are we using this function on open for? We want to be able to click this button here, right? So this button here, we need to give it an on click, right? On click, and when on click happens, we just want to call that function on open, right? So let's test things out to see if it's working. Okay, you can see as well, like here inside my console on the server side, I actually get the object that I logged in on the header as well, right? Cool stuff, right? So let's go ahead here now and let's just click this, and we should be able to see our our model showing, right? So let me just quickly refresh and click here and see. We should be able to see our model. Yes, our page is fully refreshed. So let's just click here to see if we can see our auth model, right? So I've clicked here, there's our auth model. Oops, there's an error. Our logo is not showing nicely. Either our login component is not showing as well. So let's just quickly sort that one out and let's fix things. So you can see in my public here images, there's nothing called logo big, right? Even our page is refreshed nicely, and you can see we're now actually rendering the image that is coming from the logged in user. And if you can click on the drop down here, you can see now with the name, right? And also these are the routes as well, right? So we would like to do the same as well on the sidebar, right? Instead of using these hard-coded names here, we actually need to render what we are actually getting from the logged in user, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that. Our login component as well as our logo showing here, right? So let's just refresh here. Okay, it's refreshed. Let's click here. There we see our logo showing. There we see our login component showing here, right? Perfect. Everything's working fine, right? So the next thing that we would like to do, we like to show which user is actually logged in here. So we want to hide this button if there's a user who's actually logged in, right? If there's no user, then we show this button. That's what we do next. Okay, to show the logged in user, we just need to conditionally render the user object inside our header here, right? So on our header, you can see we're actually getting props, right? These props, you're actually getting them from the index page, right? just like that. On the index page, we just got that session and we passed it into the header as a prop like that, and of the type user. This type user we're actually getting from Prisma client, right? So what are we going to do in our header? So just below here where the link is, right, what we want to do, let's say if user is available, then show an account drop down, right? Otherwise, what you need to do, actually show this button to sign in, to log in or sign up, right? Then on the account drop down, what we need to do, we need to actually pass a property again of that property user, right? And once we're done with that, let's hit save. Let's go to our account drop down, right? On our account drop down, let's receive that prop that we're getting from the header, right? Let's receive it, type props. We're gonna call it account drop down props, right? And it's a user of the type user that we're getting from the Prisma client, like that. Then let's destructure it here, account drop down props, right? Then let's use it here. So firstly, we can use it on the image. Instead of rendering hard-coded image, what we can do, let's just get an image from our user object, right? And let's put an exclamation mark to just let TypeScript know, like, yes, we actually going to receive something here, right? And let's just conditionally render it like that. Okay, let's do the same as well on this section here, right? Then also, instead of using hard-coded name, let's actually, you know, give a name that we're actually getting from the signed in user, right? So once you're done that, let's hit save, right? Once you hit save, you can see you're getting some errors here. Let's check our code, how it's running. Okay, from what's coming back, you can see there's an error actually, right? So Nextjs needs to know where this image is coming from, right? So basically we need to configure this in our next config.js, right? So let's go ahead and do that, right? So in our next config.js, what we need to do, we need to let you know Nextjs where our images are coming from. So the way we can do it in Nextjs 14 is that inside the next config object, let's put images and open curly brackets and say remote patterns, right? So the remote patterns, they actually take, it's an array of objects, right? So this is how we do it. We open another curly bracket inside and say protocol. So we're going to receive images from HTTPS. They're going to be saved via HTTPS, and also the host name. Then we put that Google URL that we're given there, right? So if we hit save, our error should go, right? So it's compiled successfully. And if we go to our thing here and refresh, everything should be working fine. Our page is refreshed nicely, and you can see we're now actually rendering the image that is coming from the logged in user. And if you can click on the drop down here, you can see now we have the name, right? And also these are the routes as well, right? So we would like to do the same as well on the sidebar, right? Instead of using these hard-coded names here, we actually need to render what we are actually getting from the logged in user, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that. Okay, to render dynamically the logged in user on the sidebar, what we can do as well is on the page or index page, what we need to do is just the same what we did on the header. We just need to give a property of a user, right? Type of a user, right? Just like that. I'm sure you now understand why we are now why in the design I was emphasizing of leaving this async function like that, right? Because we are fetching this from the server, right? It's a server item here. Okay, so once we've done that on the sidebar, let's quickly go on the sidebar and actually import it on the sidebar. So let's just import that property. So we're just going to give it a type. I'm just going to say props for now, user, type of a user that we get from Prisma. Then let's quickly restructure it, props, right? Then let's just now use, right? So here conditionally, if a user, right, if there's a user who's logged in, what am I supposed to do? What are we going to do? If the user is logged in, then let's actually render this whole section here, right? So I'm just gonna put this whole section nicely inside here, just like that. Please kindly check the completed code and see what corrections I'm doing here, right? Okay, just like that, right? Okay, perfect, just like that inside there. Then I need to quickly create a function here, right? I'm going to say it show login component, right? So this show login component is like this. I would like to have an on clause bar, on sidebar clause, right? Remember what we're getting from our Zustand, right? Zustand store. That's what we're using here. I like to quickly, be able to close this sidebar and open that auth model when a user has to sign up, right? So let's just quickly grab an on open again from Zustand as well, right? Then we can have an open here, right? So this is what I'm going to do. So this is the trick that I have here, right? I created that function, show login component. I'm going to show you where it fits right now. Let me just import the user type from Prisma, right? Then let me quickly render the user that we get from Prisma, the login from session, right? So the image, I'm going to say user.image. For the name, user.name, just like that. Then down here, what I would like to do, if the user is actually an admin, that's when I would like to render this component here, this element here, to say go to dashboard, right? So if user.row is equals to admin, then show this go to dashboard div, just like that, right? Okay, let's quickly just analyze what this code is doing here, right? So this is to show only to a user who's actually an admin, right? So so that whole code here up to here, right? And this you can get it from the design, right? So up to there, right? So let me minimize that. Then if there's a user who's logged in, show him all this element here up to the top, up to here, right? Up to here, right? So all that information here, if a user is logged in, show all those elements. Otherwise, if a user is not logged in, show this button here, right? And on that show button, there is going to be that function that we created, show login component, and actually do a login, right? And obviously we haven't implemented sign out here, right? So let's quickly implement the button to sign out before we actually do the testing, right? For our sign out on this button here, right, that says sign out, let's just put a function on click function and just call the function sign out, right? So this sign out, we are actually getting it from Next-Auth React, right? Import sign out from Next-Auth/React, right? We can do the same again on the account drop down, right? The account drop down, on click sign out. Then when you sign out, you are being redirected to the URL, which is actually the landing page, right? And we just import it again from Next-Auth, right? Okay, so if everything goes fine and we have hit save, then let's quickly check our app, right? Let's open the site model. There you can see, right? You can see we're actually dynamically rendering the user details, right, from the session, right? Let's just try to click sign out, right? Okay, we are signed out, you can see. So now, if you are signed out, what happens? If you click this button, you should be able to see a login option, right? Else on the sidebar, you should be able to see this login button, right? So that's the whole code that we just wrote now. And if you click on this login button, right, you see that sidebar closes and you see the auth model shows up, right? So that's that function that I was telling you about, right? So this is at the workings. That's where we are so far. Our application is actually going so far so good, right? We can be able to log in, right? So this is what I just did. I added another account for Google, right? So if I say continue with Google, it should actually give me an option to select an account, right? To say which account I want to choose. You can see like here, I can be able to choose multiple accounts, right? Yeah, so that's working perfectly. I can even choose to work with Google, Facebook as well. So if I click to show the model as well, it should allow me to continue with Facebook, right? So Facebook, it just logs me in directly, right? So I have my account for Facebook, which is actually logged in here, right? So Facebook just directs me, it doesn't give me the option to choose which account, right? So right, so that's it. And the other thing that you just need to do inside your application, right, see when you're adding these image URLs, right, that's how you can add them. So I've added the one for Google here on the remote patterns. You can just do the same as well, put here an object. That's the one for Facebook, this one, right? And you should be able to render your images without any error. You see, like these errors that you have been getting here, right? So you can just fix it by doing like this, right? So that's pretty much of our application, right? You can see I'm logged in here with Facebook. So Facebook always gives problems with these images, unless if I close this browser and clear my cache, then I should be able to see an image from Facebook here, right? Okay, so the next thing that we like to do now is actually to concentrate much of our effort on the back end. And before we do that, just make sure like you commit this code up to this stage where we are, right? Okay, let's go ahead and building our schema, right? So inside the schema folder, there are a couple of files in the folder that are just populated there. You can see that on the route of the schema folder, there is a file called index.ts, right? Then there's something I just did as well in the builder.ts. Kindly take note that I've imported some packages, especially the datetime resolver and the JSON resolver, right? Make sure your code aligns with mine, right? You will see these squeaky lines, right? So the reason for these squeaky lines is TypeScript giving us a warning, right? You say you can't import this, but that's not true. What you just need to do here is just to restart your machine, actually, right? And that error should go, right? Okay, so on my schema folder, inside there's another folder called user. From now onwards, when we're creating schema for other modules like your notifications, your menu, your order, and also your restaurant, right, we're going to be putting them in folders. So that's a smart way of actually organizing our schema, and it makes your code more readable, right? So inside the user, which is inside the schema folder, right, you need to have 4 files, right? Number 1 is called enum, index, mutations, and queries, right? So kindly do that. Once you're done, then we're going to populate the code. Then I'll explain what each and every file stands for, right? So let's do that quickly. Right, let's start with defining our schema. Let's start with the queries file, right? So in our queries file, we want to expose like which fields are we exposing to our GraphQL endpoint. Okay, so let's import a couple of packages. Let's import our database, our Prisma client, right? And let's import some packages here. We need that builder, right, that we just created. We need it here. And also we need to import an enum, right? So I'm going to show you how to create that enum again, right? Okay, so just leave it like that for now. Then in Porthos, what we do, we need something like this. We say builder.prisma object, right? And we put the endpoint you want to expose. For now, I want to expose the user, right? And it takes in a second parameter, which is like an object, right? Then there are fields that we expose, right? So here we're actually defining the fields to expose. You can choose which fields you want to choose to expose, right? So me, I'm going to expose for the user the ID, the name, image, email, row, profile, favorite, and also order. Please take note of the profile, favorite, and order. They're actually relations, right? So which means if we query a particular user, we should also be able to query their rows, their profile, their favorites, their order, right? So that's how we basically do it, right? It's gonna make sense when you're actually implementing and actually querying our database, right? Using Porthos, which uses Prisma plugin / under the hood, right? Okay, so we've defined our endpoints. Now let's build a query field, right? We say builder.query fields and the fields that you want to get back. So basically here it's just like querying. It's like if you understand GraphQL, you know what I'm talking about here. So this is the query types, right? So we're gonna call it get users, and in our get user, the type is gonna be a user, which is actually an array. Please take note that I've put the brackets, the array brackets there on the user type, right? and our resolve function is actually the one that we're going to be using to query to write our query functions, right? So inside, you see I've did something. So right, I'm actually getting the context. If you remember the context that we bound on the builder, right? So this is just an object that comes from our Next-Auth. We're gonna receive it there, right? And from that context, we need a user who's actually an admin. So if the user is not an admin, we need to actually throw an error to say you are not allowed to perform this action, right? Then let's just do const admin users. Okay, so these are actually admin users that we are querying from the database here, right? We just need the admin users, and we say const admin users equals await prisma dot user dot find many, right? And inside we just say we just spread the query, right? Then we return admin. Okay, let's just do something here. We just want to make this error actually a GraphQL error, right? So throw new GraphQL error and make sure you actually import that GraphQL error from GraphQL, just like that. Okay, so this is it for our queries, right? We've created an object. We expose the fields that you want to receive on our GraphQL endpoint, and we said now to get those queries, we've created kind of like an object called get users, and it will be a form of an array, and we receive the context, right? On the context, that's when we want to verify if this is a user, this is an admin user, and if it's not an admin user, we need to throw an error, right? So these are some of the minimal security features that you can put on your GraphQL endpoint, right? So you can see you really need to understand the workings of GraphQL here. If you don't understand GraphQL as yet, I'll kindly suggest you to go to GraphQL documentation and just take a look and read through the GraphQL for you to just get an idea, basic understanding, right? But this is how we implement it in GraphQL, right? Let's just quickly look at the documentation for Prisma, Porthos Prisma, right? You can see all the code I'm writing, I'm actually getting it from the documentation, right? You see how we created the builder from here, how we imported all those packages, right? And now how we can actually go ahead to create a Prisma object, so that user object that we created and the things that we want to expose to our GraphQL endpoint, right? Okay, then after that we have a query field, right, where we query the user, right? And also there are some relations that you can do, like here on the Prisma object we have our relations for the favorites, for the order, right? Yes, so your documentation is actually your favorite friend, right? Let's proceed with creating some files, some code. Let's populate some code in other files, right? On the enum type, what we need to do is actually create an enum type. So you can do that as well. With Porthos allows you to do that as well, right? So I'm gonna import the usual packages here, the usual packages that we need, or our usual functions, right? Then inside we say export const raw, and we say builder.enum type. That's how we do it in Porthos, right? And the enum type is the type of a role, right? It takes a second parameter, which is actually the values, and the values that we want, it's a user, admin, or the delivery. We just say is constant. If you want to put a description, you can put a description and say user.raw or anything, right? Once you're done that, hit save, right? So how do I know like I need this raw type, right? Remember when we built our schema on the models here, right? There are some things that we're doing, like creating an enum. You can see these are the rows, right, that we created here. So basically now we're exposing that to our endpoint. But now here on, while we are building our schema with Porthos, we can use builder.enum type to create our enum type, and that's the same that we actually import inside our queries here, and you can see it's actually here, right? So this is the way we do it when we are importing something which is kind of customized. We expose it to a GraphQL endpoint like that. You just say raw t.expose raw type of a raw, right? You're gonna see as we proceed, how we're going to be creating other enum types, right? Okay, so we're done with our queries and we are done with our enums. The next thing we need to work on is actually the mutations, right? So the mutations is actually, you know, the create, delete, and so forth, right? So let's import the usual packages and functions, right? So we import our Prisma client, our builder, and also the raw as well, and also the GraphQL error. Then what do we do now here? We say builder mutation fields, right? Then on the mutation fields, we just go straight to create our mutation function, right? So on our mutation function, it's a type of a user, and the arguments that we receive to edit a user row is actually the role and also the ID, right? Take note how I'm receiving the arguments here, right? A row, we say t.arg, right? And we're putting a custom type, which is of a type row, right? This is the enum that we created, right? Otherwise, if it's inbuilt from Porthos, you just say t.arg.string. Yeah, right. All of them, they are required, right? So that when you're receiving something from a user, we make it required. Whenever you want to edit a user, we need a role as well as an ID, right? And the resolve function is the one that is going to handling the hard work, right? Which is actually the mutation, right? So as usual, we need just to protect our API, right? We need to protect our endpoint here for editing a user. You can only edit a user row if you're an admin. Otherwise, we throw a GraphQL error, right? Then we say const new row equals await prisma dot update, right? Update what? Update where an ID is equals to the ID that we receive, and the data, just make it a row, right, of a type enum. Then retain the new row, right? So you can see now there are squeaky lines here, and we're getting a lot of errors and blah 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 blah, all those things, right? Okay, let's just hit save. We'll fix that, and also let's save our queries. We'll fix that, right? So what we've done so far, we've created the enum, we've populated code in the enum, we've populated code in the mutations and the queries, right? So we need now to actually import in our index.ts, which is inside the user. We just need to import what? The queries and the mutations. We just do that. Import queries, import mutations, just like that. So we are not yet done. The other thing that we need to do now, how do we make this endpoint exposable to our main endpoint, right? So if the main, by the main endpoint, I mean the index.ts, right? So the way to do that is just to import the user, right? So inside here, what we just do is basically to say in here, right? I'm not so sure if I've shown you this, right? The index.ts, which is the main schema endpoint. We just need to import the user, right? The user index there. So basically what I'm trying to say is that you just need to import inside here like that, the user, right? So if everything goes well, we should be able to see our GraphQL server running, right? So before we do that, let's just try to get rid of these squeaky lines. So what we can do here, let's just say yarn prisma generate, right? Generate, just like that. So this is just binding our Prisma client with the schema portals that we wrote right now, right? So once I'm done doing like that, let's see if the squeaky line is gonna go. Otherwise, we just need to restart our machine, right? Okay, while we are waiting for that to show us, let's just run our server, right? By running yarn dev, right? Let's just vamp our server, right? Okay. Let's just wait for the initialization of, you know, TS and JavaScript language features here. If we can see if we don't have squeaky lines, right? Okay, I've run my development server and you can see here there's an error, right? And also we still have the squeaky lines, so it means I just need to restart the machine, right? So that one is coming from our GraphQL server, the Apollo server, right? It means we need to go in the root.ts, which is inside the GraphQL under API. Right, we just need to import that schema that we just built, right? So let's just import schema from GraphQL schema, so it's coming from here, right? So remember what we just did what we did. Where did we did it? Yeah, right on this index. Yeah, so we just need to import this schema into our root.ts like that, and let's just hit save, and let's just quickly go to our development to our project and see what's happening. Right, say schema is not defined. Right, let's just wait for that to refresh and see what else can we fix. We got back another error again. It says reference object profile is not been implemented. That means our relations are not yet implemented, so we don't have the schema for profile, favorite, and order, right? So what we can just do for now is just to comment out those relations just like that. Let's just comment them. Right, then let's go back to our project here and let's refresh. We should be able to see our GraphQL server, which is the sandbox for GraphQL, right? You can see it on the browser, right? Okay, there it is. So our Apollo server is running. Okay, you can see here we now have our root types with a query. Right, on the query we can actually see there's a get users here, right? You can see there are get users. We can actually be able to select the fields that we want. So for now we can be able to just get the fields that are actually defined here or exposed actually here, which is actually the ID, name, email, image, and row, right? And also let's see what do we have on the mutation side of things, right? So let me just go back and see what we have on the mutation side of things. Mutation, we can actually be able to edit a user row, right? Let's select that, and it needs input arguments, which is ID in the row, just as we defined, and we can just select what we need. So whenever we edit a row, what we need to get back, we can just get it back an ID, just like that. All right, so let's just test this. Let me start by testing the query actually, right? Let's see what do we get if we just test this query, right? So let's expose these. So this is actually querying the database. Let's run a query here. You see it says you do not permission to perform this action because the current logged in user is not actually an administrator. Are we even logged in? Let's just check if you're actually logged in. So let's just go to our localhost 3000 and see if we're actually logged in, right? On our localhost 3000 we're not actually logged in. There's no user who's logged in here. So let's just quickly log in, right? I'm just gonna click on that button here to just get this model that comes from our login component, right? And we should be able to see this button that says continue with Google or Facebook, right? Let's click continue with Google, right? And because I've got two or more than 2 accounts, I should be able to have an option to select an account that I want to use. So I'm just going to select that one for now. Right, I'm logged in now. Okay, am I an administrator? Let me just click here on the sidebar and check if actually I'm an administrator. Or what we can do, right? Let's just go to our code editor, Visual Studio Code, right? Let's just open another terminal. So I'm going to say split terminal using git bash, right? Then here what we can do is actually to run a command here that says yarn Prisma Studio, right? So yarn Prisma Studio allows us to be able to see what our database on a graphical user interface kind of, right? Okay, so right, that one is running, and let's just go to localhost quadruple 5, right? It automatically opens, right? Once we are there, we should be able to see all our tables, right? You can see all our tables that are actually in our database, right? All these ones, right? We're interested in the user database, on the user table, sorry, right? And you can see all these rows, right? This one is actually user row, and this one is actually user, right? So let's make one of them an admin, right? I'm gonna double click there and select admin, save changes just like that, right? Once you do that, you just need to come back again, just sign out so that you can be able to sign back again and get a new token, right? Let me sign in again, log in, continue with Google, then I select an account. I'm logged in, right? Once I'm logged in, it means now I'm an administrator. So let me just click on this sidebar. You can see there's an option for me to go to the dashboard, right? Okay, so let me just go back again on our GraphQL server sandbox here, and let me try again to query. There we go. You see, I received back the users which actually in my database, right? And I've specified which fields that I want to get back, right? But one thing you need to pay attention here, right? You can see there is an icon of my picture there, right? It means I'm actually logged in on this sandbox. Yes, I used my GitHub to log in on this sandbox, right? And what I did for me to be able to share the auth tokens between my sandbox and my browser, so that this sandbox can be able to read, you know, some of the what we call headers, right? It's because what I did is just to come on these headers, and I clicked with say set shared headers, right? And I just make this on, right? That's what you're gonna make it possible for this sandbox to actually read what's on my browser, right? So you need to do that as well if you are having some errors. Otherwise, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, our GraphQL server is working perfectly, and our small security is actually working perfectly, and we now have an endpoint, right, that we can query the users, right? So let's proceed again now to make more endpoints here. So we start for defining the schema, right? We're going to define the menu, the orders, the notifications, all of them. So at this moment, we're just working on the back end, right? The next schema we're going to build is actually the menu schema, right? We need a way to be able to actually create menu and be able to edit as well as query menu, right? So these ones, right? So what we're going to do, we're just going to create another folder called menu, and inside we just do exactly the same what you did on the user, right? That is to create your index.ts, mutations and queries, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that. Our local server is still running. Then let's quickly create the menu schema. You can see inside the schema folder in our GraphQL, which is actually on the root of our project directory, I've created a folder called menu. Inside menu, as usual, you know, we need index.ts, mutations and queries. So we're going to follow this structure on all our schemas, right? Okay, so once you created those files, let's just go ahead now and populate the code. So as usual, in the index.ts, what we just need to import queries and mutations, just like that, right? And hit save. Then we start with the queries file. In the queries file, we're doing two things. One is to define the endpoints, the fields that we need to get back from GraphQL. Then the rest is just the query fields, right? So let's import the usual libraries and functions that we need here, right? So we import Prisma, GraphQL, and also the builder. And according to Porthos, what we do, we say builder.prisma object, right? Then you define the object that we need. In this case, we need menu, and it takes a second parameter, and we need to get those fields back, right? So which is an ID, title, short description, long description. You can see it's exposing string, expose string, price is for a type float because it's a number, as well as a selling price, image, preparation type is a string list, and on promo is a boolean, and category it's a string, right? All right, so where am I getting all these descriptions? How do I know about all these descriptions? Remember when we're designing our schema, right? And I told you, like, that's the most important thing to do on your application. You see these titles that we're defining here, right? All these titles, right? So that's what I'm just basically using here, right? But I'm actually using my my Porthos builder to be able to define those GraphQL types, right? Okay, so let's proceed from here, right? Then we need now the query fields. So we say builder.query fields, and that's where we have our resolver function, right? So we need to get menu, one menu, right, that we get. It's with a type menu, and we need an ID to be able to query to get one menu, right? Otherwise, in the resolve function, let's just find first a menu which is equal to the ID that is being provided. Otherwise, if there's no menu, that type of menu that we are looking for, throw a GraphQL error and say menu not found, and simply return menu, right? Simple is that, simple, right? What about if you want to get a lot of menus? We just define another query field again. We call this one now, we call it get menus. Then from there, and please notice the difference now. We are using Prisma connection. Why? Because we want to use this to actually use it for pagination and also querying a certain amount of items from the database, right? So you remember when we were building our builder, right? There's a plugin that I told you about that allows us to handle pagination, which is called Relay plugin, right? So we'll see when we're implementing pagination how we're going to use that. But for now, for us to have pagination and implement pagination, we just say Prisma connection, right? Then what do we get? Type is for menu, not this time around. It's not in angle brackets, right? It's not in a, like an array type of, right? It's just simply like that, is a string. Then you need what we call a cursor, right? So for us to get queries from the database where we are implementing pagination, we need to paginate using what we call a cursor, right? We're going to be implementing infinite scrolling on our front end, and that we need that cursor, right, to be able to allow us to handle all those pagination mechanisms, right? Okay, then in the resolve function, we just simply want to return the query, right? All those other arguments, I just underscore them because we're not going to use them here. Then the menus, we just want to say const menus from Prisma, find menu, and we spread the query and just simply return the menus. Simple as that, right? Just simple as that, right? So we don't need to put a security feature here because this is just exposable to everyone, right? Once you're done with that, hit save, right? Then you now go into our mutations. Into our mutations, what do we need? Usually, yeah, we need to just import the usual packages, right? As well as the functions that we need, right? Then what are we going to say? We say builder mutation fields. And what do we need to do? We need to simply create these mutation fields here, right? So the first one, we're going to call it what? Add menu, right? If it's of a type menu, and we need all those arguments, right? Because we're creating something, right? We need a title, short description, and kindly see how we are doing it. We're saying t.argument string, right? Price, it's of a type float, and all those other types. And also the prep type, it's of an argument string list, right? Since we'll be doing this from the admin dashboard, we now need to get the context, and from that context we need to make sure like the user who's actually adding a menu is an administrator. So let's put a security feature there. Otherwise, if you're not an administrator, we need to throw a GraphQL error and say you're not authorized to perform this action, right? But if you pass, just go ahead and Prisma menu find first to see if there is no any other menu with the same title, right? If there's that menu with the same title, we need to throw a GraphQL error again and say the menu already exists. Otherwise, just create a new menu, right? Just like that. So that's the adding. We also need other fields, mutation fields, which is actually to edit a menu, right? So to edit a menu, we need the same edit menu, tab menu, and get the same arguments as the add menu. And this time around, we're updating the menu, right? And we also need another field as well, mutation field, which is actually delete, right? So for the delete menu, we just need an argument, which is the ID, right? And you need to be an administrator. What you just need to simply do is actually to delete, right? So once you're done with that, just quickly hit save, right? So this is the delete. So this is the delete field, mutation field. We have the edit field, which is this one from here to here, which is the edit menu with all those arguments, and our resolver function, which is actually updating. And also for the creating, we have all those arguments, and we can create, right? Yeah, simple as that, right? So once we have that sorted out, let's hit save. And the next step that you need to do, remember on the main point for the schema here, which is called index, what you need to do, you need to import that menu schema here, right? So just import menu like that, right? Once you're done like that, if you go now to your live server, which is actually running, you should be able to see other endpoints created here, right? So let's just take a look at the query. Yeah, there you can see there's actually what get menu and get menus, right? Okay, that's that. And also mutations as well with add menu, delete, or edit menu, right? So for now, let's just start with actually adding menu, right? So to add menu here, you need those fields. They're actually mandatory. Those arguments, they are mandatory, but you can actually add an optional field, which is a selling price, and you need to add all of these as arguments, right? So I've done something for you to simplify the process. Inside our data folder, there is what I just called dummy.json, right? So if you go there, dummy.json, just grab one of the objects inside, just like that, right? Then you just go on your on your GraphQL sandbox, on your GraphQL sandbox, just paste that, right? Just like that, and should be able to click add menu. But what do we need to get back when a menu has been added? We just need an ID, right? So just like that, and click add menu. There we go. We've got an ID sent back to us. It means this menu has been successfully created. Let's go ahead again and create another menu as well. So I'm gonna grab this, copy, go back to my GraphQL sandbox, just replace the old one with this one, create a new ID is returned back, which means I've created another menu as well, right? Okay, let me just create a last one quickly. Just gonna quickly create a last one. Let me create this one, just like that. Go back to the sandbox, replace these old arguments with the new arguments, and say add menu, right? I've got a new ID back, right? Let me just copy this ID because I want to use it for other mutation endpoints, right? Okay, so that's the mutation. Let me go to my query, and I want to get menu, right? So get menu, you need an ID as an argument, right? So you need get menu ID here, right? So I'm just gonna populate that ID that I copied earlier on, just like that. Okay, then I want to return back what? I want to just return back all this. Let me remove the ID, just like that, and say query. There we go. You see, I can actually get one menu with an ID, right? Okay, it means these ones they've got squeaky lines. It means those arguments are not compulsory, right? Let me go again and say get menus, right? So on get menus here, right? Remember how we implemented it when we were writing our schema? We said we're gonna do pagination, right? So these are the fields and arguments that are required for getting a paginated item from the database, right? So on our front end, we'll be just dealing with the first and the after argument on the get connections menu, right? Get menu connections, and what we need to get back from the database is the page info, and page info will need what is called an end cursor and here's next page, right? Then on the edges we need the cursor, right? And also the node is just basically the items we're getting from the databases, right? So we need all these fields, right? Then if we hit query, you see what we get back. get back the end case size, next page false, right? Just like that, right? So we haven't defined how many items we need to get back from the database, so that's why we're just getting everything, right? But don't worry, it means your GraphQL endpoint is working fine right now. Okay. I don't want to waste much time in actually trying out other mutation endpoints, right? Like your delete and edit menu. You can just experiment with them and see if it works, right? But this is a testament that our GraphQL endpoint is working, right? So the next that we are going to do is actually to create another schema type, which will be for the orders, I think, right? Yes. Okay, next on the line, we're actually creating an order schema. So from this point onwards, I'll be just very fast, right? Because the process is just the same. You have to create an index.js, mutations, queries, and an enum if there is a need for, right, to do that, right? Okay, so let me just start with an enum, right? So in enum, what we need is our order status, right? Remember from our schema how we build it, we just need to know what is our order status. So the way to build an enum, let's just import our builder here, then let's just export consts. Gonna call it order status and the builder.enum tab. That's how we do it in Purpose, and the name is going to be order status, right? Then we just put those values, right? Remember the values that we have when you're building our schema as well as on the demo. I was showing you, different states where an order can be, right? So we start with our enum, then let's go to create our index, right? So our index is just simple. It's just to import the mutations and the queries, just like that, right? Then next we go to the queries. Let's define the fields first. After defining the fields, then we define our query endpoints for the order, right? So let's import the usual packages, right, and the builder and the GraphQL error, just like that. And also want to import the order status that we just created, right? Right? Then let's go and create now our endpoints, right? Okay, so to save you time, this is what I just did. I just populated the code here, right? It's just usually the same, right? It's the same, but you just take note of some of the things, right? Like for example, we have our order status here. So this status we're exposing, you say t.expose status, right? It's a custom type, right? t.expose status, and the type is order status, the order status that we just created the enum, right? Okay, so this is the way you just define the fields that you want to get back when you query your database, when you query your GraphQL server, right? And also please take note of the cart. We are now using a custom type, which is of a type of a JSON, right? So if you remember on our schema, these are the things we actually write. You see, cart JSON, right? So in terms of defining using Purpose, this is how we define it in Purpose, right? And also take note of the order date, the delivery time. It's also some types, which is date time, and also date time here on delivery time as well, right? Also we need the payment token, right? Then there's something that I'm not sure if I mentioned it, right? If that particular field is not mandatory, you just put inside the type to say nullable true, which means you can either put it or not, right? Otherwise it's actually required, right? Then we go to our fields now. The first field is to just get an order. We call it get order. So this is to get one order, and an argument that we need is actually an ID, right? We make it required true. So for you to get an order, you should be logged in, right? So that's what it means here, this context. So we're getting the context, checking the context if there's a user, right? If there's no user, you say you must be logged in to perform this section. Otherwise, you can just get back what? The order, right? Then there's something that we're doing here. If there's no order, right, that you're looking for, just throw a GraphQL error and say order not found. So if you provide an ID, look for that ID, look for that order with an ID, and you don't find, just return an error, say order not found. Otherwise, just return the order, right? Then to get all the orders, right? This is only for the administrator now, right? To get all the orders, we're just going to say Prisma connection, right? Remember, we're going to use this for pagination, right? That's why we're saying Prisma connection here instead of saying what? Prisma field, right? So, yeah. Then we say what? Type of an order, case ID. Then you should be an administrator to be able to get all these orders, right? Then simply return those orders, right? So that's what you just need to do there on the queries. Let's hit save. Then let's go now on the mutations. On the mutations, let's just import the packages and the functions that we need, right? So also import the order status like that, right? For the sake of time, let's just populate builder, the mutation fields, right? And what you want to get back is basically this, right? So let me just populate all the code here, just like that. Okay, it's the same what we just did in the user, also user number main. It's just like the naming conversion. That's what we're just changing here. Okay, you see the first mutation is create add order, right? If you type an order and it takes these arguments, check the card. It's of a type what? JSON, right? JSON, right? So that's how we do it. T.arg, it's a custom argument, JSON, right? And all the fields that are mandatory, I've marked them as required true. Otherwise, if it's not mandatory, it's not that required, you just leave it inside without an argument, right? Okay, so that's it. And in our resolve function, we wait to see if the user is logged in. Otherwise, you cannot place an order if you're not logged in, right? Then we need to check something, right? The order that should be added into a database, the order number should be unique, right? So order, if that order number, there's an order which has got that same order number, we just return that order, right? So just send it back to the user, right? So they don't have to see an error on that one, right? Otherwise, they just create a new order just like that. Okay. Then we also have another mutation field which is called edit order. So to edit order, what is it that we want to edit? We want to edit especially the status as well as the delivery time. Those are the main things that we want to do on the order status, on the order, right? Okay, so the delivery time. Remember when you are delivering an order to a user, right? There will be delivery people, drivers who will be delivering to the person who is ordered. So the order time will be calculated at that in real time, right? Calculated in real time. So we'll edit that delivery time based on when the order has been collected, right? Okay, so in our resolve function, same thing. Let's check if there's a user. Otherwise, you're not allowed to perform this section, right? Then go ahead and what? Update the order with any fields that we receive here. Okay, then there is another field that you would like to have as well. It's called edit order on payment, right? So we're going to, on our front end, we're going just to do it behind the scenes. The order does not need to participate. There's no user who needs to participate in making this mutation here, right? So what we'll just be doing when we receive our Stripe token, right, we just update the order with the Stripe token, right? So but that should happen only when a user is logged in, right? Then we need to mark the paid field to true, right? So that's it for our mutation, right? Then when you are done with that, just hit save. Then go into your main index of your schema, the main index of your schema, this one, right? And simply what? Import the order here, right? Just like that. Okay. Right. So if everything goes well, if everything goes well, we should be able to see that on our sandbox, Graphql sandbox, right? So let me just go back here and let's just get the queries. Okay, back on our sandbox. There we go. Let's just check the queries endpoints and see what we get. Right, you can see here we've got get and order, get orders, right? Let's just try this one, get orders, and see what we got. So on the arguments here, let's just select first and after page info. Let's just select and a cursor as next page, and on the edges let's just select the cursor and the node, and let's just get a few items here, right? Then let's run our query and see what we get. You see, there we get an empty array. It means our endpoint is working, right? Let's just try to do one mutation. So go on mutations and let's say add an order. So to add an order, those are the required arguments, just like that. Okay, so let me just remove this for now. So as usual, I've just prepared for you some nice data that you can play with. So go on your data folder, dummy1.json. Inside there's actually information that I've populated for you, right? Okay, so let's just select this first one, right? This first one here. Okay, from there up to there, let's just select that, copy it, and go to your sandbox, just paste it there, and whenever an order has been created, let's just return an ID, just like that. Okay, so these squiggly lines, it means those fields are not required here. So you can either remove them, or you can just leave them like that. Let me just remove them for now, so that you can have much visibility. So the note, let me just add the note here, discount, let me just add a discount. Then the status, no, I don't want to do that, just remove it. Then the page, let me remove it. Right, so it seems everything is fine. Let's run our mutation. All right, we've got an error. It says foreign key constraint failed on order user email. Okay, I think the problem is, let's just check our users, what we have. So we've got only these two users, right? Meaning the email we are using, right, this one is not one of the people inside our database, right? So let's just quickly change that to a user who's actually logged in, right? Okay, let me just change. All right, that's a user who's actually in the database. Let's just hit mutation again. There we go. See, an order has been created, right? So that's our order schema, right? Everything's working fine. You can test all the other mutations if you want, or all the other queries, but for the sake of time, let's move on to the next schema, right? So all right, I've simplified the process. Everything's pretty much the same. So I've populated the remaining schema, right? So that's our category, favorite, menu, profile, right? Okay, so let's just take a look at this schema, right? The process is the same. Let's start with the category. On the category, we all usually have 3 files inside each schema folder, right? Index, mutations, and queries. On our index, the usual suspects, queries and mutations, we always import them, right? If we take a look at our queries, on our queries, first of all, what we do, we define the fields, right? So basically you can actually do this in a different folder, right? But for me, for the sake of minimizing a lot of files, I'll just do it in the queries file, right? We define the fields that want to get back, right? ID, title, description, and image. Then we also define our query fields. Then there we define the query names, right? Get category. What do we get back? It's a type of a category. We need an argument, which is actually an ID, right? So this is just to get one category. If you want to get multiple categories, you just do like that, right? Type category and you put the category in actually what an array type of, right? Just to emphasize, like, this is, I'm going to get multiple items from here. So the process is the same. Let's take a look how we do it on the favorites. It's the same. 3 files with our index. We import queries and mutations. If we go in our queries, the first part that we do, we import the packages we need, and we define the properties we should get back, right? Those properties that we should get back, we define them like that. Then we define the query fields, we give them a name, right? And we, as usual, in our resolve function, if we want to put some type of a security based on context, we do like that, right? Then we return whatever we want to get, right? So you can see on the favorites is actually to get all the favorites, right? There's also getting user favorites, right? That's the implementation here. Everything is just pretty straightforward, and we're just repeating the same thing over and over, right? Just repeating the same thing over and over, right? On the mutations, it's the same as well. Import the packages you need, build, create the mutation fields, give them a name, right? The type is favorite, the arguments that you need when you are adding a new favorite, right? In the resolve function, you handle actually the bringing of the data, right? Which is actually awaiting find first, otherwise create what a new favorite, right? Exactly just like that, right? So on some of the other schema, there's just a slightly different way of how we're doing things, right? You see it when you're actually implementing. So when you are implementing it on the front end, or when you are doing it on the sandbox, please kindly come back here and get an understanding of what we're trying to do, right? For example, on the favorites, we will be actually adding menu IDs, right? So when you say add favorite, actually we are getting a collection of menu IDs, right? So it's actually basically that's what we're doing here, right? So menu IDs, don't push what menu ID. So it's a collection of menu IDs. And remember how we did it on our schema, right? If we check on our schema here, let's see on the favorites what we get. You see the menu is actually a type of a string, which is an array. So PostgreSQL actually takes a type of an array, right? So that's what we're doing here on the favorites when you're actually adding what a favorite actually, right? We can also remove a favorite, right? So when you click that button on the front end, right, which is like a hard button, when you click it, it removes a menu favorite, right? So once we are implementing that, please come back here and see how we actually wrote this code and how does it make sense, right? It only makes sense when you're actually implementing it, right? Okay, so that's on the favorites, right? It's the same that we did on the profile. 3 files, you know what to do in the index, you know what to do in the queries, right? You know what to do in the queries, give it a name. That is the code. So kindly go ahead and update your code. You can actually type it if you're a beginner. Please type the code and update it and make it match my code, right? Once it matches my code, you might be receiving these squeaky lines. It's because I'm not so sure what Porthos is all about. It's actually telling me like I cannot import this, this type from Prisma. It does not exist. See, cannot find module. I think it's just a TypeScript, error, but we'll resolve that later on. For now, let's just focus on building, right? Okay, so this is the whole schema that we need at the moment, right, to build our application from top to bottom, right? So other schemas, if we need to add them, we'll just come back and try to add them. Let's go to the sandbox and see what we have. So on the sandbox, our root types, the query and the mutations. Let's take a look at the query. What do we have? You see, we've populated all other, query names have been populated here, like your categories, your favorites, right, as well as your profile. They've been populated here, right? Let's take a look as well on the mutations. On the mutations, there we go. We also have the mutation fields names actually populated here, right? Let's try to do something, right? Let's try to add a category, right? So our add category, the arguments that are actually needed is description, image and title. And when we create a category, what we just want to get back is just an ID, right? So let's quickly test that out and see how it works. Let's go back to our VS Code. Let's go into the data folder. In the data folder, let's look for the category, right? Let's just copy this here, right? Copy it like that, and let's go back to our sandbox and try to add that as a category, right? So here, let's just replace this and put what we got from our VS Code, and let's put this to be actually string, like to imitate a JSON input, right? So the category is actually called title, just like that. Image, we give it string, and it's called AMG, right? When we're creating, this one is created automatically, so we don't need it here, right? We don't need this one here. Okay, so once you're done that, let's hit add category. You see, we get back an ID, which means this particular mutation field is actually working, right? So you can actually do testing on all these other things, right? We did add menu, we did that, but the other mutation field I want to try out is actually the add favorite, right? Let's try it out and see how it works, right? So to add a favorite, we need a menu ID and a user email, right? So where can we get this menu ID? Let's go to our queries. Let's just run get menus, this get menus, right? Let's just leave it like that. Let's just go to edges. Okay, so let's just get a node. We just need the IDs, menu IDs here for now, right? Let's run our query. Okay, you see all those menu IDs that we got, so it's actually 4 of them, right? So what I'm gonna do quickly, I'm just gonna open my text editor here so that I can be able to copy all those menu IDs, right? Let me copy them quickly and then just populate them here, right? Then I also grab these. Okay, so for now let me just get only 3 of them, right? So that we can see how we can work with, right? So the menu ID input is a form of what? Let's check our code, right? On the menu IDs, let me close this. Let's just go to our schema, which is a favorite mutation. When you're actually adding a menu ID, is just a string, right? And a user email. So, right, just one string at a time. Okay, so let's add one of the user which are actually inside our database. So the user, this is the user who's actually logged in. All right, that's the user that's actually logged in. And here, let's actually add a menu ID, right? So I could have just simply copied it from here, right? Let's add a menu ID just like that. And let's hit query. Nope, this is actually mutation, right? This is a mutation, so we need to go back to mutation, right? To mutations here, let's select mutations, add favorite, right? There we go. And let's get back what? The ID. Let's add this favorite. You see, a favorite has been added, right? So let me add another favorite. So let me come back again to what I copied. Let me add this one, right? let me edit again. There we go, we got new. So the ID now for this favorite is still the same, but we actually added something into the favorites array, right? So how can we see that? Let's go back to our queries. So our queries, then let's just click for get favorites. So get user favorites, is this the one? Let me just maximize here. Okay, let's try that one. So we just need the user email, right? And let's get back the ID, right? So we just need this user email. Let's see what favorites do we have. We have that particular ID only, right? Get user favorites, right? So inside here, inside these favorites, that's where we'll be able to see all the favorites, right? So let's say get favorites here. We need, okay, we don't get anything, right? Right, let me just go back. Let me remove this user. Right, let's query. You see, inside the get favorites, we get an array of strings just like that, and we see the user. We have got these favorites. So that's basically our mutation center queries, right? You can simply go ahead and test all these other query fields as well as the mutation fields, right? But currently they are working so far, right? So once we are done with that, the next thing we like to do is actually try things on the front end, right? So let's do that. Okay, before we start dealing with the front end, I've just managed to remove the squiggly lines. You remember those squiggly lines that we're showing here, right? So I've just made this research on Google, and what you just need to do on your side as well, if you're experiencing the same, you need to add these lines in your tsconfig.json, right? If you add those ones, stop running the server and actually run yarn npm yarn prisma generate, just like that, right? Then you should have the squiggly lines gone, and also in your mutations and the queries, those squiggly lines should have gone, right? Okay, so for our front end, we're going to be using Graphql, right? So this is the Graphql client we're going to be using on the client side, and we're going to be using this package specifically, right? That works with Next-18, right? Although we are using Next-14, it will work as well, right? So go ahead and install this package, right? Once you install it, you can also go on this link and just read the documentation how they actually implementing it, right? Okay, so we're going to have as well a provider in our provider. Remember the provider that we created before? Let me quickly show you that. Right, so there's a provider that we actually created in our app, and we go to the providers inside here. So that's where we're going to be adding the Graphql provider here, right? Then we can have that provider to access the whole of our application, right? And also for things like, you know, your GraphQL types on the front end, and you know, the GraphQL query strings and all those things, we're going to be using this GraphQL code generator, and we also have to install this package here, GraphQL Codegen TypeScript Graphql, right? So that's what we'll be using. And there are a couple of files that we'll be creating on our root here. So the first file we'll be creating here, it's actually a YAML file, right? YML file. So it's called a Codegen YML, right? Once we create that, then inside our GraphQL here, this GraphQL folder, there's gonna be a file which will be automatically generated, right? So I'm going to show you all the implementation, right? We're going to be adding files here. An automatic file will be created here, and here on the root we're going to create a YAML file, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, on the root of my directory, project directory, I've created a file called Codegen.yaml file, right? And inside this, these contents that are actually populate there, your schema, your documents, right? So this is just to tell where the folder of your GraphQL is, to tell the Codegen.yaml where to locate your GraphQL files, right? And there's going to be a file which is going to be generated inside the GraphQL folder called generated.ts, right? You can give it any name, but yeah, may I just choose generated, right? And this is basically my setup. There are actually multiple ways of how people go around in terms of, you know, creating the YAML file, right? Depending on your architecture, your tech stack, and what you want to try to achieve, right? But for mine, I'm kind of like following this type of a setup. I need to tell my YAML file where to actually find the GraphQL files, right? And I'm not going to using components, you know, with hooks, right? But at the end, what we're going to have our types exported, created actually for us, right? And the typing is actually handled with Codegen, right? So let's just quickly go inside our VS Code and see how we can actually implement that, right? So make sure you have this YAML file on the root of your file, on the root of your project folder, right? And make sure your server is running, right? Once you have that, like that is such as mine, what I would like you to do inside this folder, which is inside GraphQL, quickly go ahead and create a file, a GraphQL file there, and we would like to call this file menu.graphql, right? Exactly like that, menu.graphql. So it's GraphQL, just like that. And we would like to populate some content here. Where do we get this content that we're going to populate here? Right, let's go to our sandbox, GraphQL sandbox, which is actually running here, right? Let's just select one of the queries that we, we've actually created the query endpoints. I'm going to select menus, right? Right, I want to see the GraphQL menus query, right? So let me just remove that, just like that. I want you to exactly follow what I'm doing here. Make sure you're not ticked here. Make sure there's no tick here, right? And the tick should be where on actually get menus, right? Because I need this definition here that says get menus, right? And my arguments, right, for pagination, I'm going to start with first, then after, then I'm going to select page information. On our page information, remember, we only need what end cursor and use next page. We would like to use these on our front end for pagination. So just follow me for so long, right? Then go back and go on the edges. On the edges, select the cursor. On the node, select all the attributes, the fields for the menu, right? Select all of them like that. Okay, so you see we've got our operation here, which is actually created for us. What I would like you to do is actually copy that operation, right? Once you copy it, and then come inside your menu.graphql, just simply paste that there and hit save, right? Once you do that and hit save, then inside your package.json, there is actually a script that you should write. Actually go under scripts and write Codegen GraphQL /Codegen, just like that. We want to use that script, we want to run that script on our terminal here, right? So your Codegen.yaml file, your graph, which is actually inside files, and your package.json, which has got this script here. Once that is done, right, go ahead and do what? Yarn, since we're using yarn Codegen, right? Yarn Codegen, simple as that, right? And hit enter. Okay, let's wait for it. After that script is ran, you can see there is, generate, and we've got all the checks right done in 45 seconds, right? And you can see now inside our GraphQL we've got what? A file called generated, auto-generated, right? And if we look into it, we can actually see all the types and all the scalars and also our schema, right? So basically this is what we need. right? So once that you have that running up and running, it means you're now ready to combine your front end, right? And we're going to be using Graphql for that. So let's go inside providers, right, and actually configure Graphql there inside the providers, right? All right, I'm inside my providers file, right? And the example I'm going to follow is basically the example that we get on the Graphql GitHub repo, right? Under Graphql with the next app and the client components, right? Here they're actually using the layout file as a client component. I'm not going to use it in my layout file, rather I'm going to use it in a separate client component called providers, right? So if you come back here inside my app, on the root of the app directory there's a file called providers.tsx, right? So inside there we just follow exactly the example that we get on the Graphql GitHub repo, right? Make sure you actually install these dependencies, Graphql Next as well as the Graphql core, right? So if you go on their documentation, you can see they're actually telling us to say what to set up at Graphql. First you install at Graphql and also Graphql SPA dependencies. So basically that's what we're doing, right? So let's go ahead and populate code inside here, our providers, right? So first we just import those PA dependencies like that from Graphql, right? Then also import use memo from React. Then we just go ahead and copy exactly what they did tell us on the GitHub repo how to use it, right? So import client SSR use memo. Inside we call this function is exchange, and we create a client, right? Once we create a client, inside it takes in the URL, and to just use our environmental variables to create that URL. Otherwise it might change, or so let's just put it as an environmental variable, right? Then we do like exchanges exactly like that, what we got from the example. Then we return the client and the SSR. Then use memo needs a peer dependence, like an array like that, right? Need a dependent array like that. Let me just correct here to just make it semicolon, right? Okay. And what we are returning on this provider now, instead of a div, let's just wrap this everything inside the Graphql provider, and let's take those properties. Client is equals to client, SSR is equals to SSR, right? Just like that. Make sure all your peer dependencies are imported correctly. Once everything is done, hit save and you're ready to go. Okay, so next what you're going to do now is actually use this Graphql to query for something from the database, right? So let's do that. All right, so once you're done with our providers file, the next thing you need to do, make sure you actually have this environmental variable m file. So make sure you put that localhost 3000/API/GraphQL, right? So once you set that, then let's go to our menu section. On our menu section, there's something we need to do here. I'll be quick in terms of typing the code, so you can just follow along quickly, right? So firstly, we need to create a component, just a component within a component, right? So I'm just gonna quickly write the types for that component. I'm gonna call it fetched menu props, and inside we need these properties here, right? Kindly note, like the variables, we're saying get menu query variables, right? That one, where are we getting it from? Okay, we're actually getting it from the generated GraphQL in our GraphQL server, the generated file.ts, right? That's what we are getting, that query menu get menus query variables types, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Let's go ahead now to create that component within a component. I'm just going to call it fetched menus, right? Then let's get these properties here that we need, and also let's destructure to just get them nicely, quick and easy, right? Okay, variables we need is last page, we need the onload more, and we also need the user, right? Then we say const. So here now, that's where we're actually making use of Graphql to actually query our database, right? So if we have to go on the documentation of the server-side rendering on Graphql, you can actually see how they actually tell us how to use make use of use query hook, right? So let me quickly look at it. There it is, right? So this is actually the structure that you follow, right? I've just customized mine to make it easy of use, right? So I'm going to say I'm going to make use of that destructuring as well. I need the data fetching and also the error, right? I'll just destructure it like that and say use query and get those other types from our generated file, the GraphQL generated file, right? So use query, we import it actually from Oracle Next, and the rest of those other types like the query, get menu query, the variables and the get menu document, we just get it from our generated types file, which is the generated .ts file inside GraphQL, right? Then let's proceed. We'll now need to get that data, so let's just say const menus equals data get menus edges, right? Get menus dot edges, right? And also we need the end cursor, which is data dot get menus dot page info end cursor, right? So this is the beauty of TypeScript now, right? This is the beauty of TypeScript, and this is the beauty of the layout, the way we provided it, right? If you actually as you type, you can actually see like what kind of data structure you're actually getting back, right? You can see over my mouse here, you can see, right? And the end case, I can see actually what it is, right? So where am I getting these menus, end cursor and his next page? Basically on our sandbox. When we're on our sandbox, right? These are the things I was talking about, right? You see, we've got our cursor node here, so it's actually under edges, page info, the arguments we have after and first. So that's basically, so on the front end we're just getting back that information, right? Okay, let's proceed. Then we're going to return, what are we going to return? So as quickly as possible, I'm just going to return that information there, right? Let's take a look at the information that we're getting, right? If there is no menu, right, or the menu length is goes to 0, just display this div here to say no menus found, right? Okay, otherwise if there are menus, you actually need to display those cards, right, which are actually inside your grid, right? So the menu model has got cards inside, right? Now the menu model as well, we also give it properties, which is actually the menu type, right? The menu itself as well as the user. You see next when we're actually dealing with the menu model, 18 items to cart, why we need the user, right? Okay, let me just proceed from here. Then we just don't need that path name for now, right? Then we need that other now section. We have to modify the main component, which is actually, right? So when I said a component within a component, I was just trying to say this is a component, right? This is a component that we created, which is inside this main component of our menu section. So our menu section, we're going to modify it. It's going to take in a prop of a user. Then we're going to create a use state, which actually has an array of an object where we get the first and the after, right? Make sure you put null as now or else a string, otherwise you struggle for days like what I did to try to figure out why my GraphQL endpoint was not working, right? And also the other thing we did here was actually to put a suspense, right? So this suspense will allow us to wait for data being fetched from our database. And what do we want to do? We just want to show a data loading spinner there, right? So I've created inside the components common, I've created a file called client loaders, right? So you can just go ahead and create. There's nothing fancy here that I've just done, just copy and paste this code that I have here. It's just a loader, just a spinner, right? You can see even my Tailwind CSS here, I'm actually animating in terms of pause, right? So that's what we are using here. When you are waiting for the data to be retrieved from the database, we just show a loader, right? Okay, so once you edited your code to be like mine, we can just proceed. We've got a section where we show the name of the section, which is menu. Otherwise, let's just show the menu models, right? Okay, so let's just fix everything to be fine. Let's make sure that suspense tag, close tag is there, right? Just like that. And let's make sure on inside here we actually map over the fetched menus, right? So map over the fetched menus like that. Page variables dot map variables, then fetched menus, right? So if you want to find out where did I get this kind of information here, right? I've shown you before. If you go on the documentation of Oracle, the example, they actually have an example of pagination, right? So go there and actually make use of that documentation there. But for the sake of time, let's just proceed, right? All right, so make sure your code matches mine, right? Once your code is matched mine, we're no longer using menu data that we're getting from our data folder, right? So this is hard-coded data we're actually fetching now from the database, so we won't need that. But let me leave it now for now, just like that, right? There's something we need to fix. We need to fix something inside this component. You can see the user property is not actually available in our menu model here. So let's just quickly import it inside here, right? Let's just import the user just like that. Let's hit save, and let's also hit save on the menu section here, right? Then if everything goes well, we should be able to actually fetch data. Okay, so this is being fetched from this is the data that we get from the hard-coded information, right? If we refresh, we should be able to get data from the database, right? So to just make sure like it's true what I'm saying, let's also make an inspection, right, in our dev tools and see what kind of data is being fetched from the database on our network tab. All right. All right, you can actually see on my network tab, right? If I click on GraphQL, you can be able to see the kind of response that I get from my GraphQL server, right? And on my page, you can actually be able to see the data that we actually fetch from the database, right? Okay, so you are not able to see pagination as yet because what I've said on my code here is actually to say we need to fetch how many items first. So let's quickly sort that out. Okay, let's say fetch 2 for now, right? Fetch 2 for now. So, and also first fetch 2 so that we can be able to see the unload more button, right? We need to be able to see this unload more button right here. Okay, so if we refresh, we should be able to see the unload more button here, right? Perfect. Now you can see we only have 2 items that we got from the database, right? And I just try to click unload more and see we can actually be able to fetch more items from the database. And if we have fetched all the items, the unload more button just disappears. So this is basically the pagination, you know, fetching database from Oracle using GraphQL. We've done a lot so far, right? So let's proceed to the next step. All right, before we proceed to the next steps, I would like to show you a simple security feature we can use to protect our GraphQL endpoint, right? Just from malicious attacks, right? So this small hack that we're gonna do here, I think is also good just to implement, just to protect on a minimum level your GraphQL API endpoint, right? If I go on my live server, the one which is live, and you can see this is the GraphQL endpoint, right? You can see it's actually connected here, right? There's a connection, right? But if I try to run a query, it says context failed, unauthorized access, right? It means any client which is not authorized, which does not have an API key, can not be able to query our GraphQL endpoint, right? Which means we're giving an API key to our GraphQL endpoint, right? Yes, I thought like this was very important, even if you want to scale up, if you want to have a multi-vendor kind of an application. You can use this kind of hack that I'm going to use now, and you can actually be able to create, you know, a multi-vendor API, and actually giving each vendor an API, GraphQL API endpoint, right? Yes, so let's try to do that, right? So you can see on my local API endpoint, I can actually be able to query items from the database, and I can get them back, right? I can query get me, and I can be able to get them back, right? So now I want to protect, you want to hide this so that you cannot be able to query, right, if you don't have an API key, an authorized API key actually, right? So let's go to our VS Code, right? In our context, which is actually inside the API GraphQL context inside there. So app API GraphQL context inside there. What we'd like to do, we want to create a function. This function, we're going to call it validate GraphQL API key, and it's going to take a type, and it's an argument of request, and we'll return a boolean, right? Going to return a boolean. Then what we're going to do is just going to say const API key and process. We're going to get that API key from our environmental variables. This is not a public API key, it's actually the one we are only making available at the server, right? So that's why we say process.env.graphql, not next public, right? Please take note of that, right? I've put a couple of comments here. I just want to make it easy for you, right? So I've write all the function now. So this function prohibits a client without API key to access our GraphQL endpoint. And what we're going to do, we're going to expect an API key, right? So we're going to get the key from our environmental variables, and we're going to make a comparison, right? So we're going to get an API key from the headers, and we're going to compare it with our API key that we get from where? From our environmental variables, right? So if you compare those things, right, you should be able to get a boolean whether true or false, right? So that's basically what we're doing here, right? Okay, so I hope you take note of that function, right? So once you write it like that, exactly like that, what we need to get is this key, API key, this word that says API key in that exact format, right? Exact format. We want to get it from the front end. But let's just finish now here. So how can we make use of this validate GraphQL API? So what we do inside now our context function here, we just say if that validate API key is not correct, throw an error and say no access, right? Unauthorized, no access, right? So once you're done with that, hit save. Then you can go in your providers now. So these providers is actually on the root of your app directory. So providers, remember where we did URL, right? So what we're going to start doing is actually on our types here, let's actually put a GraphQL API key as a type of a string, and let's put in our arguments just like that. Then in our URL client, right, there's something called fetch options, which is an optional parameter we can actually insert here or put here, right? But let me just write you a comment, which is very important. If you are in development, you just need to disable this function, right? You need to disable it, otherwise you won't be able to query your GraphQL endpoint. You won't be able to experiment, right, on your local machine. Just do it in production, right? So there is that function. I'm gonna take it. It's a parameter or it's a field. I'm not so sure what to call it, but I'm gonna write it as a function. So this function called fetch options, what it does, we're going to just get a GraphQL API key, and we just send it as authorization, right? Then when our server queries, when we send a request to the server, we'll attach the authorization and we attach that keyword. Remember I said make sure it's exactly the same API key like that, otherwise just send nothing, an empty string, right? So once you're done with that, you can see use memo is actually crying because it's expecting a dependency in this array right here. So let's just quickly do that, fix that. let's put that GraphQL API key in that dependence array, right? Yeah. So one thing you have to take note here, remember I cannot just say GraphQL API key process.env next public, because this is accessible, this is visible to our front end, but this GraphQL API we cannot say process.env GraphQL API here, because it won't work here, and we don't want to expose it to what, to the client, right? So once you've done that and you have that providers sorted like that, you can see our layout.tsx is actually crying here, TypeScript, right? It's expecting that as a property, right? So let's just sort that one out. So please take note, like this layout.tsx, it's actually a server component, right? So it means we're actually now able to do this process.env.graphql API, right? Okay, then let's put it as a property just like that, right? Then we hit save, and our environmental variables should be able to load here, right? And if they don't load here, we are able to just quickly stop our server and run it again. But let's hope so it is loaded. Let's go to our sandbox. There's our sandbox. We're actually able to query before. Let me just try to query again and see what will I get back. It says failure, unauthorized access. You see, that's what I was talking about. Why? Because we don't have the API key in the environmental variables. We didn't provide that, but a person or a malicious attacker who's trying to access our endpoint unauthorized, they will see the same error, right? So that's a good security feature you can actually have on GraphQL endpoint. Let's go back to our VX code. Let's go to environmental variables. Let's actually put a GraphQL API key, right? So this API key is just actually any random key that works here. You just need to protect your GraphQL endpoint. Any random key, right? Yes, you can just put it there, right? You can see mine, I actually wrote a long sentence. Let's hit save, and I think they've loaded here, as you can see here, right? I'm sure they've loaded. Okay, let's go to our sandbox back again. We're back on our sandbox, and let's try to query again. You can see like our query is right. We're actually not able to get anything back, right? So that's the thing I was telling you, like on a local environment, you actually need to do what? To disable these fetch options for now, right? You need to disable this because you won't be able to create your sandbox. So let's disable it for now, right? And just remove this dependency here from here, right? Let's just leave it like that, and hopefully our environmental variable is going to load here, right? And also we need to disable this function here inside our context. We need to disable it because we're testing. So we're now ready to go into production. Make sure you reactivate this, right? And let's see our sandbox if we actually be able to query things from the database, right? There you go. You see, we're actually able to query things from the database, right? So this is basically a simple feature you can implement. I hope it works for you, right? Okay, let's proceed to the next step now. Now we're focusing on the front end, and the next part we want to really work on is actually add items to cart, right? So here's our local server running. You can be able to click on a menu item, and you would like to be able to click add to cart and actually send items to what? To our cart, right? So for that, what you're going to use, we're going to use in our store here, we're going to update this store file, and we're going to put the state for adding items to cart, deleting items to cart, right? And also updating items in the cart, right? And when we come to our menu model, in our menu model, we should be able to put functions and implement a ways of actually adding items to cart, right? So we are actually now working heavily on the front end. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so for us to be able to add items to cart, let's quickly go and work on our code, Right, so on our code we need actually to modify the store.ts, which is inside the lib, right? This is the one that actually has our state, right? State management. Previously we had state management where we actually using state to open the drawer, which is the model as well as the sidebar, right? So the logic is pretty much the same. So what I would like to do quickly here is actually add another state now for the cart, managing the cart, right? So I'm going to do a lot of clean up here, right? I'm going to quickly do a lot of clean up, and I'm just going to remove some of the types from here and actually put them in a types folder, right? So I'm just going to quickly do that, and I'll explain quickly what I just did, right? And also in my types, right, the types which is on your root, it's a file on the root of your folder, right? I'm just going to have these types in here, right? So I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, please forgive me, I'm just gonna quickly clean that. Let me just hit save here, and as well here hit save, right? So let's take a look at what I've just did, right? From the previous code that we had the state management for the sidebar and the login model, right? So I just removed the interfaces that we had here. I put them in the types, right? In the types file, right? So you can see here, I actually changed from an interface. I'm just using types. I just need consistency, right? But it's just the same, right? It's the same. So instead of saying interface login model, I'm just going now to say export type login model. Then we have those types in here, right? That's the first change I did, right? That's the first change that I did. So this is exactly the same we had previously. I just cleaned this store.ts so that I separate my types as well as my functions, right? Okay, then the next thing we need to have is the state for the cart. So state for the cart, you can see what we're doing. We're actually starting with an initial state, which is actually an empty array, right? So for our menus, we've got an empty array here. That's our initial state. Then we go ahead now and create the state for the cart, right? And you're going to say export const use cart store, right? It's exactly the same what we've been doing here. We need methods, we need properties, yeah, right, inside our state, and we also have these methods here. That's exactly what we're doing. So the other added extra feature that we've put here is actually to have dev tools and also to say persist, right? Because we want you to be able to check on our dev tools on our browser. We want to be able to see what's happening. We want to see which items are actually in the cart, right? So that's why I put that. So put it exactly like that. According to Zustand, documentation is strictly like straightforward to follow here, right? So this is how you can do it. I'm not gonna go to the Zustand documentation for the sake of time. I'm really working on cutting on time now, right? So what do we need? So first of all, we have our initial state. We're going to say menus initial state is equals to menus. So basically here it's going to be empty, right? Then there's going to be a method to add items to cart and item to cart. So we call that method or function add to cart. So what do? We say const first of all get menus. If there's any menus, so we use the get function here, which comes with our Zustand, right? We say get menus. We want to get existing menus, right? If we get those existing menus, what we want to do, we want to find inside those menus that we get, is there any item which is already in the cart? So that's why we're saying cost change item find menu, where the ID is goes to the item ID. If there is no menu item with the exact ID, it means we just need to add that item to cart. So we call the set function here. Otherwise, just bring back the old menus, right? That's what we say here. That's what we're doing here. This is strictly straightforward to follow, right? What if we want to remove an item from cart? We first of all get the menus, then we have to update the menus. So we have to filter, right? So we have to remove the menu that we have specifically selected. We have to remove it and set the menus to the updated menus, right? So it means we are getting a new array of items here. What if you want to increase? If you want to increase, right, we need to have new data, right? New data here, right? We spread it in an array. Then we just say for each item, what you really want to focus on each item, where the ID is equals to the ID we are looping over, we need to just increase the quantity with a 1, right? The vice versa of increase cart is actually decrease cart. So that's what we did here, to decrease cart, right? And also we need another what do you call it, method or function called reset cart, right? After we've added items to cart, we just need to empty the cart to be empty, right? So we need the method to do that. So we just set the value to initial state, which is actually in an empty array, right? Okay, then we just have to give the name of our persisted cart in DevTools, right? So this is usually works with what do you call it, if you go on the local storage, right? Local storage, we need to be able to identify our cart with this, right? So this is for DevTools purposes, right? It's optional. You can put the DevTools and persist for you to be able to see it in the browser, right? Or else you can just leave it like that, right? Okay, so once we have updated our store.ts as well as updated our types just like that, right? We can go ahead to the menu model and actually implement something, right? I want to show you something on our types right here. Previously we had you know, these types that we cast actually populating them here, you know, manually, right? But for now, for example, this one that says menu, I would like to import that type from Prisma client, right? So you can actually import it from Prisma client. I think it's safe for me to actually import it from there instead of getting it from the generated types. Remember when we're generating types from our GraphQL and we're creating this automatic file called generated.ts, you can actually import it from there, or else you can simply get it from your Prisma client. I'll just select to be safe and just import it from Prisma client. The types is the same. You can see ID string, short description string, it's actually the same types here, right? Okay, so once you're done doing that, let's just now go to our menu model, right? Right, so our menu model, it actually takes in the properties of menu, right, of a type menu and use of a type user, right? So we need to update this, right? We need to have this. Where are we getting this? We're actually getting this from the menu section, right? So on the menu section here, we actually see there's a user and the menu types, right? We've changed our types 5 here, right? So we need to update this. Instead of getting them from hard-coded types, we need to get them from Prisma client, right? So let's just go ahead quickly and update here. So we import a user from Prisma client as well as menu from Prisma client, just like that. Okay, so we've modified that, so which means the squeaky lines are gone. So our menu section is fine. Let's hit save. Right, once we're done with that, let's go back to our menu model. On our menu model, we actually need to take those properties as well, but the types as well, we need to actually get them from, you know, Prisma client as well, just like that. Okay, cool. And see those squeaky lines are gone, right? So what do we need to do in the menu model? This is actually where we handle cart, right? This is where we actually handle the cart here. See, add items to cart, add to cart, right? And item to cart. So what am I going to do here? Let's go ahead and actually get now those methods from our state manager, right? Zustand, which is actually in the store. So that I'm going to use destructuring here. I'll just say const add to cart and use destructuring and say use cart store. Remember that's the name that we've given in our store.ts, right? For handling cart. Okay, it's a function. I need to import it from what? From the store, right? And also I need another function which is called we actually implemented this long back when we're handling logging in, right? So it's called use login model, right? I'll show you why I need this, right? So for example, if a user is not logged in and they're trying to add items to cart, we need to actually display that model that say login, right? Okay, it's a function, and I'm using destructuring again, and I just need the onOpen method here, right? Then I need items to add to cart now. So items to add cart, I'm just going to say const menu add to cart, and I'm going to take this object. I'm going to spread the current menu and also take in the other added properties that I need, which is quantity, prepare, and also instructions, right? So let's go back to our types. On our types here, right, there's items to add to cart, right? Items to add to cart, you can see there's cart options, right? And also I'm actually getting what? The menu. So basically what I'm adding to cart is our menu with all its properties, ID, short description, long description, price, and so forth. And I'm combining that type with cart options, right? So at the end, I will have a cart item type, which is just a combination of the particular menu as well as other properties, which is our custom, properties, right? Then after that, I will have a cart type. So I'm just saying what? Export cart type, and menus, I'm taking cart item menu as an array, right? So basically, I'm taking the menu as well as added properties to it. So that's what we are doing here. That's what we need here, right? So okay, we need the prepare and the instructions. Basically, I need to set those, right? Otherwise, for content, I can just set it to 1. So I need to set those. So I'm going to create state here, right? Prepare and instruction state, right? Let's proceed. So I need to be able to manipulate the prepare, right? The prepare type, right? So let me go ahead here on the input, on our input for preparation, right? I can do this. If an item is checked, to set an item to checked, set prepare, which is equals to prep, right? And also on change, I just needed to set the prepare to prep, right? So when we're doing our design, right, you understand what is the prep. So the prep is actually the options for preparation type that you need, right? And also please take note how we set the checked, right? I'm gonna experiment you when you are on the front end and show you how this kind of a hack or mechanism works, right? But for now, let's keep on typing the code, right? Okay, don't need that E here. And also I need to set the instructions as well, right? So instructions is just text that we're getting. So I just need to set anything that we get from the user input, what the user is typing in. I need to set it as a what? As instructions, right? Once I'm done with that, then let me go ahead again on top and let me do this. I just need this use effect. So this is for hydration purposes, right? Because we'll be adding items to cart, so there might be some hydration issues with our server client slash and we don't want to have those errors, so we can just make use of that hack here, right? We can just say use effect, and there's something that is called use from your store that you have from your state management, right? You can add an added method there called persist.dehydrate, like a function, right? Okay, you can put it like that. Then we need the function to actually add items into cart. We're going to say put items into cart, and it's a function. This function, what it does, right? We need to check if we have a user logged in first. If there's no user, what you need to do, you need to show a toast to say oops, log in. Just show a toast to say you need to log in. And for that toast, you're going to use React Hot Toast. So if you haven't implemented React Hot Toast yet, go ahead and do that. You can actually go on the documentation and add React Hot Toast, right? Add that React Hot Toast there. Okay, edit. Once you edit, then I would like you to do something. Go to your providers, right? Providers, and just here on top inside your providers, what I need you to do is just import toaster, right? Toaster from React or Toast. Import it like that and put it there, just like that, and hit save, right? Then you're done there. So let's go back again to our menu model where we're working. So what do I need to do? You just need to close that model, and you need to close the model for the menu, right? If there's no user, show a toast, close the model for the menu, and open the one for what? Logging in, right? Okay, then I'm just sorting some things right here. I'm just putting back the user because we need that user, right? So I'm putting it as a property there, so we need that user, right? Okay, so or else once there's a user who's logged in, else what I need you to do, add items to cart. So this add item to cart is the one that it's a method we're getting from our cart store, from your store, right? State management. And what are we going to put as a parameter? It's actually menu add to cart, which is basically that object that we created there. Once you add menu to cart, show a toast, say menu added to cart, and just wait for 2 seconds to close the model, right? Exactly, right? Then on our button here, we just need to say on click put items into cart, right? That's basically it, right? I don't need that here, right? So let me just hit save, put items into cart. Is it added on our click here? Yes, there it is. Okay, right, so that is sorted, right? Okay, then on our page, the menu section, we need to get this user who's currently logged in, right? So we need that user, we need to pass it to our menu section. If it's passed to menu section, it will be passed to the menu model, right? So you can see what we did previously. Our menu section actually takes in a user, right? Takes in a user there, and that user is the same one that we're using on the main component here. That same user is passed to the what? To the fetched menus, and the fetched menus pass it to the menu model. So we're just passing the properties from one component to the other so that you can be able to receive it, right? So we need to rectify here. So what you just need to pass in is that user there, just like that. Okay, and also on the menu card, we need to do some edits as well. On the menu card, check the menu that we are receiving. We're getting it from the hard-coded types, right? We just need to fix that and just get the types from Prisma this time around. Prisma client, sorry. Okay, so once you get it from Prisma client, we just hit save like that. Okay, this needs to be updated. What is it doing like that? Okay, yeah, it's gonna update itself correctly, right? Why am I having that squeaky line? Because menu, this is the menu here. No, I don't think that's a big problem. Okay, so once we have that and up and running, we should be good to go. Let's go now to our front end on our menus that we have here. Let's just try to add items to cart, right? So when I was actually telling you about, you know, that checked, right, on input for let me quickly go there. When I was explaining on our menu model here, right, I was explaining like make sure like you take note of this checked prepare is equals to prep, right? This one allows us to say when we click here, it makes sure we need to be able to set this to unclicked. So you see, I can only be able to click one box at a time. So that's what that mechanism or function is doing, functionality is doing there, right? Okay, and also instructions, I can put some random instructions here, and if I click add to cart, you can see it says menu added to cart, right? And let me just quickly check my dev tools and see what is it that I have, right? So under the hood, it's like Zustand is using Redux, so you need to have the Redux extension installed on your Chrome as a Chrome extension, right? You can see mine here, I've got that. And if I come, I don't think you need to have that. No, I don't need to have that. Then if you come into your menu, you can see, I can see in my dev tools, I can see the state, I can see these menus, and there's actually what, 2 items there, right? Let's just try to log out and experiment something. Sign out, right? Okay, I'm signed out, right? Let me try to log in, to add an item, without being signed in. If I click an item and say add to cart, it says oops, login first, and it shows me the login model, right? So we have a model for the menu which is open here, right? Then immediately when you say add to cart, and provided we are not logged in, this model closes and the login model shows, right? Just like that. Okay, this is what we did here when we said what? When you're putting items to cart, if there's no user, show a toast, then close the model. This is closing the model for the menu item, right? And we're calling the open, which is what we have here to open what? Login model, right? So this is straightforward and easy to implement, right? So let's move to the next step now. Okay, remember when we were setting our state for the cart here, right? And we're making use of the dev tools and persist, right? And we also gave a name of dps restore _yt _cart, right? Under the hood, right, it's just like Zustand is making use of our local storage, right? So I've just given this name that can be used to identify our cart in the local storage, right? So if I just go on my dev tools and just try to check what's there, you can see the name of our cart is here, and you can see the items which are actually in the cart, right? So that's one thing I wanted to show you, just to emphasize to you what's happening, right? Okay, the next thing that we would like to do is to show a number here. So now we have just a hard-coded 0 here, right? So whenever we add items to cart, we need to be able to show that number of items in the cart. So for us to do that, it's just simply to go inside our header, which is inside the components, the common, then there's the header, right? On the header, we just need to make use of our state, right? So let's just import, let's just get that function to get our state, which is actually use cart store, right? Simple as that. And let's import it from our store, right? And we now have the menus, right? That's what we need. Then let's update this. It was 0 before, right? But we want to say if menus are available, just give us the length of that menu array, right? Otherwise display 0, right? So once that is done, if you hit save, then our number in the cart should be able to update here, right? So do we have items? Yes, there you see it's updated. So we have 2 items in the cart. Let's just try to add another item, right? Menu edit to cart, then there's 3, right? What if there is I need to add the same item to cart? You see, you just say menu edit to cart, right, for the user experience side of things, but the number stays the same, right? So this is also what we did here on the store when I said if you want to check an item if it's already in the cart. So if it's already in the cart, just set menus to menus, right? Okay, so the next step we're going to deal with now is actually go to the cart and actually be able to handle our cart in terms of increasing or decreasing items in the cart, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So while we are here on our cart page, you can see we cannot be able to do anything because it's actually hard-coded, right? It's hard-coded items here, right? So what we can do simply is in our cart page, cart route, the cart list, that's where we have the cart items, right, that we are listing like that. We have a button for decreasing, button for increasing. So here what we just need to do is actually get the methods and the properties from our store, right, which is our state management. So we just get that from Zustand. You just say const, then with the structure is equals to use cart store, right? Okay, then we need the menus, right? So these are actually menu items, right, which are actually already persisted in what local storage, and we need those methods there: increase, decrease, and also delete from cart, right? That's what we need from here. And I'll just write this function called handle remove from cart, and that's just a function to just delete an item from cart, right? So the reason why I'm actually doing it like this, because I need to show a toast if an item is removed from cart, right? So let me go ahead and actually import that toaster, right, from React or toasts, right? Then on our button, what we simply do is do that button for decreasing, which is got that icon inside, which is HI outline minus, right? We just need this function to say when we click on it, we call forth the decrease cut item function, right, from our state, and from the menus we get in the menus is arguments and also the item.id. So you can just quickly go to your store here and see how we implemented it. See, from delete from cart, we need an input, right, of what item ID, right? I mean decrease. Is it decrease, right? So from decrease, this is what we're doing. We get data as input as well as the ID. So on the data, we loop over it, then we make sure like the item.id is not equal to the ID. Otherwise, we need to write what we need to decrease the quantity to by 1, right? Then we set menus to new data, right? Okay, so that's basically what we're doing here, right? Okay, so let me go back to my VS Code, my cart list, sorry, right? And also whenever we reach 1, we should not go to minus, right? So we need to set the button to disabled. We need to set the button to disabled when item.quantity is equals to 1. If that is true, we need to set the thing to what? Disabled, right? Okay, so that we don't go to -1, -2 like that, right? And also let's do the same on the increase, right? When we are on the increase button, when we say on click, we just need to increase items, right? That. Then also for deleting, we need to call for the what? And remove from cart, right? And let's change the hard-coded data that we're getting from our data folder and just put what we get from our local storage, which is actually menus. So if menus are available, then let's map over each item and show the items we have as menu, right? So once that is done, hit save. Let's go back to our cut item, and is there a change? I think so, right? Nope, there's no change. So let me just refresh, or perhaps maybe go back, right? And let's see what we get back. So I just went back to the home route, and I'm just gonna go back to cart. So once I go back to cart, you can see there's an update. I've got new items, right? Which is actually what I have in my local storage. If I try now to click increase, you can see there's an increase, right? What if I try to say negative? There is actually decreasing. Once I reach 1, I cannot be able to click back again here, right? So just like that, exactly. Let me try to remove an item from cart. Click here, you see item removed from cart. I can show that. So that's basically it, right? So for the next step, in terms of the delivery, right? Delivery address here, right? You see it's a button, it's not clickable, right? What I would like you to do, I'm gonna show a link of the tutorial where I actually went into detail of how you can handle, you know, location and be able to retrieve the address, you know, from the provided address by the user, right? So I'm gonna show the link now, and please kindly go ahead and check the tutorial, that tutorial with regards to handling the address. Otherwise, I'm just going to populate code and we can proceed from there, right? All right, the video I've been talking about is actually here on this link, right? So you take note of that link, go and watch that video and see how I implemented this get location and all sorts of things with regards to, you know, getting your location and so forth, right? Go and watch that video, right? It's only a 20 minutes video, right? Just like that. Okay, so what I've just done on my VS Code, right, in terms of getting the code here, is actually, let's go ahead and check that one out. So I've modified my location, right? My location button. I've populated the code that I got from that video, as well as my location form, right? I just want to show you something that you might see different on the completed code, right? So you see on my API here that I'm getting here, on my API that I'm using for my location handling, right? You can see there are actually extra parameters that you can put here, options actually, or parameters that you can put in your URL, right? So I've removed those according to the tutorial. I've removed those that, you know, I can set a starting point, or I can set proximity, or I can select a country where I'm currently in, right? So this is actually a URL without those those other extra parameters here on the URL, right? So you can perhaps make yours like this. But if you want to add extra parameters, you can actually go ahead and do what we did on the tutorial, right? Whereby you actually have proximity, which is close to you, the country which is close to you, right? Just like that. You can actually go ahead and do that. Simple as that, right? So those are the other options that you can do. Just check the Mapbox API and see how they did it, right? Okay, right. So I'm gonna put it back to where it was, just like that, right? And and also make sure on your environment or variables, right? Make sure you have the API key from Mapbox, right? Make sure you have it there, right? And it's all set up correctly, right? So let me close those. We don't need those, right? And our cart list, we are done with that cart list. Then the next thing is on the cart summary. On the cart summary, we need a way of being able to track the totals, right? The subtotals as we click increase items or reduce items. We need a way to track that. So I've just quickly wrote this use effect here, right? So first of all, I've imported the menus from our local storage, from our state, and I've modified this use effect for us to be able to calculate the subtotal. And please take note of the subtotal as well. I have removed the hard-coded number, which was 21. I've actually put a 0 there, right? So once you have this code updated is this, right? Exactly like that. Use effect, menus from use store, use cart store, and also a 0 here, right? You should now be able to actually be able to see changes as you if you increase, you see, you can actually be able to see changes like that, right? Increase or decrease, you're actually able to see changes like that. And if I say remove this cart item, you can see even the total is also changing, right? Yeah, so go ahead and do that. And once you're done with that, the next thing we just need to do actually is to actually add an item to order, right? Handle checkout. That's the next step we need to do, right? So let's proceed. All right, we are back to our cart here, and we just want to really work on the cart. That's where most of the work is as well, right? So just to show you my address here, right? If I click here, you can see I can actually be able to change my address. So just make sure, like, on your side, you're actually able to do some changes, right? You can see there's also auto suggestion here, auto completion actually, right? I can even select this, then it can be edited like that. All right, so that's that with regards to the address. So before we proceed further, let's just do a couple of some cleanups or prerequisites in terms of our cart section, right? So we are inside the cart now. We're working inside the cart. So inside the cart, on the cart summary, we want to work on it. But before that, the page, the cart page, right? What we would like to do is to actually give properties to the cart summary. So we just want to make sure, like, there's a user, right? Const user is const await get current user. Want to get the value of the logged in user and make this function in a sync function, right? So let's give that property to what? To our cart summary, right? And hit save. Okay, once you hit save, then just go into cart summary. In our cart summary, there are a couple of things that we like to do. We're going to take them step by step. So the first one, what we like to do is actually to receive those properties, right? I mean that property for your user, to just see who's our user who's logged in. So let's just destructure like that, and make sure we make that user to be, you know, of a type that we get from a Prisma client, right? Then the other thing what we like to do, remember we've got menu, right? Yes, we got menus right here. So if we don't have menus, what should we do? I just want to simply, you know, show this section here that says if menu is less than 1, just say cart is empty. Be able to show that cart is empty, right? Okay, right. Then in our use effect, we would like to get hold of an address as well, right? Remember, we're going to be adding items to order, right, which is actually in our cart. So some of the things that we need is the address. So we need that address, which is actually saved in our localhost according to our implementation of the location, right? So we need to retrieve that address, and we need to set it as a delivery address here, right? Just like that. So it means we need actually state for setting delivery address, right? So let's quickly go ahead and actually do a local state for that, right? Okay, let's just clean things nicely. I would just like this to be down here, right? Okay, then we also need for adding to order, right? We need the username and user email, right? So where are we getting them? We're actually getting them from the user who's currently logged in, and we need their name and the email, right? Okay, and we also need an order number, right? So this order number, we like to make sure like each and every order that is placed, it has an order number, and that order number will be creating it in such a way that it's unique, right? It's unique, and it's created in real time, right? So you see on my lib folder here, right, I've created a function called create order number. So basically the way we'll be creating an order number, it will be created as a string, and we concatenate that string, right? We're going to say DPS plus the combined string, and the combined string is the unique one. The combined string is a combination of the year, the date, today, the month, the hour, the minute, and the seconds, right? You're going to see how that order number is going to be created. Basically, I think I do have it in my data folder. I think we've been using that before. So let me just take a look at cart data, or rather order data, right? All right, there we go. We've got our order data, right? And where do we have our delivery? Our order number. Okay, there is our order number, right? You see, it's got TPS, then it's got the year, which is just 23, right? It was just 23 here is the year, and the month is the month, and the date was on the 30th. The hour was 1800 hours, and the minutes were 41 minutes, and the seconds were 54 seconds, right? So this will be generated in real time, and it will be unique, right? Okay, right. So that we have the order number, and yeah, let me just sort things nicely so that they can be readable, more readable, right? Yeah, cool, just like that, right? Then the other thing we would need is actually to get the user phone number, right? So we're just going to quickly query the user profile. Remember, when they sign up, these users, right, we just get their data that comes straight from auth. So from your Google, it's just the raw, it's just not the raw, it's just the image, name and email, just like that, and the profile picture. We don't have any more information. So to get more information, it means the user needs to create a profile, right? So we're going to handle that soon, right? We're going to handle that creation of a profile, right? But let me just quickly proceed for now. I think I would like to also just quickly set the order number here, right? Let's set the order number here in our use effect, right? So when we calculating the subtotal, we also set the order number, and let's just import that order number from that our function of ours, right? Okay, so now let's quickly handle adding, a user profile, right? So that's another section we need to quickly handle now. Okay. All right, I just went back to the home page and I just signed out right from the account that I was logged in. I just signed out there. So let's quit the cart for now. Let's focus on creating the user profile, right? Which is like an extended profile where we can add our custom, maybe phone number, name, username, as well as other details that we want to add, or images, right? Like custom images, right? So it's just to extend the user that we get from Next-Auth, right? We extend it and give it more fields, right? Okay, so for us to do that, first of all, what we like to do in our we're just gonna quickly go back to the back end, right? So there's a folder called Graphql, right, which is actually on the root of our project here, right? And remember how we create the GraphQL queries, right? So inside, quickly go ahead and create a user.graphql file. Once you create that, and make sure your server is running and your sandbox is also running, right? So on the sandbox, we need to actually get these mutations, right? So that's the mutation. For example, like we need the mutation for adding a profile. So go ahead and click add profile. You can see like the email is required as an argument, right? Remember when we were creating these fields, right? We're making some fields required or some fields non-required, right? Okay, so the rest of the other fields are actually optional, right? So this image, name and phone is actually an extension, right? An extension to our profile that we actually get from Next-Auth. I mean the user object that we get from Next-Auth, right? So we're just creating a new table, right, with these details for a user, right? Just in case when I use extra information on a user, right? Okay, so there's a relation here where it's a user, right? You can see there's an email here, right? So the thing with GraphQL, I haven't really figured out how to solve this issue, because if I click here, it actually asks me to choose other rows again, you know, like, and do something like this, like the user that is currently logged in, I can actually query for that same user again. So I don't want this, right? I don't want this to happen. I'm still trying to figure out how I can get to solve this, but that does not prevent our application from working, right? We just select the fields that we need. That's the beauty with GraphQL, right? So from here, when I actually add a profile, what is it that I want to get back once adding the profile? I just want to get an ID back, just simple as that, right? So if I go ahead with this email here and add a profile and provide a custom image and a custom name and phone number, my mutation will actually go through, right? But I don't want to do that for now. I just want to copy this operation, copy it, then come back to your user.graphql, right? I mean user.graphql file here, and actually paste that operation there, right? So for the sake of time, I'm going to also copy the query operation, right? This is just the schema, the GraphQL schema, right? And also the mutation, add profile mutation, and the edit profile mutation, right? So please take note of actually the fields that we are getting, right? So on the add profile, these are the fields that we're getting, and we just return back an ID to say this profile has been added. Same applies as an edit, but to get that profile we just need all the fields, right? Simple as that. So where do you get this data here? It's basically what I'm showing you here on the sandbox, right? That's what I'm saying, showing you on the sandbox. You just say copy operation, you go and paste it there. So this is for the add profile. We can do the same as well for mutation, right? Please take note, like if I want to add a schema, GraphQL schema here, I untick here, make sure this mutation here on top is unticked, so that you can be able to actually get the name of the mutation, right? Because if you don't do that, you get mutation here, and you don't want that. So I'll just select all the other fields, and I want to return back the ID. I copy the operation, copy it, and put it on my user. Same applies on querying as well, on queries. So on query, if you go on query, I untick this one, and I'll say get profile. There's a name get profile, and I only want these fields, just like that. Then I copy the operation, then I come and put it on my VS Code user.graphql here. So once that is out of the way, let's hit save. Right, let's hit save, and we would like now to generate that schema. Right, so what we need to do is to run yarn Codegen. Remember when we're doing menu, right, the menu, when we're doing the menu generation of schema, right, that's the same. So just basically run yarn Codegen. Right, if everything goes well, you should have the generated.ts updated. Right, if you are having errors or your yarn Codegen is not running, right, go ahead and delete this. Just right click, delete it, and try to run yarn Codegen again. Right, everything should be working fine. So once that is out of the way, it means my types, my GraphQL mutations and all sorts of that is actually created in the GraphQL generated.ts, as you can see here. So it's your types, your schema, all those things, they're actually generated here. Right, once that is done, then we have now to go inside the user. Right, in our app there is a user folder actually. Right, so we put it first in parentheses. Remember when we were doing the design, right, and I'm sure you remember that. So the one with is in parentheses, user. Right, what we'd like to do here, let's start off with the layout.tsx. Right, you see there is a complaint with TypeScript here. It says a user property is missing. Right, this is the way I'm just structuring my application. I'm actually importing these components wherever I need them. Right, so the header actually needs a user property. So let's go and get that user from our current user who's logged in. Right, and let's put those properties on the sidebar as well as on the header, and let's put the user type from Prisma client. Right, do it like that. Cool, that's on our layout. Right, that's for just for the header and the sidebar. We actually need that as well inside our page, right, because we'll need to pass that user who's logged in to one of these components here. Right, so in our page as well, which is inside the user folder, go ahead and actually import the current user, and where we would like to pass it is actually on the user details. Right, and let's import that user from Prisma client here, that user type from Prisma client, and actually let's add that user property on the user details. Right, okay, so once that is out of the way, let's now go to the user details file. So this user details file, right, so in the user details file, you can see there's squiggly lines here, which means TypeScript is complaining. What we need to do is actually to have those property, that property of a user. Yeah, we actually get it right from the page. Right, then let's just put it here as a property. Then let's make sure like we have the image, and we actually dynamically rendering the image from what you get from the logged in user. Right, and also the name, also we need to change it. Right, we need to change the name here to show the name that we get from the currently logged in user. And also let's do that with the email. Right, then the user edit account model, we need to do something. We need to make some changes here. Right, the changes that we need to do, we need to actually do something like this. We need an email, right, that we get from the currently logged in user. Right, and that user email, we need actually to get a user who's currently logged in. So what we need to do here is to get a user who's logged in, their details, if they have their details. Right, so we need a user edit model as well as a user add model. Right, so this is just to add a profile if you don't have, or edit a profile if you need to edit it. Right, so this is an extended profile. Remember, an extended profile. Otherwise the user details like the email and image, right, as well as the name, we get it from Next-Auth. Right, so this is just an extension. Right, so let's proceed. What we'd like to do now here is actually to get a profile if it exists, right? So the way we do it, just say const data. We use destructuring here, right? We're using destructuring, right? Just like that, data fetching error, and we saying use query, right? And on our use query, let's import it from URL next, right? Make sure you import it from next URL next, right? Okay, then we need it takes an argument of a get profile document, right? And this get profile document, we get it from the generated file, generated.ts file, right? Okay, and we need to have a variable. Remember, we're not actually creating a profile, right? Let's see on our sandbox here. When you are creating a profile, there's an argument that we need, right? So if you go on mutations and you say maybe perhaps add profile, you see that is a required argument that you should always provide. So that's what we are basically doing here on our VS Code, right? Okay, right. So this use query needs some types, right? It takes these types that we get from the generated files. So you need the profile, get profile query type, and get profile query variable types, right? Let me just fix things here nicely, right? So yeah, we are fixed nicely. So these are the types that the use query we end up using in our use query hook here, right? And also yeah, an email, right? Okay, just set it like that. If you want to see where did I get this, just go on the URL documentation. You see how they implement this, right? Okay, then we need now the function. We need a profile. I mean the profile, right, that we get from if we query it. Let's just say const profile is equals to data dot get profile, right? Is profile, right? There's something I did here, right? I just need to make sure my types, they are on top notch, right? Consistent always in terms of types, right? So I'm just getting this data from the database as the profile type. So where do I get this profile type? I can either get it from Prisma client, or I can just simply create it from generated.ts, right? So for now, let me just experiment other things again. Let me just try to get it from the generated file, right? See, just like that. Okay, let's proceed. Then we say if that profile exists, right? If that profile exists down here now, what do you want to do? The profile exists. We like to show the user edit account model. Otherwise, if there's no profile already, we need to show what we call user add profile. It's also a model, but for now I just want to make it simple, right? And also on the edit user edit account model, I need to pass in this property called profile, right? Which means that profile exists, but we need to edit it, right? Okay, and also on the user add profile, I will need to pass in the user that we get from Next-Auth, right? I need to pass it like that as a property. Okay, once that is done like that, let's quickly go ahead and hit save. Make sure if you are having any errors, make sure your code is just exactly as mine, right? Exactly. Also take note here on the user, on the source image, right? I also put an exclamation mark, right, to make sure like yes, this image will also always be available, right? Okay, so let's go ahead now and create this user add profile component that we just added here, right? User add profile, there we go, right? On the user add profile, this is what we want to do. I'm just going to populate the code as quickly as possible, right? And I'll explain some of the things. We're going to call it user model, right? So this is basically same as user edit account model that we had previously when we were doing the design, right? So I'm just going to change the name to user add profile, right? And also here on top, user add profile, right? Okay, then let me just remove this div here, the name, because for now we just want to focus on the phone number. We don't need the name, right? We don't need a custom name, we just need a phone number. Let's just concentrate on the phone number, right? Okay, so as usual, this is how you do it. Make sure you get the user from the page, right? Remember what we did when we on the user details, right? On the user details, we passed in the property of a user, right? Make sure you get it as a type, make sure you put it as a prop here, right? And I don't think we need that username, we don't need it here. And let's just clean things up here. So we need a mutation to create a profile, right? To add a profile. So what you just do, you just say const, then you open a bracket, right? That bracket like that. I'm just going to put in an underscore there, right? Because we don't need the first argument, and we're going to say our mutation is going to be called add profile, right? And we need the use mutation hook. The use mutation hook will actually get two types, right? That the profile mutation and the profile mutation variables, and it takes in an argument is called what? Add profile, just like that. If you're wondering where am I getting these are actually getting from the generated.ts file, right? So whenever you run generated.ts, those types, those mutations are actually created by default, right? Okay, let's proceed. So const, I'm going to say const create profile. I'm gonna sort it nicely, right? It's going to be in a sync function, and I'll need an event type, which is of a form event, right? And HTML form element, right? Like that. It's a function. Inside I'll say e.prevent default. I want to be able to click a button without you know, having my form to behave in a way that I don't want, right? E.prevent default. Then const, we say const res await add profile, right? And our add profile, we take an argument of an email, right? So this email now we need to get it from the currently logged in user, right? So let's change where it says user email to be email here, and also a phone, right? So if we get something from our server, back from our server, right? If we get something, so if we get res.data.add profile, which means it's a success, what do you want to do? We want to show a toast to say profile added successfully, right? Otherwise, would like to show that toast and quickly refresh the page, right? So let's create a function called page refresh so that our page can refresh. We also need a router that it can use to say what? Refresh. So we get that from use navigation, right? So let's say const router equals use router, and let's import it from next navigation, right? So once we have that sorted out, let's proceed. On our form here, right, when we click on submit, we'll call that function called create profile. Actually, we need to change this, right? We need to change this. Okay, I'm just importing those form events. I'm removing the use effect that was there. We don't need it there, right? Okay, then here let's just say add profile, like that, instead of saying edit profile, right? Okay, right, that's that, right? So that's create profile. So we are done here with actually creating our component for adding what? A profile, right? So yeah, I'm sure you understand what I was trying to do here, right? Okay, so let's leave it like that. If your code doesn't match mine, make sure it matches mine so that you have great functionality, right? Once you're done with user add profile, let's go ahead to create a component, or rather edit a component, which is called user edit account, right? So on the user edit account, what we want to do, obviously we just imported that user from what? We just carrying the property from our user details, right? We pass it, we remember we passed it as a property types, right? As a prop type. So let's destructure it and say user is equals to, you know, props. Then let's just remove this name div. We don't need it. We're just focusing on the phone for now, right? And let's proceed. So what we need here, we also need the profile, right? Remember that profile that we got from that we added in our user details, right? As a property here, right? As a property, let's get that So this user profile, it means there's a profile already that exists. We fetched it from the database, we queried it from the server, right? And that profile, if it exists, then what do we do on the editing here? Okay, we take it as a property, right? So let's just create our type here. Remember where we're getting this type, right? This profile type, I'm getting it from the generated .ts file, right? Okay, so let's proceed, and also let's edit as a property here. We don't need that name, right? And the phone, now this phone, because the profile exists, we're going to say the initial state will be profile dot what dot phone, right? And let's just quickly go ahead and now create our mutation. We'll need an email, right? So I'm just going to say const email, it's user.email, which is actually the logged in user, right? Remember, a string, just like that. And let's create our mutation. To create our mutation, I'm sure you now know how to do it. I'm just going to put an underscore as first and say this mutation is going to be called edit profile, and we call use mutation hook. Use mutation hook will need an argument called edit profile document, right? Then it takes in those types, the edit profile mutation as well as the edit profile mutation variables that we get from the generated.ts file, right? Right. Then also make sure you import the use mutation from Oracle Next, right? So that's our use mutation hook. Right, so let's create our function here to actually edit the profile, right? It's just the same. I just copied it from what our add user profile, right? So let's just fix it nicely so that it matches what we need here, right? It's just the same as add profile. So but here now the data that we get from after adding the profile, it's called edit profile, right? Okay, so if res succeeded, we're just going to show a toast to a user to say profile edit successfully, right? Then we set a timeout of 3 seconds. Then we can just close that toast, right? Okay, then on our form now, on submit, we need to say what create profile, right? Then let's put a value on the phone. We need to show a value to show to the user that actually you're actually editing something, right? Yes, let's put a value here. So we're just going to put that value to phone. I think I need to put in optional operator here. So on our state on top here, right, you see I put a question mark, right? So to just make it optional, right? And let me just make this phone as string, because TypeScript, it doesn't know is it string or null, right? So I'm just gonna say a string, right? Just a string like that. Okay, then this name here on this button, I'm gonna change it to say what edit profile instead of saying add profile. I'm just gonna say edit profile, and I think I need to change this. It's not create profile because we're actually editing what a profile. So I'm gonna call it edit user profile. Edit user profile, just like that. Edit user profile, right? Just like that. And let's what hit save, right? Okay, just like that. All right, so we are making progress. I'm sure you're understanding the flow from the back end and until where we get the the currently logged in user. We get it from the layout as well as on the page. We need that user, and we pass it to the user details component, right? On the user details component, what are we doing? We are saying if there is a profile, we're actually fetching a profile from the database, right? From the server, I mean. If that profile exists, show us the user edit account model, right? And we pass in the user as well as that profile, right? So this user is the current logged in user. Otherwise, show us the user add profile, right? Okay, so if there's no profile, show us the user add profile. Then we went ahead to actually create the user add profile. So the user add profile, we need a mutation, right, to create that profile. So this is how we create a mutation, right, according to Oracle, right? Just say const, then open a bracket, then we just need the name of our mutation and call the use mutation hook our use mutation, because you're using TypeScript, it need the types. It needs types. So we just added those types in here, right? Then as an argument, it takes the add profile document, right? So once we've done that, we just create our function here to actually add the profile. Then we actually implemented it here where we say on submit, then we create profile, right? So that's the same concept that we're using on the user edit account model. So instead of creating, the mutation is actually editing, right? Okay, if everything goes well, everything should be working now. Let's go to our project, right? So I'm going to log in with an account, with a Facebook account at the moment. I'll just use a Facebook account so that we see how it works, right? Okay, let me log in with Facebook account for this time. Okay, so continue with Facebook. Right, I've logged in with Facebook. So I'm logged in with a Facebook account actually on my browser, right? So Next-Auth is actually able to pick that up, right? This drop down shows like I'm logged in, right? Once I'm logged in, let me just go to my user account, right? Just navigate to my user account. I just click where it says view account, and I should be directed to my user account shortly, right? All right, there I am in my user account, right? You can see. All right, there's always a problem with Facebook images. I don't know what's the problem, right? I'm also trying to figure that one out, but it's not a big deal for us. We don't really care that much, right? Otherwise we just use Google or Apple to log in, right? Okay, you can see I'm logged in, and dynamically you can see the name of the user who's actually logged in with their email, right? Okay, the reason why we don't see an edit profile here is because we don't have a profile as yet. This one is a custom profile. Remember, I'm always repeating custom profile, right? Let's click where it says edit profile, and we need to just add a phone number for now, right? Then I'm just going to add a phone number quickly like that, right? And click what? Add profile. You see, profile added successfully, right? And behind the scenes, our router should be able to just refresh, but unfortunately it's not refreshed here, right? Let me just quickly refresh on my own. After refreshing, you can see instead of getting add profile, I actually get edit profile, right? Then if I click on edit profile, you can see there is that number, right? That shows like there's actually a profile that exists, and this is the number. If you want to edit it, go ahead and actually edit it like that, right? So I'm gonna put a lot of numbers here and just say edit profile, right? So after clicking edit profile, you can see there's nothing that really happens, right? Nothing really happens here. And if I can just try to check in my dev tools, if I just try to check in my dev tools, I'm actually getting a success from Graphql here, right? From the Graphql, if I check on my network tab, you can see, but it says you must be logged in to perform this action. Actually, I'm logged in, right? I'm logged in. I know for sure I'm logged in because I can see those details. So what's the problem? The problem I identified is actually on our schema under profile mutations, right? If you go inside there, you can see we are saying check if a user is logged in, right? If that user is logged in, then we're saying throw an error. Actually, we're supposed to do a vice versa, right? So if there is no, right? If there is no logged in user, then throw an error. So when we were designing our API, GraphQL API, we made a mistake there, right? Okay, sure. So once that is fixed, we should be able now to actually be able to run our mutation, and it should be successful, right? Let's click now edit profile. Let's try to edit the profile again. Let's just remove these ones and just put some random and say edit profile. See, profile edit successfully, right? And the model closes on its own, right? So while we have that out of our way, we can be able to actually edit a profile, and edit profile, it means we are ready for our cart, right? It means now we are ready to actually implement our cart. So we'll go back again to the cart and proceed with the cart summary, right? Okay, So we are back here now on our cart summary page, right? What we have been doing so far is actually basically to log in the order ID, but we need a way of actually handling checkout, right? So the way we're going to implement it here is that when an order has been placed, the user should be directed to actually pay, right? And we're going to use Stripe for that, right? Let's just take a look at the Stripe documentation. So if you go on stripe.com docs payment quick start, right, you can just be able to see JavaScript SDK and Nextjs there, right? So that's what I selected here. You can be able to see the components, the files that you can actually create, right? So for me, this is what I did. I just copied exactly this comment, not exactly entirely, but I just tweaked according to my own customized manner, right? So what you need to have your packages, right? Make sure you add these packages. So please kindly add these packages: yarn add stripe, right? Stripe JS and Stripe React, right? You can see these 1, 2, 3 packages, and also add these packages. Well, I'm going to show you where it works, right? So once you add that, they actually show us here as well, right? The packages you can actually just don't include next because we did that already, right? And also here, right? Okay, so once you have that, we can basically go to create these components here, right? Okay, the other thing I would like to show you as well, you can do some nice things with regards to your checkout. You can actually configure the appearance of your checkout form, Stripe checkout form, right, in a way which is maybe something like this, right? But for us, we're just going to implement the minimum, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. What we'd like to do is that here on our cart summary, when a user has placed an order, they should be directed to pay. So we'd like to direct them to a different route, right? We're going to say that route is going to be pay. It's going to be called pay, right? Just like that. And we need to encode the amount. I'm going to show you why are we encoding the amount, right? Because kindly take note here, like we're actually directing the user to a route, right? That route actually has got an order ID that we take as a parameter kind of, and also some search parameters inside. And instead of showing a number here, like for example 40 or 45, right, we just want to show a random screen, right? We don't want to give an idea to a user of how much they are paying, otherwise they can manipulate it. Although it doesn't affect us, but we just don't want to do it, right? We don't want to show them that figure that they are paying, right? Okay, so we hit save. Then what we'd like to do, we'd like to create a route, right? So inside our app, create a route. Once you create a route, create it like this: pay / then inside the brackets, right, inside those corner brackets, add a title, a name called order ID, right? So this is how we actually get hold of parameters from Nextjs, right, in terms of the routes, right? So once you're done that, initialize the page, right? Initialize the page, right? And also create these 2 files: Stripe checkout form.tsx and also Stripe checkout page.tsx. Right? So what we're doing basically here, we're just following exactly this guideline here that they showed us here. We're exactly following this guideline that they showed us here, and we're just customizing some of the things. But the code, you can see I'll be copying exactly some of the code as it is, especially like your fetch, right? So instead of saying API create payment intent, mine I'm going to call it Stripe and some other things, right? So it's basically this documentation that I'm following, right? You see the importance of following documentation, right? Okay, so let's go back to our page. Let's initialize it. So from this point now, I'm just going to be very quick. I don't want to waste time because I'm just copying the code that I got from Stripe and customizing it, right? So let's not waste time. Okay, so let's kindly go ahead and just say copy the code that we get there. So on here, since I would like to get hold of the parameters, right? Remember when we are creating a route here, right, which got order ID and also the total. So we want to get hold of that order ID and the total on this page, right? So we do it by just using params or search params, right? So on the parameters, we want to get order ID as a string. Then our search params, we want to get, a key value kind of, settings, right? So basically we're just getting the total with its value, right? Okay, let's proceed. So I'll just say const, we want to get that order ID is equals to params. Then const search params will be the total that we get, right? So we want to get that key, right, which is a key value and we want to get out of the total, right? Then let's just say const user is equals await get current user. We want to get hold of the current users logged in on this particular page, and if we don't find a user, we just want to throw an error, right? We don't want anyone who's not logged in to actually mess or come onto our route here, right? Then after that, what we're gonna do, we're just gonna simply return a Stripe checkout page, right? That's what we're gonna return. So the Stripe checkout page, now the way we're going to create it, right? Okay, the way we're gonna create our Stripe checkout page, let me just remove that, we don't need it here. Okay, the way we're gonna create our Stripe checkout page, it's gonna take hold of that order ID, right, and the total, right, as strings, right? So let's go ahead and see how we can actually create that, right? So you've seen some things that I've done as well. I've just quickly imported the Stripe checkout page here, although we haven't created it already, right? I told you I'm gonna be faster from here, right? I'm just copying exactly what I got from the documentation, right? Let's hit save. Let's go and create the Stripe checkout page. So Stripe checkout page, there we are, and this is what we're going to do. It's gonna be a client component, right? It's gonna be a client component. Let's create it like that. Then client component, then it takes the properties, right, from our pay page, right? We just basically need the order ID and the total, right? So let's just populate much of the code here, right? Okay, let's see what we're getting. So this is exactly what I got from the Stripe documentation, right? You can see there's a const client secret, right? And also inside a use effect, you have a fetch, which is a method post, right? And you get a body of JSON string file, right? Then also you're going to have an appearance. You're going to create this function for appearance and give it a theme, options, and at the end you return a div, right, or any element you want, and inside you get what is called elements. Then you give it options, then stripe promise, then elements, then you have a form inside here, right? So all those things like the elements, you're actually getting them from Stripe react.js, right? So that's exactly what we're following here, right? So I just customized mine, right? So you see on the fetch, I'm now actually getting what do you call it, next URL. Basically it's my URL, right? But that's the way I just defined it, right? So before we proceed from there, I would like you to go into your environmental variables file. Make sure you have your next public URL, next URL, just your URL, right? Localhost URL, and put in your next public shareable key as well as your Stripe secret key. Where do you get this? If you go to Stripe, to use Stripe, you need actually to be you need to sign up, right? You need to sign up with Stripe. Once you sign up with Stripe, on the developers, right, as a developer, you actually get to have those API keys that you can use like for testing and doing development as well, right? So you can see the publishable key is this one. Yes, it's available with the client, so there's no need to hide it, right? But the secret key, you need to hide it, right? You need to hide the secret key, right? Okay, so you need to get hold of those, right? and come into environmental variables and actually, paste them there, right? It's simple and straightforward. I don't need to demonstrate how to create API keys, how to sign up for Stripe. It's simple. There are a lot of tutorials as well that cover that, right? Okay, once you have that sorted out of the way, then we can proceed now, right? So I'll need to get what is called get intent, right? And we get a response. If there is an error, we show that error. Basically here, I don't need to explain much. Just go and read the documentation on Stripe, right? But basically, I'm customizing some of the aspects, right? So instead of saying, just hard coding my URL here, I'm actually putting it as an environmental variable. Then also my Stripe, I'm getting hold of the total, right? Instead of hard coding it, I'm getting hold of the total. So please take note of this URL here, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Then yeah, the use effect need that dependency there, so I'm just gonna put a total, right? Make sure like all your inputs are fine, right? Okay, I'm just correcting things here. Make sure all your inputs are fine, right? So I've also added order ID and total into my as properties here, right? Okay, so once that is sorted out, just exactly like that from top to bottom, just like that from top to bottom, we can proceed, type our code. Then on top here, we'll need what is called Stripe a loader, right, to load Stripe promise, right? Where do I get this as well? It's there on the documentation. Let's go again on the documentation and see where do we get that. Okay, I just copied exactly as it is here, exactly as it is, even the comments, right? That's what I just did, right? Okay, like that. Okay, we need that. I've pasted it there, right? Okay, and I've also imported this dependency that we're using, right? And immediately what I've just done now in terms of returning, right? I'm returning this div here, right? This div, you can see that the CSS, Tailwind CSS. I'm not going to dwell much on Tailwind CSS, right? Then what we're doing here, something which is kind of, a heck kind of, right? Instead of showing the amount as a hard-coded one, we're just going to decode it, right? So we're going to send a coded and encoded total here, right? Then when you reach this stage here, we're going to decode that, right? Which means on the URL, it's going to show as a random character, right? I'm going to show you exactly how that works, right? All right, so make sure you have that. You can also put an image if you want, so you can just customize the way you want. But the part that you cannot customize, that you can just copy from a Stripe documentation, is this part here, right? You can have your own custom form, checkout form, right? Mine I call the Stripe checkout form, right? So okay, once we have that sorted out, please take note, like you need to just get hold of the documentation, compare it with my code that I wrote here, right? Let's proceed, right? I'm just gonna make things a little bit better here, right? We also need const options, Stripe, and also how to decode that string that we receive from the URL. Okay, right, so yeah, I'm just putting some console log here so that maybe we can be able to try out things, right? We can be able to try out things and see how they go, right? But otherwise, that's our code, right? Let's hit save. Now there's an error here, which means we need the Stripe checkout form. Let's go to the Stripe checkout form. Right. On the Stripe checkout form, it's exactly as well the same that I'm doing. I'm making use now of this checkout form. I've copied most of the code here and just customized it according to some of the areas that I need for myself. But basically it's the same, even the switch statements and also, handle, submit, all this, most of this I actually copied exactly as it is from Stripe documentation, right? So let's go ahead on our Stripe checkout here, right? I'm just going to populate that code quickly as possible, right? And let's take a look at it. Right, there's my Stripe, right? What is it that I've customized here? I just got hold of the order ID, right, as a property, then I edit it here, right? The rest just comes from Stripe documentation, right? And also I'm using TypeScript, so I need just to give the kind of types of the message that I'm getting, right? It's either string or null, right? Okay, right, then where else did I customize? See, even the switch statements, they're exactly the same, right? Just copy it exactly. The other customization as well is just here on this URL, right? Where I've customized this payment success / orders order ID, right? So after everything has gone well, like if the payment has been successful, I'll redirect again to a payment success page, right? I'll redirect the user to a payment success page, right? Exactly, simple as that, right? Okay, right, just compare my code in the documentation, and once you're done, just click hit save and make sure you just hit save, right? Okay, so from there, then we need to actually create now our API, right? We need to create our API for Stripe, right? Because what we did here, right, in the Stripe checkout page, we actually call that API. We call it here, right? We call it here, right? So inside your API folder, create a new folder, Stripe / then in the square brackets put total, just exactly like that, right? So that we can be able to get hold of the of that parameter called total, right? So in our root.ts, we just want to simply do this, right? We just need to import next request, next response, right, from next server, as well as also that package that we're using for decoding and encoding our string, right? Then we just do this. Const Stripe is equals to require Stripe, right? As usual, you know where I got the information, right? Stripe pages API, exactly like this. I'm following exactly this, right? Then we need an amount, then we export this handler, right? Then we create intent here, right? Then we send something back to the to the client, right? Exactly like that. That's what we're going to follow. Sorry, it's not really exactly, but entirely 90%. We're just following that and customizing what we need. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Export, right? Export async posts. Here we just say post because we are actually making use of route handlers, right? We just need the post request kind of, right? Okay, then let's just say total. We're getting hold of the total that we get from what? From our client as a parameter, right? Then we just destructure it like that. And also we need to decode that total now. Remember, it's a random string, right? We need to decode it and put it back to a string, right? Once we put it back to a string, Stripe handles numbers, right? So we need to change that string to a number, right? So we just do like that and put it as a number. We need to add multiply by 100 because we're using whole numbers, right? So Stripe deals with the number like in terms of decimals, right? So for us, we just say multiply by 100 so that we get a full whole number, right? Just like that. Then let's just create our intent, right? Make sure you just copy everything, right? From the documentation. Make sure you check, because me, I spent like 5 hours trying to debug. I missed an S here right? But okay, let's proceed. Right, you put an amount will be that pay amount that we created, and the currency, it's US dollar, right? Enable payment methods, enable true, just like that. Then we return what? A next response, since we are using Nextjs, right? Okay, I was just doing some console logging, right? We can put them there just to see if we are interested to see how things go, right? Okay, let's hit save and let's try to run our payment and see how everything goes. Let's go to our project which is running on the browser, right? while you're there, you can see these actually items in the cart, right? Let's navigate to the cart. While on the cart there, you can see the total amount is 44. We can increase it if you want, increase it here as well, right? $55, right? Then let's just click checkout, right? So remember on our cart summary, right? The checkout function, if it successfully goes through, we are actually pushed to this route, to this URL, right? This URL. So let's see how it's going to create that. Okay, so let's go back to here and click checkout. You see, once we click checkout, you see the total. It doesn't show 55, right? It shows this random string which has been generated, right? Because we don't want to show the user what's happening here, right? But we know what's happening behind the screens, right? Yes. Then here you can just test with your, email, right? Test 1 2 3 4. Then say maybe gmail.com, right? Gmail.com, just like that. Then the testing cards, you can just put 4242424242424242, and expiration you can just put any future date, just like that. CVC you can just put 100. You can select the country where you are, then click pay now, right? Once you click pay now, then it should be redirected to where? A payment success page, right? We haven't created that, but let's see if it goes through, because this is what we are basically saying here. If you go to our VS Code, right, we've passed this, right, and Stripe is going to handle all these mechanisms behind the scenes. It's going to decode all these things behind the scenes, and we've seen our checkout form already, right? It's going to create a payment intent, right? All those things, right? Then we should be redirected to what? On our, especially, yeah, this is where we have that URL, payment success, and we should show the order ID, right? Exactly, right? So let's check if that is happened, right? You can see we've been directed to what? Payment success page, and the order ID is there. It's actually populated there, right? So I want to get hold of this payment intent, this one, right? Because we would like to use it as a what? As a payment token in our database, right? Okay, so if we have to check all the payments that have come through so far, if you come on the payment, what call it, under the payments and on Stripe here, you can see, let's check this payment intent. It ends with 8HK7, right? That's exactly the one we have here, right? So we want to get hold of that so that we can be able to save it in our database, right? Because when we receive a lot of orders, at some point we need to match which order was placed and how does it match to our Stripe payment, something like that, right? So this is basically something that we did when we were creating our schema. I'm not so sure if you still remember when we're creating our schema, and when we come on the orders, right? On the orders, let's look for the order. There's something that we actually said, payment token. That's the one that we're going to use. So I actually said for payment verifications, right? That's the reason why. So let's go ahead and create the payment success page, right? Right, there we go. To create our payment success page, just go right inside your app directory, right? So inside app directory, create a folder, payment success, name it payment success, and now you know the drill. Always put the page.tsx, right? So quickly go ahead and create that file, page.tsx and success payment component.tsx, right? I'll explain further, right? What does that mean, right? So in our page.tsx, we just need to do this, right? Create a page. You can name it anyhow you want it. Mine, I'm gonna call it successful payment page, right? And I just removed that, we don't need it. So we just get out of the user, right? You now know the drill here as well, right? And you can check if there's no user. What do? We bring forth an error, right? And simply what you're gonna retain, we're gonna retain that success payment page. Simple as that. Then we import it, right? Just like that. That's what we need here on the payment success page. I mean on this page here, payment success, right? Let's check the success payment component. Success payment component, let's initialize page just using that shortcut, and our page is going to be called, the component is going to be called success payment component, right? Then we need now to get hold of the parameters, right? Remember those parameters that we are on the URL. So for that we use search param, right? Then we want to get hold of the payment intent, the one that I showed you, right? We want to get hold of that, so we say search params.get and the name of the key that we want to get back, right? Call it payment intent, that one, right? Then also want to get hold of the order ID, right? The order ID, so we say search params.get order ID, right? And I'm just gonna say it a string here so that I don't have TypeScript shouting at me, right? Okay, let's proceed. You see what I just did here, right? I said cost, edit order on payment ID, right? I've given the order ID a new name, right? Why? Because you see later on what you want to try to do, right? We need that payment ID to be able to update our order. So the moment we make a payment, right? When you place an order, the payment is actually not paid. So if you check on the database, the payment is actually false. But when we come to this page here, we would like to edit that payment, that order from, so that the paid will move from false to what? To paid, right? Okay, let's proceed. And we need a router. We need to direct a user once they are successfully, navigated to this page and the order has been edited. We want to redirect them to their orders page, right? So let's get that from what? Next navigation, right? Okay, let's just put it at the top here just to organize things in a nicer way, right? Then I'll need now to edit the order, right? So we say what? Const edit paid order. That's the name of our mutation in this case, right? And you can see TypeScript is screaming because why? I don't have that schema as yet. So go to your order in a GraphQL file, order.graphql, then add another mutation called edit order on payment, right? You now know where to get the items to put here, right? So just go to your sandbox here, select edit order on payment. That's the one we need, edit order on payment. Select that, make sure the name here is correct, and just copy this operation, right? Once you're done doing that, then you come to your VS Code and paste it there, right? So when an order is edited, we just need to get back the ID, right? So it's taking arguments, which is the edit order on payment ID, which is required, and also an optional payment token string, right? Okay, once that is sorted out, then we should be able to actually import the document here. Edit order on payment document, right? Let's import it from GraphQL/generated.ts file, right? Okay, then we take these types, right? It takes in these types, which is edit order on payment mutation, as well as the variables, just like that. Okay, let's import it as well. Then what we do now, we actually need to get hold of the what? Use cart store, right? And what do we need in the use cart store? We need the method called reset cart, right? Because once an order has been paid and everything success, we just want to reset the cart to be an empty array, right? Okay, right. I'm just going to populate this div here, right? So on that div, you can see it's just a div with those CSS properties there. Just make sure you actually make yours as mine, right? Okay, exactly. I'm going to show you how it looks on the UI, right? And also we're making use of the confetti explosion, right? So when a payment is success and the user direct there, then we're just going to nicely show a confetti that says what? Payment success, some nice balloons, right? So we need to actually install that dependency, right? Okay, so once we install it, let's import it. Yeah, so the dependence I'm talking about is actually this one that we get here from npm, right? So react config explosion, that one, that's the one we need, right? Okay, sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know, maybe it's the implementation I did it here, right? So once we have that sorted and you have everything like that, let's proceed, right? So for us to proceed, we now need to use effect, and inside this use effect we're going to have a self invoking function, right? I'm just going to populate it like that here, right? Exactly, just like that. And I'm just going to clean up everything like that, and I'm going to add these dependencies like that. Okay, so you see that's how my use effect, right? Let me just minimize here so that you can see. This is my use effect hook, right? And inside we have a self-invoking function, right? Called no, it's not actually a self-invoking function. We're going to invoke it inside the use effect, right? Okay, so it's called handle order page, right? So we're going to await our mutation, right? And we need the edit order payment ID as well as the payment token. So this payment token now is actually the payment intent that we get, right? Exactly. So if everything goes well, then we need to what? To show a toast to say order has been updated successfully, and we reset the cart. Then immediately we'll send the user to the what? To the orders page, right? Otherwise, if there's an error, we'll show an error, right? So we need to do this in a way that it's seamlessly, you know, shown to the user. They can see payment success. Then after some time, like 3 seconds, then they are actually directed to what? To user orders, right? So we have a set time, you know, function here, right? Then we're going to call handle order page. So we want the user to come on the page, then after 3 seconds this function is invoked, right? Okay, so we need to clean up, right? We need to clean up all things that are happening here. So if everything goes well on top here, right, we just need to clean up that timer that we have here, right? So that, you know, we reset everything, it doesn't keep on invoking itself, right? And as usual, the use effect hook needs these dependencies in this array, right? So edit order payment ID, edit paid order, payment intent, reset card, and the router. Okay, simple as that, right? So let's just hit save, right? I'm sure everything went well here, right? So once you have that on your side as well, make sure you update your code to be exactly like mine, right? Right, then let's go on the UI and see what's happening on the UI. So we are back on the UI. We are on the front page here, right? Let's try to start things from the top. Let's try to add an item to cart. Let's just select it to be well done and say put more sauce, right? Put more sauce, just like that. Then we click what? Add to cart, menu, edit to cart, right? Then we can add another item, preparation medium. Then we can just say maybe a blah blah blah, just like that. Add to cart, menu, edit to cart, the modal closes. Then we go to our cart page, right? So everything is still working fine, and we are happy with how things are going here, right? So let's go to cart. Okay, now we're directed to our cart now, and we can actually be able to what? To increase you know, to increase items or decrease items. We can able to change the address right from here, actually, right? Yeah, then click done. Our address should be changed, right? Then we can put a note here, say deliver it my door. Simple as that. Then we should proceed to check out, and should be directed to the what? Stripe payment page, right? And all those things. Okay, we're on the Stripe payment page. You can see the total actually is encrypted, right? Exactly, right? Then we put an email here, say paying at TPS resto gmail.com. Right, just like that. Then we enter our card details, which is 4242424242424242, and we enter the month. 23. Then here we put the CVV number, right? Okay, so this one is passed. That's nice. So it should be 11. And here you can just say 24, just like that. Okay, CVV 100, just like that. Let's pay now. Oops, we're receiving error because our component is not a client component, right? So we need to change that. But you can see here, right, we have the payment success, and we got these parameters, right? Order ID is there, then the payment intent, which is actually this one, is there. So that's what we're gonna get hold of, right? Exactly. So let's just quickly go to our VS Code. Let's correct that and make it a what? Client component, right? So once it's a client component, let's hit save, right? Once we hit save, let's go back to our UI and let's just it should refresh automatically, right? So once it is refreshed, you can see we can now see the success div or button, right? And after some time, we should be directed to the user orders, right? And like I said, you won't be able to see the confetti. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it works, right? But it's all good. Say it says order updated, and you should be directed shortly. There we go. We are actually directed to what? User/orders, right? Yeah. So basically that's it. So you can see now the process is smooth, right? From placing an order, making a payment, and be redirected to here, right? So the next section wanna do, you guess it, is actually to create to fetch orders from the database and show them dynamically from here instead of hard coded here, right? And you can see our cart actually has been resetted as well, right? So yeah, that's it. Let's go ahead and go to the next step. Right, so to dynamically show the user orders, what we need to do first of all, we need to tweak our user schema, right? So on the user schema, we're just going to do something different. We could have done it to create an order query schema, right? But I just want to do it from the user for now, because I want to show you these relations, how these relations work, right? For example, these ones. So what we're going to do, let's just uncomment those in our user schema queries. Let's just quickly go in and comment that, right? I'm going to uncomment all of them. Then I need another query field. This time around, we're going to call it get user, right? Just like that. Okay. Let me just make things neat. Okay. So for now, let me just uncomment these two. I just need an order relation, right? Okay, we'll see how that's gonna work on our sandbox, right? Let me hit save here, right? So once you're done with that, let's go to our sandbox and see how it actually shows. So on our sandbox here, let's wait for it to reload. Okay, so there we go, right? So what I'm just basically trying to say here is that we now have another field called get user, right? So that get user, if we try to query the fields that we need, so you can see here, I can actually get an email, I can get an ID, image, name, right? Then I would like to put the row. Then if I come to the order, you can see, right? This order, it's actually within the get user, right? So this allows us to be more effective in terms of how we can use one endpoint, right, to query multiple fields, right? Okay, so I'm just going to select almost everything. I'm not going to select the user, right, because it's just a user within a user, right? So I'm not going to select that. Okay, just like that. And if we hit get user, you see what we get back. We actually get back the user details, like here, right? Then we get an order array, just like this one, right, with items inside. Okay, so you know the drill now. You need to copy this operation. Once you copy it, you go to your VS Code, and inside the user.graphql, you actually populate that, right? Put it like that, all the fields like that, and you need to do what? Yarn Codegen, run yarn Codegen, right? And everything will be created. So once that has been created and it's out of the way, then we just need to go ahead and actually tweak our orders, which are actually user orders, right? Okay, so inside the user folder, right, inside the user, under orders, we can just start maybe with page.tsx. So page.tsx, what we need, I'm sure you now know, we now need the user, the currently logged in user, and let's pass it to the user orders, just like that, right? Let's get our type of a user from where? Prisma client, just like that. Okay, let's hit save. Then let's go to the user orders. So in the user orders, we have been fetching the data from hard-coded file, which is inside data, right? So we would like to dynamically fetch it from the database, from the server, right? So what we can do now, we're just going to tweak a few things, right? Let's actually get the user, our user property from our page, right? Let's import it from Prisma client, and let's put it as a property here, right? Okay, then what we need to do, we just need that query hook, right? I'm not gonna spend much time on this. We've been doing this for quite a long time now, so you can just see what's happening here, right? Okay, then we have that. If we have that query hook, then what I would like to do, let me import all those types and documents from what? The generate.ts, right? Then my orders now here, right? The orders will be actually user data dot get user dot order, right? That's the orders that we're going to use here, right? So once you get those orders, so everything pretty much is the same, because our experimental data was actually more accurate, right? So once you have that, let's hit save. So that's what we just need to do here. Simple as that. We just need to tweak here only and change the orders here to be actually dynamically rendered, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. Hit save, and you can see now our user on delivery and user delivered models, they're actually crying, right? Remember, we actually passed them the order property, right? Like here. Okay, so let's go the user on delivered model. On the user on delivered model, what we need to do, we need to make sure like we import the right type from Prisma client, right? Let's just get the order, the order type, right? And also the user. I'm not so sure if we need the user. I don't think we need the user, right? So yeah, let me remove the user. Okay, then here, instead of typing hard-coded data, let's just say order date deliver address, right? And image, do we need an image? No, we don't need an image here. Okay, right, I don't think we need an image there, so let me just go back and put it the way it was, just like that. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Simple as that. What else is missing here? Nothing else is missing. So that's basically what we need to do, right? Okay, let's hit save. Let's go to the user delivered model, right? User delivered model, we need to do a couple of things. Let's just import our order property, right? And let's make sure that we have the right type here from Prisma client, right? Then we pass it as a property here. Okay, then now there is an issue. We're actually having, because this cart type, right, it's of type any, right? It's of type any because there's an issue with our builder, with our Porthos builder, right? In terms of the JSON types, it was type of an any, right? So I've been trying to play around because I wanted to infer a type of cart item, but it's been giving me errors, right? So let me try to import that cut item. Let me try to put this now to actually get it. There is cut item, right? What is it saying here? Cannot find name cut item. It's actually giving me those errors, right? So what should we do? We should just put it as any. If we put it as any, is there anything changing? You see, something's changing, right? So I've been experimenting on it because we need to have the actual types there. But for now, let's just put it as any, right? We don't really much care about it. If I find a solution, I'll come and rectify this, right? Okay, so let me hit save, right? So that's basically what we needed to do to get the user orders, right? Okay, so once that is okay, is there anything we need to change? No. Okay, if everything is okay, if we go to our UI, we should be able to see the orders that we fetch from the server, right? You can see here. So all of them, we haven't updated them to say collected, right? That's why they're actually showing like this, right? All right, so for now, let's just stop here. We can actually be able to see, those other, components that we designed in the design tutorial, right? That's it. But what you are rendering actually the name and the delivery address, right? And the delivery address, we're actually rendering it correctly, right? All right, let's end there for now for these orders. We'll come back again to tweak some other things later on in the video, right? All right, next in line, what we would like to deal with is actually the user favorites, right? So we would like to be able to allow the user on our UI to just be able to click this button, and if they haven't favorited it, when they click on the button will tend to be a solid green. Otherwise, if they want to remove from the favorites, it will just be outlined like that, the way it is, right? So let's go ahead and implement that functionality, right? For the sake of time, I've done most of the things for you. I'll just quickly explain them, right? So we start with creating a file, favorite.graphql, right? And you know the drill, what we need to do there. We need to actually put the GraphQL schema. So I'll do that for you, right? This is the schema that we need. Get user favorites, right? And the mutations, add favorite and remove favorite, right? Exactly, that's what we need here, right? And also the other thing we need is to modify our menu.graphql. Menu.graphql, what we need here is actually, we want a mutation, a query field that allows us to get, a bulk of menus, right, based on menu IDs, right? Remember when we were doing our GraphQL endpoint, when we were creating this, right? It's actually the menu IDs that we save as an array into the database, right? And Postgres allows us to do that. Okay, so we get a bunch of those menu IDs so that we can be able to get an array of what? Menu items, right? So you understand when you're actually implementing it, right? So once you have that, what you need to do, run yarn codegen so that you can be able to generate the types, right? And also this, the other things that we need, the hooks that we need. Okay, then you have to go into the user folder under favorites route. Then on the page of favorites, you now know what we need, right? We always need to see who's logged in, so you need to get the user, right? Make sure that all the types are actually populated, right? So you see, we get the user from Prisma client, and we get the current user from session, right? Once you're done with that, you hit save. The next part we need to sort is actually favorite section. So on the favorite section, right, this is what we have from the design tutorial, right? You can see even some of the tabs are actually complaining according to TypeScript here, because we modified our types.js file, right? So we'll quickly sort that one out, right? So let's just go ahead, and would like to have those properties, right? That property of a user that we get from the page.tsx, right? And let's import the menu as well, right? Let's import the menu type, this from our Prisma client, right? Just like that. Then let's proceed. Then here I'm just going to quickly populate these queries here, right? And I'll explain them, right? Okay, let me populate that. So make sure you also populate those queries, right? So we need a user email, right? That user email, we need to use it to be able to fetch favorites, right? These are actually menu IDs, right, that we want to fetch here. So it's just a strings, it's just an array of strings, right, that we get from our server. Once we get those menu IDs, what is it that we want to do? We want to get the menus that actually match those menu IDs. So if we have 4 menu IDs, it means we need to get 4 menus from the server, right? Okay, just please take note of how I actually made use of destructuring, right? So instead of saying data here, I just leave it like data. Then here actually destructured it and further gave it a name to call it user favorites, right? And we pass in the variables, which actually menu IDs and user email, right? Then what we get back from there, I'll just call it favorites instead of calling it menus, right? So that we have uniformity. Okay, let's go ahead now and make sure we import all those types and documents from Graphql generated.ts. Okay, simple as that. So I've imported them, right? I've imported them. Just you're wondering like how am I actually importing without showing it here? What I'm doing is that I just place my cursor on whatever I want to import and actually hit command dot or control dot on Windows, right? Okay, so once we have that, then the favorites, instead of saying menu data, we actually need to say favorites, right? That's what we need to say here, favorites, just like that, right? And also we need to pass in the user property to our favorite model, right? You'll see where we're gonna use it. Once that is done, hit save, right? So once you're done with the favorite section, we now need to deal with the favorite model, which is the next file online, right? So on the favorite model, we need to import that menu type from Prisma client, right? And also I'll just quickly populate this function here. It's the same as what we use on the cart, right? But here we're just saying put items to cart and add to cart, right? Right, exactly like that. And menu to add, instead of saying menus, we're going to say it favorite, right? And I'm just gonna make use of this use effect here so that I don't have hydration errors here. Okay, right, so I just need to import all those functions and hooks, right? So let me import those toasts and other things, right? Then on the button down here, I need to call for that function, say put items in cart, right? So let's go ahead and actually also get the user, right? Let's also get the user here because we would like to utilize that user on our favorites button, right? Let's import it from Prisma. Okay, then on our favorites button here, we need to pass the property, which is menu ID and also user, right? Exactly like that. Sure, right? So that once that is out of the way, make sure you populate your code to match mine. So I've edited this section here, right? And I also edited this section here, right? and also I've added this function, this hook, and also this constants here, right? That's what we added here in the user, as well as to update this, right? And also these ones, right? So once that is done, you can see the next thing we need to deal with is actually the favorite button, right? So our favorite button actually resides in common folder. There we under components, you can see the favorites button there. Let's go there. What we need to do, we actually need to put a lot of code. For the sake of time, I'm just going to populate code. The process is the same. You are now familiar with it, right? We either use, properties, as well as those use queries and use mutations, right? So let me quickly just populate code here, right? Then I'll explain to you what the code does, right? I'm just gonna be quick to populate it, right? Let me hit save. Okay, so you can see actually I'm making use of what? Getting these types and other properties from what? Our GraphQL generated file, right? And I'm also making sure like I actually import the other types which are specific, and I can just get them from the Prisma client. I'm going to use the use mutation and use query from URL go next, right? And I'm gonna make use of the what? Use router. Okay, and also importing the toast. That's the edits we've done so far. Then on our properties, I've added the user, and make sure like that user you pass it in the properties, right? And let's just make our router and say const router, right? Equals to router, right? Use router, right? Then the email will be the user.email. Then we need this use query. This use query here, we need to get what? The user favorite documents, right? So this is actually the favorite IDs, right? That we get, right? So these favorite IDs, we need them. You'll see where we need them, right? Then we need a mutation now. The first mutation is actually to add a favorite, right? So the drill is the same. What you've been doing before, just underscore and say add, and add favorite. That's the name of the mutation. Or else we need a mutation to remove an item from what? The favorites, right? Just like that. Once you have that, then you need a function to add favorites, right? And you also need a function to remove the favorites. So the function to add favorite is this one, const handle add favorite. Then we await the add favorite mutation here, right? If that's successful, we need to say toast favorite edit successfully. Otherwise, let's just show an error, right? Or else, if you want to remove an item from favorites, we just await remove, right? Remove favorite mutation, right? And it takes in user email and menu ID. Okay, if that's successful, then what you like to say, favorite removed successfully. Otherwise, show an error, right? Then what do we retain? We actually retain the favorite. So you can see, right, this particular favorite here. So we say favorites on this particular icon, right? I think that's the solid one. So favorites, if it includes the menu ID, from the favorites ID, if this particular ID of this menu is included, show a solid what? A solid icon, which green 700. Otherwise, show an outline, which just shows what? An outline icon, right? Otherwise, on that outline icon, that's where we have the on click handler, right? To add to favorite. Otherwise, on this one, which is actually a solid, we can offer the option to what, to remove item from favorites, right? So that's the whole code actually, right? So once you're done with that, that's the favorites button. We just need to edit it in the menu model as well. It's actually the same thing, right? So in the menu model, we need to update that favorites button, right? We need to give it a menu .id as well as the user, just like that, and let's hit save. Right, so that's how we implement the favorites, right? So let's go and test it out. Okay, we are there on the landing page. Let's click this menu item. You can see it's not favorited, right? So if it's not favorited, if we click on it, it should be favorited, right? So let's go ahead and click on it and see what happens. Okay, it's saying an error, okay, but I don't know what's that error about. But you can see the menu has been favorited because this button is tend to be what, green, right? I can click on it and say favorite removed successfully, and now it's an outline, right? I can do the same here. This one, click on the button, favorite edit successfully, then the button changes to what, to solid green. See, simple as that. So that's the implementation of favorites, right? Okay, so for the sake of time, I don't want this video to be very long. I'm sure you understand what this whole code is doing on each and every component here. Make sure your code matches my code, and when everything goes well, you should have your application running exactly as mine, right? So let's proceed to the next step. Okay, for the code that we have written so far in all our favorites section side of things, that code can really work actually, right? So on the user, let me just quickly locate that. Is it on the user, on the favorites, right? So on the favorite side of things as well, you can actually be able to favorite items. So I'm just going to quickly favorite this one here, right? Favorite it, and I'll also do the same here, favorite it, yeah, right? So it means I should have some items if I navigate to the user slash favorites, right? So user slash favorites, you can see the items that are actually favorited, right? Okay, so if I click on this icon here, you can see I still have a favorite button, right? So what if I want to remove it from here? I can actually click that button. You see that favorite is removed, right? And the nice thing, you can actually just make a purchase from here, right? You can actually add to cart from here, menu edit cart, you see, pretty cool. And you can actually navigate to the cart section, right? So that's basically how the application is so far. And what we would like to do now is to really concentrate now on the dashboard, right? So we would like to concentrate much more effort on the user dashboard. So on the dashboard is more of fetching data, and just the mutation that we can actually have will be made perhaps on the menu as well as on the users. But I'm not going to complete everything here. You have seen what we've done so far, and the process is pretty much the same, right? Okay, so where we're gonna really work is just on the menu as well as on the orders. Same applies as on the users, maybe if we have much time. I don't want this tutorial to go very long, right? Because the concepts are just the same, right? So to start, let's actually start with the orders, right? Okay. All right, we're going to start with our orders, right, for the dashboard side of things. Okay, so you now know the drill, right? We need any pending GraphQL schema, right? So that you know where to get it, right? You know where to get this information, right? So basically we go again to our sandbox, we select if we want a query, if we want a mutation, we select it, we make sure like there's a name there, right? We make sure there's a name for either a query or mutation. then we copy the operation. Once we copy the operation, then we come to our VS Code inside a file that you want to work with, right? So there we can just say get orders. So I've done that already, right? You now know where to get these things, so I don't waste time doing things, repeating things over and over, right? So I've added the get orders, then I've added the edit order, right? So that mutation, right? This one we added it before, we added these before, right? So the way I like to structure my GraphQL files, right, is that the queries, I put them on the top, and the mutations I always put them down, right? So once you're done that, you know what to do. Run yarn codegen, right? And you should generate something should be generated, which should be inputted in what generated.ts, right? So once you're done with that, then go ahead now to the dashboard, then under orders, under the orders, you need to create a new file called admin fetched orders, right? So we're gonna use pagination. We've done that before on when we were fetching menu, right? So I think I didn't really explain to you where I got this kind of code that I wrote there, right? So if you go to Graphql on their GitHub repo, then look for with pagination, right? And examples with pagination, you can see it's pretty much the same what I've been following even on the menu when we're fetching menus with pagination, right? For infinity scrolling, right? When you click load more as well, right? So that's exactly the same concept I'm following. So exactly like that, please kindly go ahead and do a reading of your own there, right? And since we're using TypeScript, make sure you don't put just an empty string here, right? You need to do what I did, what I showed you. You actually need to put what I'll show you. You either put null or a string, right? I'll show you that when we are typing the code, right? So that's where I got the code. So let's actually go ahead here. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to populate code here quickly. You now know where to get the things. You now know how to do the mutations, the queries. I'll just explain those other parts that we didn't touch now. But instead of typing a code one by one, I'm just going to populate code so that we save time, right? Otherwise the tutorial will be very, very long, right? Okay, so let's actually create this component, right? It's called admin fetch orders. It will take in some properties, right? So it will take some properties, which is variable, is last, and unload more. We did that before on the fetching menu, right? On the user UI on the home page, we did that already, right? If you want to see where I got that code, kindly go to the Graphql documentation you see, right? Okay, so we need that, and our variable, we need a variable type of query, get menu query variables that we get from our generated file .ts file, right? Okay, so let's actually destructure and actually put those variables as properties inside here and say what admin fetched orders props, just like that. Then inside we just need a router. You see why we need a router later on. Then I'm going to populate this code, right? And I've destructured the variables there, right? You see const first and after, I've destructured them. We need a query, we need a use query hook, right, where we can actually be able to get all the orders. So we need all the orders to get them, right? This is admin orders, right? But the way we're getting them is we're not going to fetch everything. We're going to fetch what we want at a time, right? So that's why we're using pagination. It's also infinite scrolling as well, right? So please take note of that code, right? It's exactly the same what you did on the menus, right? Make sure you have it like that. Okay, then let's proceed. Let's import all what we need. I've imported all we need, right? Then also we need mutation, right? We need a mutation. So I'm going to create that mutation called edit order, right? And let's kindly go ahead and import everything that we need, right? So on the top here, I'm actually doing my imports, right? You can see I'm doing my imports, right? Just like that. Once you're done getting sorting that mutation, let's proceed. We need a function, right? So this is a reusable function within this component. You see what I'm saying, trying to say. Okay, so it's called change order status. It takes in an ID, and the status and the success message, right? So if edit order, right, the status is changed, if it's that successful, show a toast to a user and show the success message, otherwise show an error, right? Okay, so where do we do that now in terms of actually running that edit order function, right? Okay, so we do it where we do it here. Please note I've actually imported this as well from our generated.ts file, right? So if you go on top here, you see I've also imported it, right? There's order status there, exactly, right? Okay, so I was talking of this reusable file function within our component, right? Just like that. And that reusable component, we want to use it on these other functions as well, which is called mark collected, right? You see it takes an ID, then that ID would like what to say what order status dot collected, right? That is the status and also a message, right? So our change order status is taking those arguments just like that, right? Else we need also another function called what mark delivered. It also take those what arguments, ID, order status, as well as what the message, right? Exactly, do it like that. So once you have that, just retain this, right? Just retain this. So I'm just going to do quickly some imports here before I come and do the explanations, right? So let me just do quickly the imports, all the imports that I need, right? I'm just going to correct that. It should be admin fetched orders, right? Okay, so let's see what I am returning down here. Okay, so this is what I'm returning in, right? It's just a body of a table. So t.body, that's what I'm returning, right? Because we need to plug in this t.body inside a main table, which is actually on the what admin order table, right? Okay, you can see actually I'm actually getting the table raw, the table data, right? Then I'm just placing everything just like that, neatly like that, right? Okay, and also I'm taking advantage of checking if an order is paid, then we should just show an icon that is a tick, right? And it should be green. But if it's not paid, we should show an X, right? An X which is red, right? To just highlight to us like this thing is not paid. So that's one thing we're doing there. Otherwise, we need to check the collection status. I mean the order status, right? So if the order status is collected or it's delivered, we just need to show a check, a tick to say this one is collected. If that's not the case, we need to either mark it as what? As collected, right? Then the same as well, if the status is delivered, we need to show a check. But if it's not delivered, we need to show what? A button to mark as delivered, right? Right. Please take note of what I just did here. It's very important, right? There's a logic behind. So an order which is actually not collected, right, or delivered, right, it can be marked as collected. But an order which is what delivered can just be marked as both what collected and delivered. So this is the logic behind here, right? Then also we need a table data where we can actually be able to view what do you call it, to view the order, the one like the order status where it is currently, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it on there on the table body, but we need a table footer as well. On the table foot now, that's where we are showing actually a button to load more, right? This is where we're showing the load more button to fetch more items from the server, right? Okay, so make sure you match the code to be exactly as mine, right? I would like you to ask questions if you don't understand the logic here, and I'm very happy to explain to you. But for the sake of time, I'm not going to type one by one. I think to describe like what I'm doing actually makes more sense. Okay, so let's hit save. Now on the order model, or admin order model, right? It's actually taking a property of what? Order, right? So we just need to quickly fix that. So let's go to our order model, and we haven't imported correctly this order right? This order type. So let's go ahead and import it. Let's import it from Prisma client, just like that. And also now that we imported it, our order cart, right? Remember, we couldn't find the real type here, right? Because how we did it in our builder. So we're just going to put in any for now, right? Just like that. That's what we need to do. Then everything is fine. Then let's go to the order table, right? For the administrator, right? On the order table, what we need to do, we just need to remove this table body here. We don't need it, right? We need to actually the one that we created here as a component. That's what we need to plug in here, right? On the order table here. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead and do that. But before we do that, on top here we actually need those page variables, right? To let our component know how many items we want to fetch first from the server, right? Then we come back again. Remember when I said don't put an empty string when you are actually experimenting with Graphql if you're using TypeScript, right? Just here, right? Because TypeScript will give you some errors, and I actually spent like 4 days trying to debug just this part only, right? So I recommend you don't do that. Okay, just do it as the one I did here, right? Okay, so once we have those page variables, then we actually need to remove the old t body and let's plug in what? Hours, right? So that's how we plug it in. So I'm just importing all the things that we need, just making sure like everything imported nicely. So I've imported that admin fetched orders component. Then on our t body, I've plugged it in. So we're actually following the documentation as according to what? Graphql, right? So that's exactly what we are following. We're just tweaking it according to our what? Our liking. So we are just following this. That's what we're doing. And this is our component. Ours is called what? Admin fetched orders, right? So once you have that and plugged in like that, it means you should be able to fetch what? The orders from the database, from the server, right? And let's quickly go onto our UI and check how everything is going. So right, I'm already on the orders page here, right? Are we fetching from the database? Okay, let's refresh and let's fetch from the database. Okay, there is our data that we're getting from the database, right, from the server, right? You can see. Okay, these were the experimental orders that we created that are not showing nicely, right? So you can see the layout, right? So when you're typing your code, make sure your layout is like this. We did this actually when we were doing the design tutorial, right? Okay, so if it's not paid, you see it's actually showing that, right? That kind of an icon. Otherwise, if it's paid, okay, I still need to fetch more data. Load more. Okay, this loaded. It actually shows a tick, right? So let's try to mark any of these like collected, right? Mark is collected. You see the order changed to, collected, right? Let's just try to mark it delivered if it's not collected, right? Let's just mark it as delivered. You see what happens if it's not collected, but if I mark it as delivered, all the ticks show, right? So that's the logic I was trying to explain to you when we actually come on this part here, right? Or this part, right? Experiment on your own and see how everything works for you, right? Then we should also be able to view that particular order, right? Yes, we should also be able to view it from here, right? Right. Later on, we're gonna implement this function if you want to export all this data into an Excel or Google Sheet kind of file. We're going to implement that later on, right? But let's proceed. Okay, so right now let's now go to menu, right? Otherwise we are done with our orders here, and everything is really working fine. Mark is collected, mark is delivered, just like that, you see. Okay, so let's go to the menu and do the menu section. Here is another challenge. Before we proceed, I would like you to go and create a Supabase account, or if you have one already, create a Supabase account, create a database, create a project, right? So this is my project, and you need to just create a database, right? And please take note of the passwords that you're going to be using, and also the connection string here that we're going to be using, right? So to sign up for for Supabase, it's easy and straightforward, right? I don't need to take you through that, right? Okay, so take note of this Postgres connection string here, right? And we would like to be using that, right? So once you're done creating your Supabase account, what I'll need you to do in your environmental variables, you need to get the Supabase URL as well as the unknown key, right? You need to do that and populate them inside your environmental variables, just like that, right? So once you have that out of the way, I'll also need you to take that connection string that you got, right? That connection string that you got, please actually populate it here as well, right? Okay, so once you're done doing that, the next thing that you can do at this moment, it's up to you, right? Because we want now to use our Supabase Postgres SQL database, right? So what you can just do, you can just come here. Once you have populated the connection string from Supabase, you just come in your terminal and just run yarn migrate deploy. I'm sure that's the correct command. So yarn migrate deploy, right? If you run yarn migrate deploy, it's going to actually migrate your schema, right? Migrate your schema from the migrations folder, and you're going to sync it with what? Supabase, right? You can tell me how it goes, and I can assist you to actually get the right command there, right? If you're having any issues or if I missed something at this point in time, right? Okay, once you do that, actually you lose your connection to your local PostgreSQL database, but that's okay, right? That's okay, right? So once you're done that, it means your schema is migrated to Supabase and you are now connected to the Supabase, right? The other thing we like to do with Supabase is actually to make use of their storage, right? So Supabase allows us to upload images there and some other things, right? So you need to go on storage, right? So there's storage there. You click on there and you create a new bucket. You need to make this bucket a public, right? Public bucket. If you don't make it a public bucket, what you're going to do won't really work, and you're gonna find you're gonna face some errors, right? Okay, so you give it a name and you tick this to be a public bucket, just as mine, right? And obviously you'll be asked to add policies there. Just add policies, and for now, because you're experimenting, just make sure you select everything. Select, insert, update, and delete. Make sure all those they are ticked, right? They are ticked just like that, and you just give your policy a name, right? Me, I just say DPS images, just like that, and you hit save, right? So once you hit save and that's out of the way, you just come back to your VS Code. On your VS Code, we'll need to create this file here inside our lib folder. It's called Supabase storage.ts, right? So what we're going to be doing here, we're going to be following this documentation in terms of how to create a bucket, how to add something into a bucket, right? So they actually tell you how to create a bucket here, right? Okay, so what we would like to do in terms of the bucket that we have, is it a bucket? Yeah, creating a bucket, we did that already. So we need to be able to upload files, right? So we're just going to follow this documentation, how we can upload files, how we can we're not going to download, right? We're not going to download, we're just going to upload and perhaps delete, right? So we're going to be using what we are seeing here from this documentation, right? That's what we're going to be using. right? So just go and look at my implementation, right? So I've installed these dependencies, which is Supabase, Supabase.js, and also UUID, right? Because we like to use UUID to create a unique name for the files that we are saving into Supabase, right? Okay, so we need functions. First of all, we need to create the client. So the way we create a client, we just need the URL and the key. Make sure they are next public Supabase, otherwise they won't be exposable to your client, right? So we create a client. The client takes in those parameters, URL, key, and you can just put this auth. This I just got it straight from Supabase, right? So you can just do it like that. Then we need a function to be able to upload our images to Supabase. We're going to call that function Supabase image upload, right? It takes in an argument which is a file of a type file, right? Okay. Then we need a file name. So this file name, now we're going to create a unique name, right? We're going to get the file name that we're uploading, then we prepend actually a unique UUID string character that we get from this function here, right? So now here we're actually just following the documentation according to Supabase. So that's how they actually allow us, that's actually they show us how to do it, right? Just say from, remember this is the bucket that you created, right? So any name that you give to your bucket, you put it like that. So let me just quickly go there so that you can see what I'm talking about. So we're here and this is the bucket that I'm talking about, right? That bucket. So we're actually saying from that bucket, what we're doing, upload to public. Remember I told you need to make the bucket public, right? Yes, public. Then you're uploading what? You're uploading this file name, right? So Supabase, if everything goes well, it brings you backend data, right? Right, it brings you data which is mostly like a path kind of, right? So we now need that path. That path will need it because we need it to edit as a string into our database, right? So the image has been uploaded to the Supabase, but to our table we need a string, right? We don't upload a file to our table, we upload a string, right? So we return that string, right? That's the one that we need. That's what we put as an image URL, right? Okay, then also we have got a image delete. So to delete an image from Supabase, it's easy. You just say from the bucket, just delete that file that you have. If everything goes well, just consolidate data, right? Okay, so I'm sure you're gonna get that right, and once you get that right, we can proceed now to the next step, right? All right, on this section of actually adding menu to admin adding menu, there's a lot of code to write, but it's not new. It's the same that we've been writing before. It's the same principle. It's the same concepts we've been doing before. It's just basically to populate your menu folder of the schema, GraphQL schema that you don't have. Once you populate that, run yard codegen, and you should be able to generate the types that you need in your generated.ts file, right? So what I added here is actually my mutations. I've added my mutations, which is of adding menu, edit menu, as well as delete menu, right? These are the queries we had them before, right? So make sure you go to your sandbox and match exactly like this according to your schema, right? Edit menu, delete menu, and add menu. Run yarn codegen. Your generated.ts file should be updated. Once that is updated, let's actually head over to our dashboard menu section, right? Dashboard menu section. So this is only accessible to the administrator. We haven't implemented restrictions to this route yet, because we're still experimenting, right? So I'm not going to be writing code one by one. I'll just explain the code what it's doing, right? Because we've done this multiple times, so we don't want to really waste time here. Okay, so if we go to our UI, let's take a look at our UI. If we go to our UI, we've got a button here that says add menu, right? If we click it, we should be able to add menu from here, right? So this is what we want to implement this functionality. Let's go back to our VS Code. Add menu, it's actually a button that we click that triggers what? A model, right? Okay, so what do we have inside? We have the dependencies that we have imported, right? We have dependencies that we imported. Make sure you have all these dependencies, right? Exactly, just as that, just like that, right? And also we're going to customize this upload image, right? We're going to customize it, right? So we have a router and we've got this state that we have here, right? This state that we have here, exactly like that, right? Then we've added a function called clear form, right? As soon as we click our button to add items, you know, to send to the database, we like to be able to clear the form, right? And also we have this special preparation use state, right? So you're going to see it in action how it works, right? And we have a function called add preparation, right? Okay, I'm going to show you how it works, right? So just take note of that. Then we need to have a callback function. This callback function allows us to upload an image to Supabase, right? We would like to upload an image to Supabase, so we need that callback function, right? Okay, exactly like that. Then we now need our mutation, which is actually what we call it add menu, right? Exactly what we've been doing before, guys. Nothing new here, right? Then we're going to be making use of a form, right? So you see it's a form here, right? So we need a handle add menu function, right? So in our handle add menu function, we have got some required fields. We need to put some kind of a guard, right? So if the user does not provide some of the required fields here, we'll throw an error, right? So this long description actually is not required. I'm just going to remove it like that. It's not required. Okay, only those ones, they're required, they're mandatory, right? So add the fields. If they are not if you didn't add all the fields, you receive an error as a user. Otherwise, what we do, we actually run our mutation here, right, to add menu. And if everything goes well, here we show a toast to a what, to a user, right? Then we clear the form, right? Then in 3 seconds our model should close automatically, and we just say router.refresh, right? So that we can be able to see the newly added menu, right? If there's an error, we're gonna show an error to a user, right? Just like that. Okay, so this design we had it before. We had it from the design tutorial, right? It's just a button that we click here, right, and it toggles the model, right? In that model, inside there's a form and the form, that's where on submit we actually handle add menu, right? Exactly like that. Okay, so the rest of the other data is just the same, right? On change we set our state to what is being said by the user, exactly like that. All right, so that's pretty much it. So on the upload now, on the upload image component here, see what we've done. We've actually add properties to it, which is handle callback, right? Handle callback is actually to get the menu file, right? And also an ID, which is actually optional, right? So the handle callback is the one that makes us to first upload an image to Supabase. If it's successful, then we do the rest, right? So we've actually modified our upload image, which is actually in the components, right? In the dashboard components, we've actually modified it. It's actually taking an extra prop here, right? That extra prop is called handle callback, and there it is. The handle callback takes an input of a file. This is actually the image that we have uploaded on our model that shows on the UI, right? So if you come back here on this model here, the file that you're going to upload here, exactly just like that. All right, then let's proceed with our code, right? You can see on the UI here, there's a table, right? We show the menu that we have, then we actually be able to preview the menu like that, okay, and actually be able to to edit if we have to, or just simply delete if we have to, right? So a table, we need a table like that. Okay, so that table now, it's actually, first of all, what it does, it fetches the current menu, right? And as we done before on the orders, right, we use pagination, right, because we don't want to upload everything, right? So we're actually using pagination here. We need those variables, and we state how many items we want to fetch at first, right? So we want to fetch 4 items at first, right? Then everything is in a table wrapper. The other thing that I've just done is actually to add this suspense, right? So this allows us to show a loader, right? Where while this is loading and fetching from the database, all these things happening, will actually be showing a loader to the user, right? Such that the user doesn't just stay at a blank screen and wonder like what's happening, right? Okay, so in that table we have this section here. We got it from Graphql, right? Remember? And inside we have a component called admin fetched menus, right? So exactly what we just did on the orders, right? So on the admin fetched menus, it's actually a component that takes in those properties, right? Those properties, variable is admin last page and load more, right? Then we fetch the menus. We fetch according to how many do we need, right? And we return a table body, T body, right? Okay, so inside the T body, you can see there's an admin preview component, admin edit, and admin delete component. That's what I just show you on the UI. So let's take a look at those things, right? So on the admin edit, right, it's actually a model, right? So on that model, on the editing of an image of a menu, it's just like what you it's more like the admin add menu, right? But for this instance here, when you're editing, the title we've just initialized with the current title for the menu, right? So that it's, instead of showing a blank state, we actually show the current title or category or short description, right? Just like that. And everything is pretty much the same as what we did on the add menu, right? It's pretty much the same, exactly. The mutation, right? The mutation and also the fields that are required, right? Just like that. Okay, so please take note of this code. Update your code, right? Update your code to match mine. Once everything is updated, you can proceed to the next. So we've done with these admin fetched menus. I've explained it. And on the delete, admin delete, right, it's just a mutation as well, where we just need the menu ID, and we should be able actually to delete the image as well from our Supabase storage, right? So that's why we have this function here, right, that takes in that image name, right? That image URL takes in that image URL, and we should be able to actually delete the image as well from Supabase storage, right? Okay, then we need a handler for deleting. It's going to be a form, right? Is it a form? No, it's not a form, it's just a button click, right? Okay, so it's actually not supposed to be type submit here. Okay, but let me leave it like that for now, just like that, right? So if everything goes well in terms of deleting, we should show a toast to user, right? Otherwise we show an error, right? And the model should close automatically, right? Update your code to be exactly as mine. You see how the files are inside the menu, right? So all the files that we're talking about, they actually all come from this section here, which is admin fetched menus, right? Admin fetched menus, yes, this preview, edit menu, and delete, right? Okay, so the other thing that you need to really take note now is actually in your next config, kindly take note of the URL that you are given by Supabase, right? Otherwise you're going to have errors in terms of, you know, displaying images that you upload to Supabase. So go ahead in your next config and make sure like you actually put your project URL, your Supabase project URL there, right? Okay, all right. And right, so that's basically it in terms of our code, right? I'm sure you'll be able to manage here, right? It's a lot of code, and also we don't want this video to be very long because we're just repeating the same things, right? So once that is done, we should be able to run our code from the from the user interface, and everything should be able to run correctly, right? Let's quickly do the testing. Let's click add menu here, and let's just write some random name. I'll just say toast, for example, here, right? You can see the name also shows here, and I'll just give a price of, say, maybe 3, right? And select a category. I'll just say fast food. I'll just add the random description here, long description, right? And also short description. Then also here, right, in terms of preparation type, I'll just say maybe well done, just like that, and click add, right? And I say maybe medium, and click add, right? So this is what I was trying to show you when we were talking about an extra state here on adding menu, right? So when we click add, we're actually triggering this function, right? And actually setting the preparation input here so that we can be able to see what we are actually typing out, right? So that was the thing I was talking about, right? So let's proceed now to add an image, right? You just click here to add an image, right? Then just select a random image that you have and click open, right? Then the image will be automatically be uploaded to Supabase, right? Supabase storage, right? So once that is done and everything is fine, we can just click add menu here. See, it says menu added successfully, and the page refreshes, right? And the model closes on its own, right? So yeah, we should be able to see a menu showing here, right? Yeah, but just because of some slowness, it's gonna take some time, right? Let me just refresh and see what we get back once I do refreshing, right? And let's just confirm if the image has been added to Supabase, right? I'm just going back to the Supabase, and I'll just hit reload here, right? Okay, instead of view, column, sort by, term created, descending, right? Which means this image should be the one that has been uploaded, right? Okay, right, you can see it's actually the image that has been uploaded on my time, on my local time here, right? And it has got this name here, right? It's got that generated UUID name, right? And also shows the name of the image, right? So it's fine, it's pretty fine. So it's been uploaded successfully, and we come back here, we can actually see down there's a lot more button, meaning there's an extra item that is being added, right? And let's see if that image shows up. There it is, that image shows up, and the name is toast, right? Let's preview it, right? So to preview it, you can see it's got those funny descriptions that I wrote, right? Just like that, and that's it. Let's try to edit it, right? Let's say toast maybe 1 2 3 4 5, just like that. Let's try to edit it, and whenever we're editing, let's just make sure we change this to say maybe gray, right? Like that, and ooh, just like that, right? We're not gonna add an image because we have an image already, right? Then let's click what? Edit menu. Menu edited successfully. This one should close and should have a refresh, and you can see there's actually an edit, right? It's edited, right? Exactly, right? So if we go to our home route, of our landing page, we should be able to see that menu as well there, and we should be able to see a lot more button, right? Okay, let's wait for it. Then let's scroll down. The menus, they're still loading, right? Right, you can see I'm actually getting an extra item, right? I can load more. There it is. It's actually shown, and I can maybe perhaps actually put it to what? To cart. I can even favorite it here and actually what? Add it to cart, just like that, right? And I can proceed to cart and do all the other things that I actually wanted to do in my cart, right? So it means everything is working pretty much the way we want it to work here, right? So this is very good for us, right? Our application is really made some progress. All right, let's try to delete an item here, right? So this item that we just created, let's try to just delete it here. So just click that button and say yes, I'm sure I want to delete this, and see menu deleted, and the page refreshes, the item is gone, right? Perfect, just like that. So yeah, we've made tremendous progress in terms of our application, right? So those are the most critical parts we really wanted to deal with. The other parts you can actually try to figure out how you can do it, right? Like for example, on the users, it's easy, pretty straightforward to follow that, as well as perhaps maybe on the adding the category mutations and queries, right? That's pretty much easy. So the other critical thing that we would like to really enforce right now, you can see any random person can actually come to our dashboard and do some administrative task, right? So not everyone is supposed to do like that. So let's go and implement middleware so that we restrict access to the dashboard only to the what? Administrator, right? The first thing we need to actually sort out is on our layout, which is actually in our dashboard, then the layout.tsx, right? On that one, what we need to do is just to get hold of the logged in user, right? Because it was not showing on our dash header, right? And the nice thing with the server components, we can actually be able to drill the properties, right, from one component to the next, to the next, to the next, right? Yeah, but don't do it too much, right? So in our layouts.tsx, which is actually in the dashboard, this one, right? Make sure you get the user, current logged user, put it on the dash wrapper. So the dash wrapper is this one, right? So on the dash wrapper, you get hold of the user, you pass it as a prop, then you actually pass it again to the dash header as a prop. Once you get it to the dash header as a prop, then inside the dash header you pass it to the what? To the account drop down. So make sure you update your code with all that, right? Okay, then when you're done with that, let's just close this and let's go now to our middleware, right? So create a file on the root of your project, call it middleware, right? Middleware, exactly like that, .ts, right? Then what we need to do here, actually we need to be able to get hold of the our rows, right? Remember, this is a row based access, right, to the application, right? So there are some routes that we want to only give to the user who's actually an administrator, right? So we create our function with auth that we get from Next-Auth middleware, right? This is a server component, right? We just need next response from there. So what we need to do, just export default with auth. Then inside we need to see that if a URL start with the dashboard, then we get hold of what? the token, right? The token, Next-Auth, right, token. If it's row, the row is equals to admin, right? And also just to block this API, I'm not so sure if it can be blocked, but I just put it there, right? This API GraphQL only accessible to the administrator, right? If the person who's logged in is not an administrator and they are trying to access that, they should be redirected to what? The home route. Okay, right. Then also we can take note of the user, right? If there is no logged in person, right? So this is not a row, it's just a logged in person. So if the person is not logged in, you should not be able to go to these routes, right? So if you try to access, you should just be redirected to what? The home route. Okay, then we just get out of the token.row, right? Exactly. Then we just set it like that, export config, then the match up the routes that we want to secure, just like that, right? So make sure you update your code as mine, right? So this code that I got here, you can just get it from Next-Auth documentation, right? It's all available there, right? Okay, so you see I've signed out, right? And I would like to actually access those routes that I said, right? So for example, let's just start with the dashboard for now. So I want to go to the dashboard without being logged in. You can see I'm redirected to what? To actually log in, right? Because I'm not logged in, right? Let me just go back. Let me try to access the user route. See, I'm redirected again. Let me just try to access the pay route, the payment success actually, right? It's the same again. I'm redirected to say log in, right? So this is the login page that we created, right? Okay, let's try to navigate to the pay, just pay. I'm also redirected, right? Okay,